Check, check, check. Good morning, nerds. We are starting late, but that's now. So if you can trickle on into the auditorium, that would be, I think, in your own personal interest. So, yeah, we check, check. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Good morning, early birds. Everybody got their worm? I think Jared put a worm out there on everybody's laptop, so make sure you log in to our Wi-Fi, which is Satoshi 2023, big S. My name's Michael Perenni. I know many of you know me. Welcome to those of you who I'll be meeting at this seminal beginning for the Proof of Work Summit. The first thing that we need to do for something like this is give airtime to the people who pay for it to happen. We have a short video from Jasminer, our main sponsor. And after that, I'll talk a little bit about what I think is going on this year and what I hope to see at the conference, and then start introducing our first speakers. Jasminer.
Jasminer is a global brand powered by someone, headquartered in Singapore, dedicated to creating the best computing power for the crypto world. Jasminer X16 will undoubtedly remain the leading position in the ETC mining market.
The Jasminer X16Q. This is a new miner, and above all, it boasts world-class 1,950 mega hash per second and 620 watts. Power efficiency is only 0.32 joules per mega hash. As to memory, 8 giga, big enough.
And I'll tell you this, of all the equipment that I have, that was one of the only that was still profitable after the merge happened when I pivoted it from mining Ethereum over to Ethereum Classic, and it's still going strong, mining away. So really great experience. So when Jingle Mining...
It's so awesome seeing like this nerdy tech up there in a commercial. When the white paper came out and then the software was released at the hackerspace that I'm part of in Vienna named MetaLab, we all downloaded the software and started burning up the fans on our laptops, and then the first USB ASIC miners came out, and we had little pods with 6 of them like stuck together, and it's just unbelievably how far we've come, and that there's this whole industry built around hashing Bitcoin and proof of work coins. And on my way up to Prague yesterday, I was thinking about what it is that I wanted to say today, and it's a question in my mind, and probably a lot of people's mind, why this is the first Proof of Work Summit. How is it that we've taken so long to actually have a conference which is based around pretty much the purest form of what it is that we're doing, which is mining? There's a lot of noise and a lot of ideology on top of the pure math and the pure industry of actually making this whole thing function. And so it's really great to see familiar faces and new faces here for this great program that Bob has put together almost solely on his own with the help of a small group of people, Emma. It's kind of like when I look at the program and I look at the faces that I see here who are participating, it's a tribute to the social capital that Bob has built up and the Litecoin Foundation with Alan. It's kind of like, I think the key thing that was interesting to me about this opt-in consensus rule set that we're participating in is I've always seen, well, we agree, most of us agree that money is a social construct, and so this consensus rule set is something that we believe in, that goes to the edge of being a cult, goes to the edges of human consciousness, and there's space everywhere in the spectrum of what it is that people believe to find an expression in cryptocurrencies. And so I'd like to invite Bob and Alan up to the stage. They'll be speaking, opening up the conference with a keynote. Please, Bob Somerville and Alan Austin.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'll keep it brief, just as an intro. I know we have a lot of great speakers here. My name is Alan Austin. I'm the managing director of Litecoin Foundation. I'm here with Bob Summerwill. Bob is the executive director of ETC Cooperative. First off, we'd like to welcome you to our very first Proof of Work conference. Both Litecoin Foundation and ETC Cooperative are both nonprofit organizations, and we basically exist to support open source, decentralized, blockchain-based, proof of work cryptocurrency. And one of the things in talking together a while back was we realized that while there was certainly no shortage of crypto-related conferences, a lot of what we were seeing was whether either it was coin-specific or maybe NFT-focused, DeFi-focused, and other things. But one of the things we felt was missing up until this point was to have a conference surrounding probably the most important topic of our time, and certainly a topic of ever-growing importance, which is proof of work. When we're talking about a decentralized consensus mechanism that protects the most powerful and important monetary networks in the world, we felt that it would be very beneficial to have a platform where we can bring speakers with vast experience in their space to help come share their knowledge, insight, participate in conversations with each other, help answer questions, basically on all things proof of work. And so with that, we are today in beautiful Prague, and excited to be here. So whether you are new to the space, have been in the space since the early days, programmer, enthusiast, highly technical, less technical, we hope you find the next 2 days very enjoyable, educational, and informative, and really enjoy yourself along the way. One quick thing, I want to say a really big thanks to our speakers and to our sponsors, who we are honored and grateful to have here today with us, and also a big thanks to the staff that helped to put this event on. These events take quite a bit of work, so thank you very much, and hope you enjoy the conference. Appreciate it. I'll turn it over to Bob.
Thank you, Alan. So hi, good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. I guess a few people had a little too much fun last night. Not so many people here, but yeah, welcome to the inaugural Proof of Work Summit. This has been a work in progress since Alan and I first met last November, and very rapidly came to the conclusion that doing a joint conference for bringing together the broader proof of work ecosystems would be a good thing. And yeah, thanks to Emma Todd and her team at MMH, who are operational today. So, why have a proof of work summit? Well, really to bring together the tribes, the proof of work tribes, and to celebrate this revolutionary technology. Proof of work is often discounted as old, obsolete technology which is harmful to the planet, and that really is missing an awful lot of truth. So yeah, I really wanted to have an opportunity to dispel those misleading narratives, and really to get back to cypherpunk fundamentals. There is a lot of money go up nonsense in this space, and those fundamentals of decentralization and censorship resistance and avoidance of capture is, I think, more important now than ever, and I see proof of work as the strongest path to those goals. And we have looming central bank digital currencies on the horizon as well. This was an article in the New York Times several months ago that you may have seen, which brought out all the old tropes. So reading through here, Bitcoin mines cash in on electricity by devouring it, selling it, even turning it off, and they cause immense pollution. In many cases, the public pays the price. So nearly every single part of that sentence is incorrect. And there was also proof of tampering on this image to make it look murky and terrible. Greenpeace USA are currently running a campaign, largely funded by Chris Larsen of Ripple, which is called Change the Code. You've heard Bitcoin fuels a climate crisis, but did you know a software code change could clean it up? So repeatedly we hear, just change the code. just change the code. Why would you not change the code? A number of people say, you know that you can change the code yourself if you wish. People have done this before. They had this marvelous piece of artwork that came out of this. So I don't know if you've seen it. This is the skull of Satoshi, which was commissioned, you know, to convey the horror of proof of work. But instead, they've made a fantastic meme, which was, you know, embraced by everybody. Yeah, so I mean, the reality is that energy markets are a lot more complex than these very shallow surface stories. Energy markets are not uniform. Transmission of power over large distances is very, you know, hard and expensive. So, and crypto mining is actually one of the most price-sensitive markets there is. So, use of stranded energy is a really, you know, fantastic win-win situation of monetizing an unused resource that would just be wasted. And so tomorrow we'll see the debut of this stranded short from the makers of Dirty Coins. So that will be debuting tomorrow, and I'm really looking forward to that one. For anyone who doesn't already follow Daniel Batten, I thoroughly recommend that you do so. I have learned so much from him myself in the last year or so. He was invited, but sadly couldn't be here. So I'm instead going to share some recent charts that he tweeted just yesterday or the day before, I think, that were really rather superb, showing some metrics. So Bitcoin mining is actually the single most sustainably powered global industry in the world. So you see here the change over the last 4 years. If you look at these other industries, you know, they are both significantly worse in terms of their use of renewables, but they're also stuck. You see, they're not really changing. And a primary reason for this is that many industries are just using the grid. You know, whatever they have, that's what they have. The energy mix they have, that's what they have. They don't really have any way of changing that, where crypto mining often is using off-grid energy sources, so they can very deliberately choose where and how to operate. And they are not tied to a physical location either. This chart is showing that Bitcoin has halved its energy intensity inside the last 4 years to have the lowest emission intensity of any major global industry. And if you see this graph, you know, it's kind of like this one, but upside down. And what that's talking to really is that over that period, you've had more and more use of lower carbon use, more renewable energy sources, and that has resulted in significantly less density of emissions over that period. China had a ban on mining in mid-2021, which really resulted in a lot of mining moving to US and other countries which have more sustainable energy sources. So you can see there over that period, despite the hash rate doubling or tripling over that period, emissions are actually, total emissions this is, are down by nearly 40%. So things are moving in a very good direction. Something else that Daniel has a particular focus on is the use of methane as an energy source. So methane is significantly worse, you know, 80x worse for warming than CO2. And a lot of methane is either just wastefully flared or even just directly vented into the atmosphere. So using that as an energy source of crypto mining is unbelievably fantastic in terms of the you know, the impact that has. So there are a number of projects live using that now. It's a small number, but they're growing. And you know, what he points out from that is that many projects and companies talk about their path to carbon neutral or net zero. But if you take methane into account, you can get to carbon negative. You know, this path is not down to the origin. It can go further down. And based on his projections, that could be neutral by as soon as the end of 2024, and then heading into positive territory. And I don't think there's any other industry on the planet that has that potential. Cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology can be seen as a continuation of the story of the cypherpunks and their desire for uncensorable digital currency as a core pillar of personal freedom. So Wikipedia says that a cypherpunk is any individual advocating widespread use of strong cryptography and privacy-enhancing technologies as a route to social and political change. And the basic ideas can be found in a cypherpunks manifesto that was written by Eric Hughes in 1993, and I believe Eric is one of these masked figures on the cover of Wired magazine. So he said, "Privacy is necessary for an open society in an electronic age. We cannot expect governments, corporations, or other large faceless organizations to grant us privacy. We must defend our own privacy if we expect to have any." And the primary focus of the cypherpunks back in 1993 didn't really cover digital currency per se, because there wasn't a solution at that time. But Satoshi brought us that, and really you can see our whole, our whole movement and industry and ecosystem as a continuation of that cypherpunk quest. Elizabeth Warren doesn't have that same vision. I think it's fair to say, both in terms of personal privacy, but certainly not financial privacy. The UK seemingly does not have this same vision either. I don't know if you've recently seen that the UK Parliament have passed the UK Online Safety Bill, which is, it's back to the crypto wars of the 1990s and the right to end-to-end encryption. So it's going to be interesting how that plays out. The president of Signal has already said, if it comes down to it, they will leave the UK market if they are asked to do impossible things. But that's where we are. It's safe to say that Gary Gensler and the SEC do not believe in the crypto, in the cypherpunk vision either. And so the ETC cooperative suffered this ourselves. Earlier this year, we were debanked. We were a Signature Bank customer. Signature were forcefully closed down, with stories of it being due to crypto risks, which was not the case at all. And then we received this lovely notice from the FDIC saying, your deposit was not assumed. That's the language. And we will write you a check. I don't know where we were meant to put that check, not having a bank anymore. But we did scramble and find another bank. But, it's a very fragile situation. Also, our friends at PayPal recently announced a US dollar stablecoin. Fantastic. On Ethereum mainnet, no less. So somebody snarked on Twitter, the world-class user experience of crypto combined with the renowned censorship resistance of PayPal. What a fantastic combination. Line me up. Almost to the day that happened, I received this lovely email. Your activity in your account is inconsistent with our user agreement, and we no longer offer you PayPal services. And we're holding on to your money for 180 days, and we're not going to tell you why, and you can't appeal it. They actually followed that up less than a week later by sending a credit card, a business credit card for that account that they had just gimped. Fantastic. So yeah, back on Cypherpunk thread, another thing that you may have seen is the Tornado Cash case, where developers were arrested and have been charged for providing a mixing service, for writing a smart contract. A smart contract was sanctioned by the US government, and that caught up all users of that service. People are using a service for bad things, therefore all of you will suffer. you know, many people were using Tornado Cash for their own financial privacy, not for criminal activity, but everyone caught up in the same net. And not only, you know, were those individuals, you know, arrested and charged, but the other consequence of this, very rapidly, was censorship. So almost immediately, all the major DeFi front ends added censorship. They added filtering, where any account which had touched Tornado Cash in any form, you know, was blocked. And you also had some fantastic Joker dusting all the well-known ENS accounts just to drag everyone into the mire. So yeah, you know, not very cypherpunk. And on the horizon, you know, we have a massive central bank digital currency projects coming to life. You know, so these are projects using largely the same technology stack as cryptocurrencies, but for a completely polar opposite set of goals: to control, to censor, to surveil. You know, and really they are bringing the threat of complete government surveillance of all of your transactions. You know, again, the polar opposite of the goals of the cypherpunks. And yeah, and I know which side of the coin my efforts are going to be on. And I think there's a fairly strong correlation between people in the proof of work ecosystem and these original cypherpunk goals. So have a great conference, everyone. Thank you.
We can do some Q&A too, so that would be cool.
Sure.
My first question to you would be, where do you think we're going in the proof of work, proof of stake debate? Because essentially, the original, you know, guy that when Ethereum went to proof of stake and kind of like went, and we stuck with Ethereum Classic, and now we have the merge a year ago where we have staking that's moved on and everything. Where do you see, you know, usage and, I don't want to say market going, but the market for ideas, so the market for the argument between proof of work and proof of stake, where do you see it happening in the next 5 years?
Well, I mean, I think the issue, though, is that there are a large group of people that don't give a shit about any of these fundamentals. They really don't. They are, you know, they are chasing yield, and humans follow incentives. So if you have a magic money machine, you know, that's where many people are going to put their time and effort. You know, in Ethereum, there's a bit of a crisis right now. I don't know if you've seen this about, which is about liquid staking. So quite predictably, if you move to a situation where you supposedly have hundreds and thousands of stakers, you know, those people aren't going to run their own node. You know, they're not going to stake themselves. You know, many wouldn't even have the 32F to be able to do that. But you know, that's a job, and it's a job perhaps even more than mining, because you have to keep the thing up all the time. You know, you can't drop in and out. So you know, what's happened from that is that you've had a huge growth of custodial staking, either through centralized exchanges or then more recently through liquid staking, with Lido being a large slice of that.
Danny Ryan's been speaking about now if Lido comes to 31%, we're way down, away from 51% attacks down to a 31% attack.
Yeah. Yeah, so you have a situation where Lido have explicitly stated that they see this as a one winner takes all scenario. They don't intend to self-limit. They intend to go for a majority there. So then what you can have very rapidly is a situation where it's almost like the token has taken over, right? You know, the staking token becomes more economically valuable than the base token, and you've sort of had a parasite take over your environment.
That argument could be made about Ethereum from, the get-go on top of Bitcoin. I mean, it was the first ICO
Yep.
that happened on Bitcoin. Most people don't realize that you needed Bitcoin to actually purchase ETH. So, I mean, it's like a derivative cannibalization that's going even further. So the question becomes, why is proof of work superior in this sense to proof of stake?
I mean, I think ultimately it's simple, and that has incredible merit. I think, people that don't know, I used to work for the Ethereum Foundation. I was, deeply involved with Ethereum in itself and the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance and Hyperledger and so on for many years. It took 8 years for proof of stake to happen. Proof of stake was the intention in the Ethereum white paper. They were saying, maybe that's 2015, maybe 6 months, a year, maybe. It took 8 years to come to fruition. And I think in some ways that was good, iterating through bad ideas and getting to better ones and so on. But there's huge complexity there. You've ended up with something which is significantly harder to understand. So you see things like liquid staking coming in, or the other one is that there's just a huge amount of the ether is staked. I don't know why that wasn't anticipated. If you can sort of have risk-free, it's like a bond or whatever. Here is your risk-free revenue. So obviously everyone's going to do that.
So if we go back to what you spoke about in the white paper, is that this was one of the original arguments, was the environmental costs about moving to proof of stake.
Right.
And so when I look at the slides that you're putting up, and these slides are getting literally almost like on a monthly basis better. This whole environmental movement that proof of stake was supposedly going to solve also doesn't seem to be playing out. Is there comparative figures on energy usage for proof of stake networks like we're seeing for proof of work networks? Are they comparable?
They're very low, but like I had on one of the slides, if you have an assumption that you're heading to net zero, then yeah, proof of stake systems are using less energy, but they can't go any further below. I guess it's like traditional data centers or energy use or whatever, right? All you can do is try and use less, but you're always using the amount that you are. Like computers doing things take up energy, but the key differentiator you have on proof of work is that those very expensive bits, they can be anywhere and they can work anywhere. And that you just don't have that flexibility in proof of stake. I mean, I think beyond that demonization, the other thing that you had was this sort of, fairness concept, right? Of saying, well, anyone can stake, you don't have to, be one of those big guys. But that isn't true. That's just a
Is that
mirage.
really true in proof of work, though, as well?
I'm sorry?
Is that more true in proof of work? The individual guy, being able to participate in the network?
Well, you can. So, like Donald, our senior editor, has recently done mining. He's not a technical guy, but he's like, right, let's try and do this. And has got hold of, some ASICs and has mined. Like, you can do it. It's not crazy hard.
Cool. So does anybody have a question for Bob? Because this is the opportunity. We're at the beginning of the conference. We're running a little bit late. I don't think it's really going to matter to anybody, but this would be the opportunity for one of you to have a question for Bob. Is there anybody out there that I don't feel so alone in? Great. I mean, I'd like to see us have an interactive day. We're a good small group of people, and I think we can be casual about this, right? So.
Thanks. We often see comparisons of proof of work against proof of stake on the block proposal side, but never on the validation by the entire network. And people who run nodes are kind of validating and accepting or not accepting the blocks. And it seems that in Ethereum now you need like so much larger machines to validate the network. So I'm surprised to never see these numbers also in these comparisons of how much a network consumes. What do you think about it?
It's not actually that bad. I have a DApp node instance, which is running an Ethereum, an ETC, a Bitcoin, a Litecoin, Monero, and a Zcash node, all on a single piece of hardware, and it works fine. It's not a Raspberry Pi, no. If you're down in Raspberry Pi land, you're not going to run so many in parallel. But you know, this stuff isn't impossible. You know, I think people often oversell how hard it is to run an Ethereum node. If you run a full archival node, then yeah, you're not going to have a happy time on that. But most people have no need to run an archival node. We have Jared Hope here, whose team developed the Nimbus client, and can talk about these things if you'd like. He's this gentleman here.
Okay, we got another question over here.
Hello, Bob. Good morning. I'm just a volunteer from Discord. What I want to ask you is, do you think that ETC cooperative will continue to maintain for the next few years compatibility with Ethereum EVM?
So generally, what we've, I don't know if everyone heard that, the question was basically, is ETC intending to maintain compatibility with Ethereum? Generally speaking, ETC is tracking Ethereum on protocol changes, unless they are things which are in violation with the goals of ETC, which mainly turns into monetary policy. So I mean, ETC, you could see it, it's like Ethereum, but proof of work with a fixed monetary policy. Generally, that's what ETC is. So controversial changes, we do bring them all over. So if you are running smart contracts on Ethereum, those generally just port straight over. Same way as there are many other EVM chains. So yeah, the intention is to stay compatible unless they do a bad thing, like the DAO.
Slock it. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, everyone.
This guy gives, if you don't know this already, this is the best hugger in crypto. Yeah? And there's another guy named Griff Green that we know from the Ethereum space.
Wow, come on.
But these are one of the best huggers. Thank you so much for coming up and starting out the conference in this way, Bob.
Cheers, everyone.
So next up is just another guy on the internet who's probably best known for defending his house and homestead after being doxxed on the internet. Mr. Jameson Lopp, one of the most prolific researchers in the space, and I think everybody knows who he is, right? Leave some time. We'll do some Q&A afterwards as well. Okay.
All right. Cross your fingers for what is always the most nail-biting aspect, hoping that we get the presentation to display correctly. All right. So, why are we here? Really, it's because proof of work is a fascinating phenomenon, and it has a variety of different applications. I think most of us here are familiar with using it, of course, for mining, for securing proof of work consensus networks. But proof of work is a technology that's existed for, I think, about 30 years. And it's only really in the past decade or so, I think, started to get more acceptance and understanding. And it's the understanding aspect which I, as a researcher, find particularly interesting. So, when I was asked to come here, talk about proof of work, I wasn't entirely sure what I was going to talk about, because over the years, there's a number of different things that I found interesting. And when I looked back, this is just from my own blog. I found at least 10 different essays and research pieces that I've done over the past decade that I've tagged with proof of work or mining. Most of them investigating the Bitcoin network, various aspects of block creation and hash rate distribution and historical aspects of mining. Though you'll see in 2021, I used proof of work on my own website. And I use it to stop all of the stupid spam bots that are trying to use my contact form to send me advertisements and stuff that I don't want. And it works pretty well for that. But there's so many aspects of this technology and its application that I think merit further exploration. And proof of work, I think, was interesting from Satoshi's perspective. Satoshi talked about it in a few different ways as, proof of work is a solution to synchronizing essentially the dissemination of data. It's how do we take a piece of data and somehow modify it or alter it or give it this characteristic of integrity so that we can then share that data out with the world without a care for which intermediaries, which third parties may have handled that data at some point. As Satoshi said, proof of work has this really nice property that it can be relayed through untrusted middlemen. And so, the proof of work is its own self-contained piece of integrity. It's great. It is very simple mathematical construct where you take that data, you run very simple algorithmic computation on it, and you can be ensured that it has not been tampered with and that someone has put a decent amount of energy and expended that effort to put the data out there into the world. Now, personally, one of the things that I've been doing a lot of research into, and what I'll talk about in this talk, is the difficulty in measuring proof of work. And this gets into the mechanics of essentially the Poisson distribution of your expected output from a given proof. These things are probabilistic. They're not perfect in the sense that you can't look at a proof of work and know exactly how much time, money, cost, CPU cycles were put into that proof, but you can get a generally good idea. And the reason that these proof of work networks work so well is that when you scale that up to a global network, to tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of machines around the world that are all working in concert, then with the law of averages, these distributions work out quite nicely. But if you're looking at one particular proof, you can't really know what went into it. And so it's this measurement problem that I found very interesting. So I think of proof of work as the wind, as a natural phenomenon where it's out there. We know that there are a ton of miners out there mining these different proof of work networks, but we can't truly know, we can't precisely measure the amount of electricity and the amount of computational cycles that are going into these proofs. But I wondered, how close can we get to truly knowing, to accurately being able to measure the global network hash rate? And so I will specifically talk about delving into trying to understand the Bitcoin hash rate. And I think much of what I will be talking about is applicable to other proof of work networks, though there's some caveats mainly around the data collection. So, The details here of how you estimate proof of work when you're given a proof and you want to know how much work went into it, the specifics aren't really important. You don't need to know this. But as I said, it's a pretty simple mathematical formula where you can look at the known difficulty target for a given block. You can know, this is like the number of leading zeros in the proof that were required to be valid. You can kind of work backwards from there to say, okay, if the difficulty was this much, then we expect that somewhere around this amount of work would have to be put into it. And then the most important thing I think to take away from this is that the variable that goes into estimating global network hash rate, global level of work being performed, is the number of trailing blocks, really. How long of a time window are you looking at to then figure out this sort of aggregate average of total number of expected hashes being performed over a given amount of time. And thankfully, we don't have to actually do any of this math by hand. If you're running a node, for example, you can just run this get network hash per second, give it a few parameters, and that does the hard work for you. If you're going around looking at different websites that tell you what the global network hash rate is for Bitcoin, and then you try to line them up on the same chart, you may notice that they don't actually line up. And that's because these different websites are not using the same algorithm, or in many cases, they're using a different number of trailing blocks, a different time range over which they're doing that calculation from the last slide to try to make this estimate. And this can be problematic if you want to know a real accurate hash rate. Hashrate Index is one of the premier sites, I think, out there that has some good research and good thought pieces around the particular estimates and why you should use them. And from their perspective, they believe that the 7-day trailing estimate is a pretty good approximation. You can see here, it's pretty smooth, it's not too volatile, it looks like a pretty nice chart. Kraken, a couple of years ago, put out a white paper for something that they called the true hash rate. Unfortunately, they did not converge upon a specific algorithm that they thought would give you the best and most accurate hash rate. Rather, what they did is they took the daily, like 140 block estimate, and they would then use a 30-day rolling average of each of those daily estimates, find the standard deviation for that, and then what you see, so that's the actual volatile chart, is that daily hash rate. And then what they would do is they would find that standard deviation, which is the blue shaded area, and they would calculate what they considered to be the 95% confidence band of what the true global hash rate was. Unfortunately, this, as you can see, is nearly like a 40% in either way potential deviation. So I would say if you're calling that a confidence range, I would not be very confident about picking any particular number in that range. So what did I do? I basically started trying to understand this myself. And so one of the first things I did, this is from a blog post that I published a few months ago, is I just started writing a bunch of scripts to output many, many different hash rate estimates across different time ranges. And so, for simplicity and the ability to give you some nice charts that are somewhat legible, here we have 10 block, 50 block, 100 block, 1,000 block, and 10,000 block estimates. We can see that it's highly volatile if you're only using the past 10 blocks, which is about 2 hours worth of data. But once you get up to around a 3-day, 400, 500 block time frame, that starts to smooth out a bit more. But the downside is these shorter time frames can have more distortion, more volatility. and they can make the hash rate appear a lot higher or a lot lower than it really is. So I think it's generally agreed that the 7-day, around the 1,000 block hash rate is a pretty good mixture between getting that volatility and getting something that is a bit more predictable and accurate. The problem, though, as you can see, if you go out to like 10,000 blocks, if you go out to multiple weeks, while that is smoother, it's always going to be off by more, and that's because you start lagging whatever the real hash rate is. Because if you think about it, there's lots of miners out there that are constantly adding machines to this network. So you're going to start to be several weeks behind whatever that real hash rate is. Now, one of the interesting and I think novel things that I stumbled upon is that there is a way for us to start to get a better idea of what the actual accuracy of these things is. Now, the goal, I think, if you're doing hash rate estimates, is you need to be only working off the data that is available to you in the blockchain, that's publicly available to everyone. The problem with that is you have no external source that you can really check it against. And what I found earlier this year is that Brain's mining pool has actually started to collect what they call the real-time hash rate. And essentially, for the past couple of years, what they've been doing is every few minutes, they ping every mining pool's API out there, and they get back whatever the self-reported hash rate from that mining pool is. Thankfully, the folks at Brains were kind enough to give me a full data dump of the data they had collected. It was pretty messy. I had to write a bunch of scripts to normalize the data and essentially chunk it into blocks. And so I got this chart of what I ended up with the aggregate from all of these pools being, and I put that against the 3-day hash rate. And very quickly discovered that for the first year or so of this data set, it's very wrong. So my suspicion is that they were not collecting it from all of the mining pools. But we can see that after that first year, it actually starts to line up pretty well. So it looks like they got to the point where they, in fact, were collecting data from all of the public mining pools. So this, in particular the blue line, this is what I have been using as my sort of baseline, real hash rate that I can then perform various calculations upon to try to figure out how well these purely blockchain data-based hash rate estimates are performing. So I started calculating things like error rates. And as we can see here, the 1 block estimate is insanely wrong. You can be 60,000% off from whatever the real network hash rate is. And this is, of course, essentially when a miner gets lucky and they find a block a few seconds after the last one. Obviously, that's not because the hash rate just went up by 60,000%. It's just luck. It has to do with the distribution of winning and finding these lottery numbers, as it were. So we know we're going to throw that out. In fact, you can't even really see the error rate. So we'll zoom in some more. So 10 block estimates, they're getting better. We're getting down to an error rate range within 300, 400%. That's still pretty bad. That's still worse than that Kraken true hash rate that they did back in 2020. Let's zoom in some more. We get down to 50 blocks, and we're under 100% average error rates. But it's really, I think, you can see some nice striations here. Once we get into the 500 block range, half a week of data that we're starting to estimate, we can actually start to get under 10%. We're into single-digit error rates. So if we just sort of plot that all out, what is the average hash rate estimate error rate for this particular year-long data set that I was working on? then it's pretty obvious, I think, from this chart, the further out you go, the better your error rate gets. But thankfully, I did not stop at 1,000 blocks because, as I said, you get to a point where you start lagging behind the real hash rate by too much. So it gets interesting when you look at the 1,000 to 2,000 block estimates. And we can see here, eventually, you get around the 1,200 block, more than a week of data, and the error rate starts ticking up again. And this is because you are too far behind. So what we can see is there's a sweet spot. Somewhere in the 1,100 to 1,150 block range of trailing data will give us the best estimate. And similar type of thing, if we look at the standard deviation, it pretty much matches up in terms of trying to find the optimal amount of data to use. So an average error rate of under 4% with a standard deviation of under 3 exahash per second if you're using this 1,100 to 1,150 block trailing data. That's not bad. But I wondered, could we do better? What if we could blend the accuracy of those long-range, week-long estimates with the faster reaction speed and volatility of the shorter-range estimates? And so I did some initial test runs where I just wrote a script where all it did was blend the 100 block estimate with the 1,100 block estimate, and it iterated through a bunch of combinations of 3 different variables. One of those was looking at the different estimates for a number of the trailing blocks, the previous blocks before that block, really anywhere from 10 to 100 previous blocks worth of estimates. And then a variable of weighting the shorter term estimate if it was higher than the long-term estimate, and a variable of weighting the shorter term estimate if it was lower than the long-term estimate. I was basically using this long-term estimate as a baseline. So that would be the red line being the long-term estimate, and the 100 block is the yellow line, and of course blue is the quote-unquote real hash rate, but that's not even used in any of this. We can't actually rely upon that or use that as a data set. And since this script tries so many different permutations, it took several days to run. I actually parallelized it, and the output ended up with about 5 million different data points. But from each run, where I was essentially looking at 10 range trailing block ranges here, I found some interesting patterns, basically that weighing the short range estimate at about 20% seemed to give the most accurate error rates and standard deviations for that given range. But of course, I only did up to about 100 trailing blocks for that first run. So we can see here, this was actually a failure. We're trying to beat that 1,150 or 1,120 block estimate, which has an average error rate of 3.8% and standard deviation of 2.95 exahash. None of these even got close to that. So we haven't found a strictly better algorithm yet, but we can see some trends. So what did I decide to do next? Really, I said, okay, we need to do even more blending of more hash rate estimates. So for my next run, I blended 10 different estimates, basically 100 block, 200 block, 300 block, all the way up to 1,000 block estimates. And my script was a little bit more complex. I basically said, if any of these estimates is more than one standard deviation away from the baseline 1,100 block estimate, then I would give that a 10% weight. Otherwise, I would give 10% weight to the long-term estimate. I also tried setting some cutoff thresholds for these shorter-term estimates where if it was lower than the baseline, I would throw them out. I quickly discovered from trying a bunch of different weights that the greatest accuracy improvement came from throwing out all of the short-term estimates that were lower than the baseline estimate. And I think this is because the general trend for the hash rate is up. So almost always, if your estimate is going down, it's almost always wrong. So from that, I actually ended up settling upon an algorithm that had an average error rate of 3.495% with a standard deviation of 2.69. So this was a slight improvement. So sort of takeaways here. Most websites are publishing one-day estimates, which have about 6.7 average percent rate in their error. The savvier sites are using 3-day averages, which are a little better. The best sites should use that 7-day average, which has less than a 4% error rate. And I managed to find a slight optimization here where I improved upon that 7-day average trailing estimate by 13% on the error rate and 14% on the standard deviation. And this was just from spending a few days and writing some scripts that took a few days to run. I think there is still plenty of room for improvement and future work. There are, of course, some assumptions here. I only had 1 year of data to work with. We're assuming that those pools are honestly reporting whatever their true hash rate is. I would say from looking at the data, it looks like they are fairly honest. It's also assuming the pools don't share hash rate basically with each other, which I think is probably pretty minimal. Now, the algorithm that I came up with is technically more computationally complex, but it's only about 10 times more complex, and we're still talking milliseconds, really, to calculate that. This, as I said, it should be applicable to most other proof-of-work networks, but it would be problematic if you're trying to run it against a network that is quote-unquote ASIC resistant, aka networks that are changing their hashing algorithm on a regular basis, because that's, of course, just going to reset everything. And I think the main things that we can look for to improve upon this are just waiting longer to collect more data. That will obviously improve our accuracy and allow us to have algorithms that are better able to handle things like, for example, the China ban, when we saw half of the network hash rate just disappear over the matter of a few weeks. And I think the real potential improvement here, this seems like the type of problem that should be great for machine learning, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to find the optimal number of different parameters and variables that we can tweak to hone in on what the most accurate hash rate estimate would be. So this is just sort of me nerding out. I do this a lot on all types of different aspects of Bitcoin, and welcome really any insights or questions if you want to talk about proof of work or really anything else related to this ecosystem.
So my first question is we have approximately in March of next year our next halvening. What do you anticipate seeing in hash rate pre and direct post halvening?
Yeah, the interesting thing about the halving is that it's very well known, right? The miners are hurtling towards this full steam ahead, and we've seen, over the past year, hash rate going crazy. So, the miners are not stupid. They're doing all their profitability calculations. They're already calculating what they expect their profitability will be after the halving. So, I think we can definitely anticipate it's going to keep zooming upward until the point of the halving. At that point, sure, there will definitely be some of the less profitable miners that have to drop off the network, but I would be willing to bet it'll be fairly negligible.
Okay, so definitely we've got some questions from nerds in the room. All right, cool. Run out here. Looks like we have about 2-3 questions. Donald.
Thank you. Thank you, Love. Very good presentation. What is the use case of knowing the hash rate more accurately for Bitcoin, Ethereum Classic, or Litecoin? What are people using it today, for example? And why would it be better for it to be more exact?
Yeah, you know, there's not necessarily, I think, a financial incentive. You know, if you're a miner and you're trying to understand what you're competing against, then you may be interested in having a little bit better accuracy. But you know, one of the reasons why I started looking into this is simply because I just started getting annoyed by a lot of the sort of influencer accounts out there publishing stuff like, you know, Bitcoin network hash rate hit 500 exahash or whatever. Because most of the time, and this happens for many different aspects in the space, but you know, people will post a data point and they won't talk about how they actually achieved that or what the assumptions were around it. So for me, it's really just about converging upon a standard just to try to reduce the noise. Like when we're trying to talk about something, if we're not all operating off of the same assumptions, then we're going to start yelling at each other, talking past each other, and it's just a waste of time. So I primarily see this as just a way of us trying to converge on a consensus for this one particular way of viewing these networks.
Cool. Next question is from Kerry Washington.
Hey, Jameson. So you had the data from this company that you said the first year or two it was noisy.
Yeah.
And so I'm really curious about, first of all, was it because of you that you got the data? And second, did you have a discussion with them about, well, those first 2 years were basically garbage, right? I had to look at them the third year. So I'd love to hear what you thought about that and if you had a conversation. Yeah,
a little bit. Like I was lucky, and you know, probably the fact that it was me helped. You know, from my understanding, you know, Brains they started collecting this just out of interest. Like they haven't really been doing much with it. If you go to the Brains mining pool dashboard, you can see the current real-time hash rate that is the aggregate of what's being reported from all the pools. What they have not done any historical analysis. So basically, they had all this data just sitting in the database, but it's currently not exposed in any way for the average person to consume. So I did have to politely ask, hey, can you give me this JSON data dump? And then I had to write my own tooling to better understand it. And so I think it was just because this was just a sort of side interest thing that they weren't trying to monetize or do anything with, that it was a piecemeal type of function where over time they were slowly adding more and more mining pools out there. And so eventually they got to the point where they had effectively all of the hash rate. But you know, this is a trusted third-party data source, right? I have no way of verifying the numbers that they gave me because no one else, as far as I'm aware of, has been collecting those numbers. So, you know, if this is something that the community or some subset of other entities in the space is interested in, it would be great if we had multiple distributed entities that were all consuming this data, storing it, and then we could, you know, cross-check with each other to converge upon an even more reliable measure of the real-time network hash rate.
Cool. Next up is Cypherpunk, the real Nick Laz.
I love you, Michael. Thank you for the work, Jameson. That's lovely statistical work. My questions are more about the distribution of hash rates, because we ever so often see pie charts where it's like, this pool has more, this pool has less. So could your work give us more clarity about the distribution of hash rate globally? And is there a way to potentially distribute this or decentralize this? Thank you.
I think that the hash rate distribution, that would come more into looking at the real-time hash rate. You know, all of my stuff was looking at aggregates, and when you're looking at aggregates, you know, you're really based off of only the blocks that are being reported. There are different ways, I guess, to look at the blocks in the blockchain to look for the tags from the different mining pools, and that's a pretty well understood, I think, operation. There's a number of different entities out there that will consume those tags and give you those pie charts. So I would say that, you know, the pool hash rate distribution is, you can rely upon that fairly well, though it is subject to the same issues that I just talked about, where it's based on how many trailing blocks they're looking at. But I think usually the 3-day and the 7-day are the most common for what we see with those pie charts. But yeah, I mean, I thought it was interesting when Bob showed the chart about how China banning Bitcoin was actually good for the sort of pollution aspect of Bitcoin. It was also good for the global geographic distribution of hash rate. However, what we've seen is that the center of the world of hash rate has moved from China to America. So we've just sort of moved the problem over. So sure, America is a somewhat less authoritarian state than China. You could probably argue that it's better to have more hash rate in America, but the optimal hash rate distribution, I believe, is for it to be distributed around the world, get as much jurisdictional and regulatory arbitrage as possible. And my optimistic view on that is that that is inevitable over the long term, and that's because energy is widely distributed. So I am hopeful that 10 years from now, we will see hash rate even more widely distributed than it is today, and that will be good for Bitcoin.
So I have one final question that's more for the live stream than it is for this room, although it might possibly be relevant. You're primarily known as a Bitcoiner, and we're here at a Proof of Work Summit, which includes Ethereum, and which includes Litecoin, one of our earliest proof of work forks. Do you think, as someone that's prominent in this space, that there is room for other proof of work coins besides Bitcoin, and why?
Yeah, I mean, I think that what we've seen, especially from the early days, the first 3, 4, or 5 years of like altcoin space, a lot of the innovation back then was literally just like changing the proof of work algorithm. So on one hand, I believe that like the average cryptocurrency user doesn't care at all what the hash rate algorithm is that's securing the network. They don't think about it. It's not important to them. It is important to the network itself, of course. But what we've seen is that this is kind of a winner-take-all type of environment in the context of a specific hash rate algorithm. There can only be one king of SHA-256. There can only be one king of Equihash, whatever, especially if it's the type of algorithm that is implemented with ASICs. And this is because you end up having all of these other networks that, just due to the difficulty in bootstrapping networks and network effects, like the number 2 network is very rarely even half the size, value, and therefore computational difficulty of the number 1 network, which means all of the other networks that aren't number 1 for whatever their hash rate algorithm is are going to be perpetually at risk of 51% attack. So good examples of this for SHA-256, of course, Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin SV, the other 50 Bitcoin forks that use SHA-256. They're all trivially attackable. Really, if you got a single Bitcoin mining pool that wanted to, they could just demolish those other things. Why doesn't that happen? That's I think, an interesting question of game theory, and probably the fact that it's just not even worth the time and effort for this to happen. But they do remain under perpetual threat, and we have seen stuff. Actually, I think BSV has been 51% attacked a few times, and most people didn't even notice because nobody uses it. But it's an ongoing thing.
I always see it sort of like, old classic car clubs, right? There's some guy with a 1954 Turkish fiat, a Tofaş, and he will keep that thing running, you know, 4 generations. And I sort of like think that chains will never die. I see that there will always be some hobbyist that's got 5 computers at home in the basement and a friend in another country, and they'll keep the network going, sort of thing.
Yep.
Jameson Locke, man, thank you so much for the subtle branding. Next up, we have the Vlad Costea from the Bitcoin Takeover podcast and open source magazine, coming up to do some super cycle FUD busting, some very nerdy stuff. One of my favorite smiling, energetic young faces in the space. I think this guy's amazing. Looking forward to his talk.
Good morning. It's really good to see that you woke up for this event, because I know that some of us partied hard last night. There was that speaker's dinner, and then some of us went to Parallel Police, and that's where the fun took place. And there was a lot of beer. I don't find the oh, it's here. Thank you. So while I set this up, I just want to ask you if there's anyone in this room that likes Litecoin. Raise your hand. So I count about 10, 11. What about Ethereum Classic? Do you like that one? Oh, more hands. I guess you guys are better represented. Anyway, I'm happy that you raised your hand and you expressed your support. Is this going to switch to my presentation? Because I'm going to talk about Bitcoin maximalism. But before you throw eggs and tomatoes at me, I need to talk a little bit about my background and how I got invited here. And since my background is in political science and I spent way too much time there, I even pursued a PhD and then I dropped out. But I think from a political philosophy point of view, it's very interesting to analyze this movement and explain its origins and its purpose, because it's all over the place right now. And I'm trying to bring some clarification. So basically, who's this guy? It's a good question. I'm not sure if many of you know me. I spend most of my time arguing with people on Twitter about Bitcoin. But I first read about Bitcoin in 2013, and I thought it was a very stupid idea. I mean, I was 21 years old at the time, and my thought process was, I own a bank account, I can send money to whoever I want, so why do I need this internet money that's mostly used on the Silk Road? So yeah, I was also a bit afraid of it, and I wrote a magazine about it. You can check it out later if you want. It's also open source if you want to download it. Well, I will try to minimize the shilling here and focus on the main point. I have been doing the Bitcoin Takeover podcast for almost 5 years, and it seems like a long time, but I haven't lost passion for it, so I'm still doing it. And I created the magazine, I told you about it, but I'm a Bitcoin maximalist, and today I'm going to explain to you what this means. Basically, before I was a Bitcoin maximalist, I worked for the Litecoin Foundation, and I got invited by Charlie Lee in 2017 to join the Litecoin Slack, which I thought was amazing at the time, because there was this guy who was famous and rich, and he was in the news, and basically he acknowledged my existence by adding me to a Slack group. Like, he was aware of my email address. I thought it was amazing. And then I wrote some articles for the first 4 or 5 newsletters of the Litecoin Foundation. I was actually surprised that they were getting published, but I read them again 5, almost 6 years later, and I was like, they're not that bad. I mean, when you think about yourself when you were younger, you think you're naive and you didn't know anything, but I read them and I was like, this is pretty good. I mean, I'm proud of myself at the time. I did some beta testing for Light Wallet, and I think Kerry Washington is here. Basically, I reported some bugs to him. I was just testing the features in the wallet. I found some suboptimal features in it, and I was telling him, and he was happy to get feedback. And I also wrote an article in all of the free issues of a community magazine of Litecoin that was called Light Life. I'm not sure if anyone remembers that. And I tested Lightning Network on Litecoin in 2018, and at the time there was this hacker's spirit of people testing stuff, and I burnt my SSD doing it. And I also had other stuff on that SSD, and I lost the data. It was my boating accident moment, I think. But I'm not here to talk about that. Basically, I also did some extension block, Mimble-Wimble stuff for testing. And yeah, this is a screenshot of the first article that I wrote. If you are subscribed to the Litecoin newsletter, you can find it. Otherwise, I'm not sure how. But I also tried to contribute to Ethereum Classic in 2018. I wrote an email to Igor Artemonov, who was the lead developer at ETC Dev, and he was one of the main guys in the project. I'm not sure if he is around anymore, if anyone remembers him. Maybe you do. And I also covered the ETC Dev versus ETC Labs drama back in 2018. It was pretty interesting to see how there was this new team of developers who were trying to take over the project, and it was a struggle. I always felt ideologically aligned with the original Ethereum chain because it's proof of work, because it did not compromise immutability, and it also has a fixed supply, which means that you guys have better intentions than the proof of stake pro-banker guys. And I interviewed Donald McIntyre on the first episode of my podcast. I think it was in December of 2018 that we did that, and I published it in January of 2019. And what he did at the time was incredible because he summarized the work of Nick Szabo. And I know that they worked together for a while, and he's a big fan, and he read a lot of his blog posts, and what he did on my podcast was to summarize some of them, which was very good. It still is if you listen to it. But how can I still call myself a Bitcoin maximalist given that description? Because we have this classical Baltic Honey Badger 2018 presentation from Giacomo Zucco, who presented the 4 universal truths of Bitcoin maximalism, that 1, everything which is not Bitcoin is a scam, every attempt at changing Bitcoin is a scam, every attempt at pushing people to spend Bitcoin is a scam, we shouldn't be nice to scammers. So what the hell am I doing here? I think if some people on Twitter are going to see my presentation, they're going to cancel me. But I fight with them for a living, I think, at this point. So my understanding of Bitcoin maximalism is that you have this very secure proof-of-work network, which has the soundest money, and you want to build stuff on top of it. But if you want to build stuff on top of it, you need to experiment with it first. You need to see if there's market demand for it. You need to have market incentives for it. And you need to make sure that you're not going to break the code base. And that's very important. I mean, of course, every attempt at changing Bitcoin is a scam. But I believe that Bitcoin still needs to scale better and to have better privacy. And I think I said all of the points here. Features are not mature enough to be added to Bitcoin until they get released on altcoins. And use cases require market demand and liquidity to incentivize contributors. So yeah, this is my approach to Bitcoin maximalism. But initially, Bitcoin maximalism was named by Vitalik Buterin in this 2014 article, where he basically was arguing with a Reddit post by a guy who said that Counterparty, which is a layer on top of Bitcoin, is going to add the smart contracting features that were planned for Ethereum. And basically the argument at the time was that Bitcoin was going to have everything that Ethereum has, but apparently that was not the priority among developers, and a lot of the activity ended up moving to Ethereum. But I'm not sure if anyone around this room remembers the Bitcoin 2.0 debates and all of those projects that were being proposed with OmniLayer, which was Mastercoin before it, and NXT, which was, I think, Ethereum before Ethereum came out. Anyone? No? Yes. If you're into Bitcoin history, you should look into that, because all of these ideas with Ethereum were first proposed for Bitcoin, and you can still find some prototypes of stuff. So I did a classification of Bitcoin maximalism, and I think in the next slides I tried to zoom in because I was not sure of the size of the projection, but I think this is pretty good. I basically identified 2 main types. There's the network level Bitcoin maximalism, and there's the monetary level Bitcoin maximalism. And you have the internal network level type and the external one. Internal refers to the network, external refers to other networks. And there's positive and negative. I mean, I'm not sure if I can call them that. That's why I just put them in different colors. There is Bitcoin will scale on-chain through soft forks that makes transactions smaller. I think that's the most conservative Greg Maxwell type of statement that you can find. You guys know who Greg Maxwell is, right? Okay. I'm using the right references. And the other one is Bitcoin is only for the people who can afford it. And this is the more extreme one. This is the original toxic maximalist point of view that Bitcoin is a scarce resource and there's going to be a race to the bottom for it. And people are going to be willing to pay thousands of dollars to get into the next block, which I'm not yet convinced that everyone is going to do that, but let's see if that happens. But I hope we scale better until that happens. There's the external network level toxic maximalism, which says, let's build side chains and layer 2s. And I think I identify the most with this idea. You want to build stuff that's robust on a network that's secure. To me, that makes sense. And there's the other approach. Altcoins and custodians as scaling layers are fine. And I think anyone who works for an exchange or BitGo, no offense, Jameson, but yeah, anyone who works for these companies and probably is pro-government is going to be like, yeah, it's fine to keep Bitcoin like this, don't improve it ever, ossify it, and let's have these exchanges to be the main scaling layers, which I think defeats the purpose. I'm not a big fan of that. But then you also have the monetary type of maximalism, which says, if it's positive, it says that Bitcoin is the hardest, most honest money known to man, and all use cases, tokens, and types of property will be traded for BTC. And there is no wrong way to use it, because it's money, it's yours, it's your personal sovereignty. Not anyone on the internet can tell you what you can do with it and what you can't. But there's also the negative side of it, which says that everything that is not Bitcoin is a shitcoin, and it's going to zero. Don't ever spend it, like just hold it, like it's some sort of collectible. To me, that doesn't make much sense, but people genuinely believe that they're going to store generational wealth. I mean, that might be the case, but if you don't use it, you're not gonna increase the demand for it. And if there's not much demand, how do you expect the price to go up? It's an interesting paradox. And I basically try to explain why maximalism makes sense. That's my picture with laser eyes from 2 years ago. I was using this on Twitter. It makes sense to build on the most secure, decentralized, and politically resilient money network. Bitcoin, the currency, has the fairest free market-driven distribution of all cryptocurrencies. I'm not sure if there's anyone in this room who's going to disagree with this. But Bitcoin had this immaculate conception, and it's unlikely that anyone will be able to replicate that. Because when Bitcoin launched, nobody really expected it to be successful. And nobody gave it any sort of value for a couple of years. And that was useful for development and for distribution of coins. Now, if you deploy something else, I think we had Monero, which had a similar launch, but it was within an industry, and it gained market value instantly. So the fact that it's exposed to markets means that there's more pressure on development, there's more pressure to pre-mine. It's entirely different, and it's very hard to replicate that. I think Grin also tried to do it, and now they're struggling to get funds. And that's unfortunate, but I hope they succeed because they had a pretty good launch. And there's also the argument that being a maximalist protects newbies, but I'm not 100% sold on it. I think that it's the exact opposite. People are gonna buy whatever they want. They're gonna buy dog money or monkeys or frogs, and then they're going to lose 99% of their value, and they're going to be frustrated and unhappy, and they're gonna be like, oh, I wish I just bought Bitcoin because that one is only 45% down. That's, I think, the thought process that leads people to Bitcoin. Why maximalism is excessive, and this is why I'm gonna get canceled on Twitter today. Basically, it's an interesting ideology, but it's inconsistent. And I'm saying this because, for example, there's this book, The Bitcoin Standard, which is being sold. The arguments are very weak. If you actually read Austrian economics, you're gonna stumble into this guy named Hayek, and you're going to discover the concept of private currencies that compete with each other on a free market. And somehow, this concept of monetary Bitcoin maximalism was constructed by cherry-picking some ideas from lots of different Austrian economists, but it's super inconsistent. If you actually read the works directly, you're going to realize, okay, this doesn't make much sense. But this guy, Seyfedin, was able to do this very successfully, and he was able, I think, to build an entire lifestyle out of it. There are people who pay for steak dinners just to sit next to him and eat and ask him about economics. I don't know, it's strange. I don't identify with that side of the community. And it doesn't make much sense because if you don't have financial incentives, you can't really have proper experiments. There are network-level Bitcoin maximalists who say, why don't you do this on the Bitcoin test net? But first of all, not everything is compatible with that code base. Secondly, how do you expect people to contribute out of the goodness of their hearts and put actual effort into it if you don't have any incentive? I think an example is with Litecoin, and this is a positive one. In 2017, when you guys activated SegWit, I think Charlie put $1 million in a SegWit address, and that was a bounty for anyone to break. And to this day, I think the money was not moved. It's still there. It's a proof that that type of system is secure, and it actually helped with integrating SegWit into Bitcoin. It was one of the factors that contributed to that. And it could not happen, I think, if it wasn't for Litecoin. So we owe it to you guys. And it's incompatible with free markets, the idea of maximalism. You need competition. I think, so I dislike Ethereum philosophically, and I mean the unoriginal chain, the one that's being co-opted by bankers right now in its proof of stake. But I still think that competition is healthy. And the fact that I think the best part about it is that they pushed cryptography research, and they're doing some stuff with zero-knowledge proofs, which wasn't experimented before. And for all of the monkey tokens and whatever, they actually poured some money into development, which I give them credit for that, and I hope some of it ends in Bitcoin, unless everyone is against it because it was built on Ethereum first, but that's a stupid primitive. Anyway, what I think that Bitcoin I can't talk anymore, maximalism does, is that it regulates speech on social media. Because people meet at conferences, they're like, yeah, I want to buy your token, I want to invest in your company, but they're not going to say it on Twitter because they know they're going to get canceled. So it's just a facade. There's not much depth to this ideology except for a few cases of people who make a living out of promoting a lifestyle. And yeah, I said this, it's more of an ideology and lifestyle than a positive mindset because it's not really building anything. It's too conservative. And this goes back to this struggle within Bitcoin between Austrian economists who don't want to change anything and cypherpunks who actually desire to bring more features. And I think it's the cypherpunks that build stuff, and I have a lot of respect for this. And I thank you guys, the guys who are building stuff, for doing what you're doing. And I also made this slide, which is going to be also controversial and probably get me canceled on Twitter. Who benefits from maximalism? I mean, who also benefits from it? The governments have figured out how Bitcoin works, right? So they don't want it to change, because if it changes, they have to catch up. And if it remains like this, they can tax it, they can over-regulate the on-ramps and off-ramps, they can ask you to ban certain IP addresses on your nodes, or they can make that OFAC list for banned addresses that you're not supposed to mine if you're a miner. I think there was only one mining pool that complied so far. It was called Marathon or something. Is anyone from Marathon here? Good. Anyway, surveillance companies also benefit from Bitcoin not improving. There is Chainalysis, which is a famous example. I think Brian Bishop, who's in the back, was invited to audit their code, and they called you incompetent or something. They're like, yeah, you're not good enough for our code base. Because they don't want to show it. They don't want to get exposed for how that works. And they make a lot of money from the fact that Bitcoin doesn't add any type of privacy, at least not on the base layer. But there's the CoinJoin stuff, which is pretty great if you look into it. Financial institutions that play the pump and dump game while they sponsor podcasters who tell their listeners to never sell or spend. These guys make a lot of money, and they make up their memes, and they tell you don't sell until 100K, and then they sell at 68, and you end up holding the bags, and they sell, and they make their money. And they play this game, and they benefit from this ideology of never selling. Large custodians and KYC-compliant exchanges also make a lot of money, because first of all, they issue their own tokens, and they experiment with different networks, and they benefit from the fact that Bitcoin does not really change. And of course, toxic influencers who sell seats at steak dinners, they make a lot of money from this lifestyle. My final message to you, and I see that I have 13, no, I'm over time by 15 seconds, so I think I timed this well. Never stop improving Bitcoin. I think it's a very solid monetary network. You don't want to break it, I agree with that, but don't stop coming up with proposals and thinking of better ways to accomplish this, what the mission of this project is, to make payments really trustless and enable peers around the world to exchange money without any third party in the middle, without the permission of any government, and preferably in a scalable and affordable way. So thank you.
So one of my favorite things is the Bitcoin community. I think that actually Bitcoin and crypto in a larger sense is a community of communities. Do you feel that Bitcoin maximalists have gained or lost in two places? One, public messaging, mind share, and secondly, you know, in terms of a broader influence that's outside of, you know, our communication bubbles?
Let me explain the concept through this lens. I spend a lot of time asking myself if I'm part of a cult. And I ask myself, does money need to become a religion for it to be successful? And does the US dollar need this sort of advertisement? And they do, but with governments, because that's how they operate. For Bitcoin to succeed, does it need to become a religion? Does it need all of these memes and all of these advices? Advice, it doesn't have a plural. Advice about how you should use it? I don't think so, but this seems to work with some people. There seem to be these guys who dedicate their entire lives to defending Bitcoin at any cost. And by defending, it also means making sure that there is never any sort of change, unless it comes from about free developers that they trust. And I also think that's a bit dangerous. It tends towards a single point of failure, but that's not up to me to evaluate. I think they did a good job so far, so I'm not in a position to criticize themselves, but the situation. Did Bitcoin maximalism hurt adoption? I don't really think so, but in some people it triggers that stubbornness, and they say, you know, I'm not gonna do what you tell me to, I'm gonna do the exact opposite. So to rebels, it's, I guess, off-putting. It makes you not want to get involved in the community, but I guess most people are not like that. And it's unfortunate, I think, because at least in the US right now, Bitcoin is sort of the compliant and the clean coin. And they don't want to be associated with, you know, the past of Bitcoin, which was Silk Road or just rebels trading.
So I think that the strongest place, or the most prominent place that we see Bitcoin maximalism being active is in scaling solutions and in developing on top of Bitcoin. Our most recent debate is drive chains, and you dive often into these, you know, into these hornets' nests of discussion. So do you think that Bitcoin maximalism really actually has an effect on building on top of Bitcoin or not? Is it, you know, noise in the ether?
I think there are a lot of ideologically driven guys who work on Bitcoin for the simple reason that they want to work on Bitcoin. But I think they also do pretty well financially, and they can afford to take losses over the short term. We're developing projects. There is this guy who's building RGB on top of Lightning, and he's very driven. I think he's going to speak here tomorrow, Maxim Orlovsky.
He is, yeah.
Very nice fellow. I'm a big fan of his work, but at the same time, he sacrificed many years of his life just burning money out of his own pocket developing that protocol that's not even getting the kind of reception that you wanted. So it's tough. I gotta admit, there's not much money in Bitcoin. There's a lot of money being thrown at Ethereum projects, but for Bitcoin developers, there's not as much.
So where do you think that money can come from in the ecosystem to support Bitcoin development? You know, where would you like to see more activity that we have development happening like we see on proof-of-stake chains?
Well, in proof-of-stake chains, most of the money comes from exchanges, which are the most profitable businesses in the space. In Bitcoin, sometimes it comes from exchanges, but most of the times it's a mix between VCs and early whales who just want stuff to get built. And I think the whales are the ones with the best intentions. They don't care about anything except for improving something that they want to be improved. I think these guys are actually the best kind of investors in development. But I think right now Bitcoin is lagging in this department. Mostly, I think we're stuck in a cultural paradox where simultaneously you're supposed to not spend your Bitcoin ever because that's supposed to be passed on to your children and it's your generational wealth. But at the same time, you're supposed to increase demand for it. And how are you going to increase demand unless you someone sells, you know? Someone actually sends their coins to someone else. And I don't know how that's going to play out, but I do agree that there needs to be more money in development. I think Lightning right now, which is the biggest second layer, is underfunded. It was a big deal when Lightning Labs raised some money back in 2019. It was all over the news and they were so happy. But it seems like VC money also perverts the development. I think Lightning Labs, for example, switched from wanting to make Lightning super efficient and scalable to wanting to add stable coins and basically the US dollar on top of Lightning. And I can understand that there's market demand for this, but at the same time, not only that they diverged from the initial plan, but also it seems like this is the influence of their financiers. And
yeah, so there's always trade-offs with finance.
This happens a lot in the space. So if you're an OG whale and you want to see sidechains or whatever, you can contact guys who build stuff.
Does anybody have a question for Vlad? Because I really think he's a wealth of cultural information and a very solid observer about what's happening out there in the Bitcoin land. Otherwise, okay. We're not done yet. We got a question back in the corner. Who was it that raised their hand? Oh, okay.
Hi, Vlad. Just a quick question. I saw some reports that were saying that around 17% of the Bitcoin which is held is not being used for payments and transfer and financial interaction. So do you think that this is like a cause for down effect for the social layer that Bitcoin has?
So 17% of the Bitcoin supply is not moving. Is that the argument? I mean, as a libertarian, I'm going to say that it's none of my business and it's somebody else's money. If they don't want to use it, that's fine. It's also a deflationary system, so in a sense, this benefits the price and it makes everyone else's coins more in demand, which I think is good. It's not up to me to decide how they should be using their coins. It's theirs, just like there's that debate about Satoshi's coins. Supposedly, because it's very hard to prove that the addresses are his or hers or theirs, whatever. There was this early mining stage when the difficulty was low, and there's only an assumption made by Sergio Lerner, who said that Satoshi owns 1 million coins. But there were people on the Bitcoin talk forums that came out and said, you know, I mined at the same time, and some of these addresses are actually mine. So it's interesting when you think about it. I think many of these coins that you're referring to, I think Satoshi owns supposedly 5% of the supply. That one never moved, except for that one transaction to Halfini. And if it ever moves, maybe it could be Satoshi returning, but my theory about it is that this is basically a bounty. And it's a way to prove that for as long as the funds in these addresses don't move, the cryptography cannot be cracked, and you can't steal. So if these funds are safe, it means that yours are also safe. At least this is my personal understanding of the situation. This can change, but I think also that the market is mature enough at this point. If all of these coins ended up being sold, someone would buy them. Even if the price impact would be great, there's always someone on the other side who's willing to take the risk to buy the Bitcoin dip. And I think that's a positive side of the whole money cult situation. There's this belief that Bitcoin is going to be very valuable in the future, and it turns out to be a self-fulfilling prophecy in a sense, because you project that energy and you present Bitcoin as a good form of money, and that creates demand for it. Other people are going to want it more. But to be more direct, I don't think it's my business to tell others what they should be doing with their money. If they don't want to move it, that's fine.
So next question, our last question will be from Frank Holmes.
Thank you, Vlad. Frank Holmes, the co-founder of Hive Digital Technology, first crypto mining company. And I thought your presentation was very thoughtful and balanced. And I've come from the world of gold, gold funds. And I found the gold fanatics, the gold bugs, very similar to the maximalists, that really they have a deep down anti-government thesis. And I found that most of them own little gold. They really just want to vent. So I was wondering the same thing with the Bitcoin, real hardcore maximalists. Do they really own that much Bitcoin?
Honestly, I think it's the opposite. But Bitcoin is a very special case where it doesn't matter how much you own, people are going to defend it. They're going to say, yes, I don't want this to be overregulated. Even if they own like $100 of Bitcoin, they're going to care about it. It's different from any other monetary system in this regard. But in my experience, the guys who own a lot of Bitcoin, they're also invested in other projects. I think the ones that are the most toxic and the ones that argue with you on social media are the ones that came after 2017 and were brought up in this school of toxic maximalism, which I highlighted here, which has these universal truths, right? These are, what do you call them? The 10 Commandments, but there's only 4 of them. I remember at one point there was a conference, I'm not gonna name which one, and one of the organizers said, can we allow these people on stage because they ask you to spend your Bitcoin and you're not supposed to spend your Bitcoin? And I was like, what? It's not anyone's business what others do with their money. It seems like, to some extent, this ideology gets towards hating free markets. And I think that's where I disagree the most with it.
Yes, my favorite way to put it is Bitcoin is money for enemies. And that's kind of like pretty much the whole point, is that no matter what it is that you think, you can't control the network, nor can anybody else tell you how or what you do or don't do with Bitcoin. And I think that one of the things...
I think Amir has a question.
Okay, cool. Let me just finish my statement, and I'll run over to Amir. This is also a key point about the standing bounty, right? So the Satoshi coins being a bounty for the security of the network. And I've always thought that that's pretty much what Bitcoin is a standing bounty to fuck it. And it's remained pretty secure. The game theory has been pretty good.
I just want to say that it's an honor to speak before Amir. He's a legend.
No, your talk was very nice, thank you. I saw a lot of Bitcoin people now talking about BlackRock ETF. They're very excited about that. I was like, maybe you can offer some commentary. Everyone's going, oh, BlackRock ETF, it's the new bull market coming in.
I think that's just the new coiners who are excited. I guess also some of the influencers tweet about ETFs, but it defeats the purpose. This is not why Bitcoin exists. That's paper money. It just means that some institution is going to be able to buy and sell contracts that are not necessarily backed by proof of work verified Bitcoin. So we don't even know if that's going to create inflation. And I don't mean inflation in the Bitcoin network. I mean inflation in the financial markets, where institutions are going to buy this paper Bitcoin without ever actually verifying or touching the real coin. That's a bit frightening if you ask me, but it's beyond anyone's control. They can submit ETF proposals. They can, so far I think about 17 of them got denied. Maybe if BlackRock does that, it's more special and they get approved, I don't know. But it's beyond anyone's control at this point. There's also a rumor circulating that BlackRock might release their own ESG compliant fork of Bitcoin, which is switching to proof of stake. I don't know about that. But some people are excited that they...
That's
yeah, I
that's
read
a real
about
good
it.
one.
Some people are excited that they can sell some coins, because if there's a fork, they can dump something.
Well, the thing that Wall Street is best at is derivatives, and I'm sure they're going to do whatever it is they can derive from Bitcoin. Vlad, such a thoughtful, charming, wonderful person in our community. Thank you so much. The best part for me about moderating conferences such as this is really to be on stage with people that I know, love, and respect. The next one up is Amir Taaki, who I've had numerous arguments and disagreements with over the years, and who is always one of the challenging, thoughtful people in the space. He's moved on to build the DarkFi network, and really looking forward to see what you have to say.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. So I'm talking about our project DarkFi, which is anonymous smart contracts. So you'll be like, oh, why are they talking at a proof of work summit? So this is the first time it's being announced, but DarkFi is proof of work blockchain, especially as the distribution method. And we are using a proof of work algorithm with finality. So at some point, the transactions become finalized. So, so there you go. That's the proof of work aspect of this. So, so let's get into DarkFi more. So let's go back in time. So it's 2013, and the director of the FBI gives a speech titled "The Going Dark Problem." And he solemnly warns us of the emerging crisis within law enforcement. Since the Snowden disclosures, increasing public awareness of surveillance has encouraged the wide-ranging use of encryption technologies, what he calls the tech tool of choice for criminals. Unfortunately, the law hasn't kept pace with technology, and this disconnect has created a significant public safety problem. We call it going dark. James Comey, FBI director. The speech highlighted a risk emerging online. Mass popularization of encryption threatens to create a permanent online zone that is impenetrable to law enforcement. We maintain that these dark zones remove the barriers for truly democratic society to realize itself. Recent developments in DAOs and DeFi represent an exciting step towards this future. Additional breakthroughs in cryptography, such as zero-knowledge proofs, are awakening a new era of challenge and upheaval. So I'm going to give an overview of these advances and introduce our project, which is DarkFi. And DarkFi is not a corporate startup. It's more of a democratic economic experiment and operating system for society. So since Comey first documented the going dark problem in 2013, the situation has escalated. So the logic of state expansionism with infinite money printing and industrialism have submerged society into a constant state of war. Power and state apparatus control, oppress, and surveil society, while big tech wraps us in a digital prison. This state of war we can call society side. Society is increasingly deprived of its moral and political character. People have been transformed into a fascist's herds-like masses. Internet technology is centered around extracting profit from users for low-value work, clicking ads. This leads to a huge data harvesting operations and the construction of a surveillance mega machine. This encourages docility and consumption rather than active individuated usership. It is an architecture of oppression structured on user control. Newer and better artificial intelligences are constantly being honed to wage war on the resistance and force the remaining people into giant megacities. With the arrival of central bank digital currencies, CBDCs, and universal basic income, UBI, centralized power is increasingly seeking to close off all competing economic arenas. The corporate state seeks to monopolize economic life. China's social credit scoring, rather than being a disexample, has been an instructive experiment that Western states seek to emulate. What remains in this impoverished world is a new, sinister form of fascism and a dead society that has lost its moral and political fabric. Such a dead society is unable to self-organize or act with initiative. This mega machine constantly searches for innovative methods to extract oil from the ground, fish from the oceans, and lifeblood from society, even as these resources are depleted to crisis levels. For 20 years, we worked on free software. It was a movement with incredible vitality and creativity, exploring ideas long before the proprietary industry would dare touch them. But being a full-time free software developer was a tough situation. We created tremendous value, but were mostly without resources. We did not have a way to capture back some of the value that we were creating. Being unable to capture value meant our expansion was limited and continually resource constrained. So these brilliant concepts that we developed, that were pioneered, could never be fully realized, and society lost the full benefits of a free technology or a free technology paradigm that could have been. The free software movement possessed world-class developers with a community of strong believers, but the movement simply lacked resources due to there being no economic model. So through the power of tokenization, we now have an alternative. So programmable money enables a rich set of techniques to develop economic networks. So token engineering and DAOs are shattering the structure of the old world. The old world is corporate, hierarchical, and rigid. This new world is rich, intense, and creative. In the classical corporate model, you have a consumer-producer dichotomy. This distinction does not exist in crypto. In crypto, the focus is on community and squad wealth. Rather than a company exploiting users for profit and protecting their property, the owners and producers are the community themselves. The value of a project is directly proportional to its community. Tokens capture the value generated by a community and circle that value back to the community itself. The ability of projects to foster participation, enthusiasm, and engagement is therefore crucial. Communities foster autonomy through discourse, negotiation, and narrative. This in turn leads to democratic transformations of the individual, fashioning their character for the values of self-governance and self-development. Nowhere is this social evolution more apparent than in DAOs. DAOs are a governance primitive that enable latent democratic forces to assemble and organize themselves before power and capital forces can narrow them ideologically, like Vlad said with Lightning Labs, where the capital narrowed their focus. So by making the community shareholders, the community can therefore protect itself against this ideological narrowing. This enables the exploration of unrealized liberation zones and the users are stakeholders that can participate directly in governance decisions. They can decide on development targets, features, salaries, capital allocation, and investments. The ideal of politics is to multiply public spaces. Crypto is therefore deeply political. Politics concerns taking decisions regarding the collective interests of society, such as well-being, security, and freedom. In this sense, politics and direct democracy are synonymous. The old model of technology is anti-political because it removes ownership from people and places it into the hands of monopoly. The old model encourages passivity and indifference by design, reducing people to consumers. This is essentially the orientation of modern technology, its arc extending back over 5,000 years to the origin of civilization itself. If you go on Wikipedia and you look up civilization, like literally go on Wikipedia, search civilization, you can read the first few paragraphs in the synopsis, in the lead. And one of those paragraphs, amongst the others, which I encourage you to read, says, civilization concentrates power, extending human control over the rest of nature, including over other human beings. History has swung back and forth in the struggle between democratic society and the state civilization system. At times, this has broken out into open conflict, while in other times it has led to an uneasy peace. Conflict between civilizational forms has accelerated in the modern era. Society is under siege by automated weaponry, surveillance apparatus, and psychological operations which seek to undermine the moral and political freedom of people. But totalitarianism cannot be defeated through compliance. Compliance only emboldens regimes of power. Totalitarian terror is let loose when opposition has died down and the rulers are no longer afraid. Compliance feeds totalitarians and never leads to normality. Resistance is essential to counter the rise of totalitarian rule. Parallel societies offer pockets of freedom that nurture ideologies of resistance and form the basis of a new society. They can be societies oriented around technology, economy, education, or culture. With DAOs and DeFi, we can bring to life a new nation where multiple cultures, ethnicities, and political formations coexist within a confederalist structure. So there is a story of money that goes something like this. It's the dawn of history. People are trading their surplus goods. You have an apple, she has an orange. Trade necessitates a medium of exchange and money emerges. We've all heard this story, except it's a myth. This never occurred in history. In ancient Mesopotamia, there were sophisticated banking networks long before money existed. These networks offered all the modern operations associated with a bank, such as loan operations, deposits, forex, and debt settlement. Babylon, the cradle of human civilization, was home to the flourishing banking center of the region and an active futures market. Money emerged out of this system of credit networks. Deposit slips and futures contracts were traded in the form of clay tokens that could be broken. It was only much later, with the emergence of the Persian Empire, that the gold and silver bimetallic money standard was created. So this history lesson teaches us this. Economic networks are primary. It is the transfer of value within networks that gives money its meaning, not the money itself. Money inherits different properties from the financial networks that they exist within. In 2010, the concept of universal sound money was central to Bitcoin's emergence. As crypto has grown, we have seen the emergence of other asset classes. First, we saw the rise of blockchains with their own unique features, such as Monero. Ethereum was the first to generalize this architecture, which was followed by the growth of ERC20 and the initial ICO boom. But the nature of crypto has changed fundamentally. DeFi has ushered in this new ecosystem-based thinking that sees not just a single coin in isolation, but examines networks in a holistic way. Previously, we used to think about crypto coins and their blockchain. This is Bitcoin, this is Monero, this is Ethereum. The way people reasoned about crypto was as self-sovereign atomic entities. But DeFi enables a new kind of reasoning. We can think in terms of ecosystems, endpoints, networks, and liquidity flows. And with this, we are seeing the sophistication of crypto and the emergence of a parallel financial system. Blockchain-specific coins are being de-emphasized in favor of instruments and networks. And financial engineering allows these networks to interact, to lower volatility, and to transfer assets seamlessly. This is the emergence of a proto-banking layer for crypto. With crypto, it has gained a radical advantage. Banking is more powerful and more fundamental than money. Crypto anarchy is the tactic of using cryptography to create a space of freedom which cannot be penetrated by power and capital monopolies with coercive force. This space of freedom is the nascent seed of a democratic society. These social structures are resistant to state control and totalitarian power from the start. They are programmed with the code of resistance. They are spaces which counter social atomization and promote voluntary bonds by those who cherish freedom. They are dark spaces used by an alliance of democratic forces. Zero knowledge is a powerful technology, one that, if used effectively, opens vast frontiers of freedom. ZK enables us to create anonymous smart contracts. Anyone can write an anonymous program which is called a proof. Even though the data on the blockchain is encrypted, the proof makes a statement about what is happening with that data. It cannot be cheated and is completely secure. And ZK opens up an entirely new design space of anonymous applications that previously we could not create. The technology is mature and rapidly being taken up and applied. Now, you might be thinking that there is a performance penalty for ZK, but actually ZK is fast. It's faster to verify a ZK proof than it is to actually compute the non-ZK function itself. So no matter how big the data is, the proof is always constant size. So, for example, there are some blockchain projects that compress an entire blockchain into a ZK proof, and rather than downloading, 300 gigabytes of data to initially sync with the network, you can instead download a small 22 kilobyte proof that the current state has been correctly computed from the Genesis block. So there are already projects offering this, and this property of ZK is called succinctness. So using this technique, we can create completely dark financial markets, a global decentralized economic network operating fully anonymously. ZK is a powerful design space opening up for developers. It is also a new computational architecture different to the von Neumann model that we are familiar with. Certain types of operations are more favorable compared to others, which takes some getting used to. There is a lot of scope and exploration here for advancing the tooling, such as compilers, which are still very primitive. So this is the very first step toward a new economic model for a technology that is not based off of the exploitation of users. DarkFi is a base layer for anonymous applications and smart contracts that aims to be multi-chain interoperable. DarkFi is an environment with a language for writing zero-knowledge smart contracts, and there is an operational testnet, and ZK unlocks an entirely unexplored design space of anonymous applications. Previously, if you wanted to create an anonymous application, you had to combine several different cryptographic schemes. Maybe it would be slow or it would be impossible. You'd have to know the math. But with ZK, we have a generic cryptography schema that any programmer could use to create an anonymous application. We can create anonymous services. Users can interact with DAOs and markets. They can have credentials. You can attach a proof which says that there is a statement which is correct, and nothing about your identity is leaked. So beneath this mask is more than flesh. Beneath this mask is an idea, and ideas are bulletproof. V for Vendetta. So everybody feels that there is going to be a huge macro, political, or economic event in the next 5 years. Everyone you speak to feels this deep down. Everybody is discontented with the power and capital monopolies ruling over us. So what is the next system to come along? So here is an answer. You know, we should not be thinking about systems. Human beings are not objects in a mathematical apparatus. This is the thinking that got us into this thing in the first place. What kind of thinking do we need? Okay, well, what is happening around us, and what are people doing, and what are the problems that people face? And what is truth and beauty and goodness, and how can we empower that face of humanity and that type of nature that we wish to grow? Luckily, we have been gifted, we have been given the gift of agorist counter-economics, not just as a philosophy, but as a powerful agent of change. Wield that power and make things happen. And the regulators, they're coming for us. They see us as children with boots too big for our feet, and we need to be put back into our place. And they do this from outside, and they do this from within. You know, those crazy anarchists amongst us, you know, they get shushed, like, and given bad looks, shunned and told off for stirring the pot. Who are these people, and like, where did they come from? They didn't create any of the Bitcoin and crypto. You know, certainly in their clean corporate cages, they would never have risked betting on Bitcoin in 2010. Yet here we are attaching ourselves to them, attaching our success to them, and making sure, you know, things are done the right way. And you know, right now we have all these narratives which are about trivial first world concerns, people talking about GameFi and ArtFi and social media-fi, you know, entertainment, celebrity business, you know, but one only needs to look at power and capital monopolies that seek to prevent, to understand, you know, what they seek to prevent, to understand, you know, what is happening, you know, and they're going to regulate crypto, which allows any person in the world to send crypto to any person anywhere in the world, or you know, to allow us, or crypto, which allows us to establish private organizations that are self-governed, you know, that destroys proprietary models of power and capital monopolies. And crypto will split into two. There will be the safe RegFi, which will be unusable and bolted down, and it will be completely toothless. And then the other side will be the underground DarkFi, and that will have a bite. And DarkFi is not a project or a company. We're a community and a movement. And counter-economics gives us the tools to architect systems that empower free communities. And crypto anarchy is a tactic of using cryptography for counter-economics. Privacy technologies that are emerging now are stronger than ever and completely unstoppable. And you combine all this together and you get, you know, DarkFi. And, you know, the darkness is here, and it will sweep over our digital world. It cannot be stopped, since the benefits it brings are too great. All the latent potentialities of humanity that are being pushed down will be allowed to rise up to the top. This is a great power that we must use respectfully. And remember that every technological revolution in history had, you know, naysayers that wanted to put the genie back into Pandora's box, but they were dragged kicking and screaming into the future against their will. And there are no judgments or edicts being here, just a statement of reality. And take it or leave it, this is what will happen. Welcome to our agorist future. Let there be dark.
So if I get that correctly, essentially we've become less adversarial thinkers as we were in the beginning, and now it's clear that we're living in a much more adversarial world than what the average person who uses current crypto is actually believing?
I think cryptocurrency renders the business model of nation states obsolete, allows capital to be sent from any place to anywhere else in the world, allows people to organize online in private organizations that are completely anonymous, that cannot be coerced, and therefore it's unstoppable. It's like a technology that is too powerful, like the printing press, like other technologies before it. It's a technology whose time has come.
Yeah, I think that's pretty clear. Do we have any questions for Amir while we have him up on stage? Of course, you know, we can always talk outside of the conference room, but it's nice to have a couple of questions on our live stream.
Hello, I have a question that I wonder how to, because so-called don't trust but verify. So how to verify if a protocol on application is really dark, really anonymous, just I found that so in some protocols and it's white paper or the theoretical description says that it's fully anonymous with cryptographic primitives, but to ensure its anonymity. But how to thoroughly verify it? Verify it in to make sure it's really anonymous. Such as network traffic analysis and maybe some other tricks I don't know. I have not found that.
Hello, sir. I remember you. So you're asking, how do we verify code that's publicly available? I remember when I was growing up, I was very interested in science and all kinds of topics, and you know, we didn't have internet, and you know, every time my parents would go outside, I would run to the nearest bookshop, I'd pick up the books, I'd try and get as much info before I had to leave. And every time I'd pick up a book, you know, it'd be generic because it's written for a general audience. Today, you can look up science papers on the internet. You can become, there's no limit to the heights that you can achieve. You have the global digital library at your fingerprints. You know, you can become a developer. It's not even that hard to become a developer. So essentially your question is like, oh, how do I learn to read code? Well, it's like, it's there. The path is open for everybody. You know, and as I said, the future of smart contracts, of code is law is coming. And people who don't embrace that will be left behind because the future is fundamentally technological. So, you know, and I grew up in the free software, open source community, you know, where people are like, oh yeah, software, this software that I run, I have to be able to patch it. If there's a bug, I need to be able to send in patches. You know, I need to figure out how to build it. Whereas today, the crypto community is so lazy. People are like, oh, how do I do this thing? They're like, dude, Google, or like, you can go on Google. Why do you want me to Google it for you and give you the link? So, you know, crypto people need to step up and stop making silly excuses for things that are quite easy. I don't think programming is that hard, like, for most people, at least to get to a level proficient enough to be able to read a smart contract. Yeah, and read the code and study the things that people are using, you know. That's why people are like falling victim to marketing scams. We need to have a strong community that protects itself. But that's the real answer. There is no easy answer.
Yeah, there's no easy answer. Step up to the plate. Amir, thank you so much for your eloquent, passionate challenge to this community. So next up we have Victor Ho, who's going to be explaining to us why Ethereum Classic. Victor.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Now we will talk about why we choose POW and why we choose ETC. This one is me. I come from Jasminer. I'm the product director of Jasminer. So my job is to make some idea of the mining racks. What our customer wants and how can we do to make this idea be true. And before I joined this crypto industry, I do something work in industrialized company, like machine tools, something, or automation. And that made me have some different idea with my colleagues. So for now, I'm in charge of miners concept. I'm not in charge of design, but I give them some idea of what a miner can be, or what a miner should be like. So why we choose POW? Before this topic, we can see some picture of it. The left one is the world top economic countries. A lot of countries have powerful in this world, like United States, like China, like Japan, and Germany, United Kingdom. And the right one is their military rank. So if you see this picture, you will see the powerful country have powerful economic and powerful military. Why is like that? Because they have power. They invest power on their economic or military or other field. They invest power, they have power, they are power. So if you see this, these coins, up 3 coin is POW coin, and down 3 coin is POS coin. The trends of POW coin is they will have ATH and higher and higher again. And if you see the POS coin, they will have a very high point at the start and then never go back. Why is it like that? Why is it like that? I think, in my opinion, because the POW coin have power on itself. Like Bitcoin, Ethereum Classic, a new one is like Casper. This is a new one. All the POW coin have their own power. What kind of power? This power is energy, electricity energy. You have power basement, the black one. So with this basement, you will consume power to generate these coins. And then this power you need, you consumed, become your cost. You have your cost. So if you want to sell this coin, or someone want to get this coin from you, you will have a trade. Then you will have the price. And the price will determine the value. And that's why POW coin will go higher and higher again and again. Because the hash rate will become very higher and higher again, and the difficulty will become higher and higher again. So it means you will invest more and more power. That also means the cost on your coin. And then if you have a trade, someone want to buy it, you need to price it again and again, and you will think, I think this cost is higher than before, so we will make this price higher and higher again. And that's why the And that's why the coin of POW will become higher and higher again. Look at this. More hash rate you have, and more value you will have. Higher value means higher hash rate. And higher hash rate means higher power. So we can choose the POW, and we can become the power. I think it should be the powers. So if you choose POW, a lot of coin you can select. But why we choose ETC? Here is the reason. First one is ETC is more decentralized. Why is like that? Because I think for some time, during some time, there is no one care about ETC because it's the first Ethereum as the original chain. But after Vitalik made the hard fork, only a few of people left on Ethereum Classic. But never mind, Ethereum Classic showed their life and ability. They can survive, and they have potential. They can prove themselves will be a good coin. Here you can see the power consumed of if you want to generate one Ethereum and compared to you generate one Bitcoin. That means Ethereum Classic is more eco-friendly to compare to Bitcoin. It's about 225 times for you got one coin of Ethereum Classic compared to BTC, Bitcoin, yes. So that means you will need only a few of energy to get this coin. So it's an advantage, I think. And also this coin is the price movement very like Bitcoin, but only a little bit push back. The price movement of Bitcoin will a little ahead of Ethereum Classic. So sometimes we call the Ethereum Classic is the chariot of doom, because the price will start slow. And then if the Bitcoin start move, then you will know sometimes Ethereum Classic will move. If you invest some money on this, it will be an advantage that it will be predictable, more predictable, yes. So that's an advantage. So there is some benefit if you invest on ETC. First is it will be easy to start. You can start it in your home. No one can stop you. If you have some GPU card, you have some ASIC miner, you can start mining this coin. And if you have a account on the exchange, you can buy it. And it's free to enter to an ext. And if you have worry about the risk, I think because the algorithm is set down, so the algorithm not changed. And also the algorithm will let you know it's a public coin. It's a decentralized coin. No one control it. So it's safe and only a little risk of the price movement. And it can be controlled fairly. And it's a high flexibility because of the effectively because of the power consumption of Ethereum Classic is very low, lower than Bitcoin very much. So it will be flexible and effective. And also the trend is predictable, as I said before. The algorithm is fixed and consensus is well known. A lot of people know this coin, and and it's a very old one. and the prediction is clear. So that's a benefit, a lot of benefit if you want to invest on this coin. And also, it's a good opportunity to mining this coin. So why Jasminer? Why us? Is that because we have two new machines, one silent and one powerful? That will be a reason, because we have the top-level design of miners. Especially the quiet one is very, very quiet, very, very silent. You cannot hear the voice, hear the sound of it. And you can find the machine on our plate today or tomorrow at the first plate of this show. And if you compare to our machine to normally typical BTC coin, you will find this advantage. We have more, we have higher profit scale. We have lower power consumption scale. And we have more cash efficiency. If you use our machine, you mining ETC. I know some people of you don't like ETC. You think Bitcoin is the maxim. Yes, I also trust it. I also think Bitcoin is very important. But if you use our miner, you can get more ETC from, get more Bitcoin from Ethereum Classic, because our machine's efficiency is very, very high. And also, we have the similar price, but you can see our power consumption is 600 watt. And for a typical Bitcoin miner will be 3,000 watt. So it's a very, very high efficiency machine. And if you choose our machine, you will have a very unique one, a very unique miner, and a quiet heater. You can use the heat from this miner as your, during the winter day, you need a heater, yes. And also it's a very low power consumption, so we will have a very efficient piggy bank. You can save some cryptocurrency for you every day with this machine. So if you have any interest of our machine, you can fund us with this QR code. That's all. Thank you. Any question? If no question, I think we will move next. Okay? Okay.
Screw up the catering, so please sit back down. Damn it. So, does anybody have any questions for Frank after his presentation? I'm sorry I wasn't here right at the same time. Nope. Okay. Thank you so much. Who? Next up is Frank Holmes. Frank, are you in the room? I know you might have thought that there's a pause, but we're not pausing. Could you put me outside so I can maybe speak outside as well? Okay, cool. Mr. Frank Holmes, will you come to the stage, please? We are not pausing. We are waiting for you in the main stage to give your presentation. Mr. Frank Holmes.
Sorry about that. They keep changing the schedule.
Well, it's okay. So, Mr. Frank Holmes asked such an incisive question that we decided to ask him to actually speak about Hive technologies. No, that's a joke. Frank, please.
Can I speak into this?
No, no, no. You can use the microphone.
Use the mic.
Yep. Cool. Proof of work drives innovation, Mr. Frank Holmes.
Well, thank you, everyone. Sorry about the delays and disappointments, but I'll try not to disappoint you.
Welcome to Hive Digital Technologies. We hope you enjoy the presentation.
This is our next step in innovation and going down the path of AI in a B2B business model. I'll talk about it in a little more detail going into the presentation, but I'm going to try to go through the history. And one of the biggest things when I present, in particular, this visual is for investors. And there's when you look at asset classes, that you notice that every asset class has its own DNA, a DNA, a fingerprint of volatility. And it's recognizing that, and most lawsuits come from volatility. And immediately, the strike lawyers in America look for, was there a failure to have disclosure? That's why the stock fell down. And one of the things that's most interesting is that you can see here that Hive has a much greater DNA of volatility. So earlier this year, when Bitcoin rallied 80%, we went up 350%. But in this sort of research is that there's a quant fund out there, and I'm told it's Citadel, and they may have a basket of all the crypto miners. And so you can see here the correlation is very high. You can see how Hive, on the second from the bottom, how strong it correlates with Bitcoin, and then how strong it correlates with the other crypto mining companies. In fact, the rebalancing used to happen on a daily basis, then it became hourly, and I would share with you it's by the minute. And you can see the patterns if you look at the stock charts on a daily basis. And I saw the wonderful presentation earlier on hash rate and the global hash rate and doing data analysis. It's quite interesting when you take a look at the clustering of all the crypto mining companies. One of the things that I have found is that the crypto mining companies, the biggest factor is what is your exahash of growth and how much do you hodl? So you can see like an X and Y axis that what can help you is a big hodl position, even if you have to go mark to market. It gives you sort of a group of investors that will go to you because you have a big hodl position. And the other ones, the technology that are looking for just growth, they don't care how much you leverage. You may care as running the business, but they just look at your exahash, and you can see these discrepancies that can take place on a daily basis. So earlier, it's showing you that when we move, and the crypto mining companies, some will move more than others, and we did experience this huge run-up, and I think right now we're actually not being valued for our AI business model. One of the things we did last year was starting branding with Bitcoin Magazine on the education of what we do for Bitcoin. We're very happy to be the first to go public. I'm a money manager, and being a money manager, I was trying to launch an ETF. I have JETS, I have GoAU, I have 100,000 readers in 80 countries. When I write on a weekly basis about global investing, I was trying to launch a Bitcoin ETF in 2017 and realized it wasn't going to happen, and it still hasn't happened. And Bitcoin mining, because you can hodl and have a position and you don't have a KYC or AML problem, then therefore Hive became the first to go public and became a proxy. And what I saw from all my gold equity followers around the world, they immediately came in and Hive became extremely liquid, and that all of a sudden brought in many other crypto mining companies. And even Galaxy went and listed in Canada. So the team, many of the team are here. Darcy, our CFO, is here. Gabe, our general counsel. Johanna, who manages Sweden, is here. And also our strategic partners, Barrage is here, and where's Vlado? There he is, and Alex. They do an outstanding job in some of the, one of the things we're the first to balance the grid. We've been doing that for many, many years. And as you can see recently, it was very important in the summer for Riot and for Iris to make money. We've been doing it. We're the biggest in this space. We also do, I would say, great hedging, how we've been able to hedge our electricity costs. And last December, when everything looked like it was coming to an end, energy was spiking in Sweden. We were able to sell back our energy, and that's also worked out for us. So Hive is green. We've been very focused on geothermal and hydroelectricity in Canada, Iceland, and Sweden. We also worked with Intel to create our own sort of buzz miner, our own ASIC chip. Intel, with the crypto demise last year with FTX, all of a sudden dropped out of the business. And, we were very fortunate because we were able to get those chips for an extremely inexpensive price. Hive is the lowest operating cost to mine a Bitcoin. Hive is the most efficient, highest average Bitcoin per exahash. And I try to share with people that this is something of the mindset is that we don't hodl, we do that, but we huddle every day. And Darcy has to get up at 7 a.m. and Aiden from Vancouver, and Johanna and Vlado and Marin in Sweden at 4 o'clock, because it's the one time that we can all communicate and make sure that we're asking the questions, how many machines do we have in, what equipment do we need, and when it's a funnel approach, and it's very focused based on agility management. So we must communicate all the time, every day, and sometimes it's only 10 minutes, sometimes it'll go to a half hour. But this concept has allowed us to be the most efficient in how we look at mining. So when it comes to margins per average petahash, we have the highest numbers according to data analysis. I see we're HUD 8. It's unfortunate for Jamie. She's a phenomenal CEO, and she's gone through the pain and suffering of doing a mega merger, and this has really hurt their ability to finance and to build a business where you're going through a transition of repositioning, going from Canada to the US and doing a merger, especially in the 12-month cycle that Sam Bankman fried the whole industry. Hive has the lowest G&A per petahash. We have the fiscal policy that every dollar is a prisoner. You can see it has a lot to do with the amount of stock options and stock grants, et cetera, that can change these numbers. And we have the highest revenue per average petahash. Now, will we be able to maintain that? One of the things is that we did last November is to use the difficulties in the system to go and be able to buy new machines to upgrade our systems as fast as possible. When a terahash, when you're buying a terahash, fell from $110 18 months ago down to about $10. So in our community involvement in Boden, which is 100 miles south of the Arctic Circle, we sponsor the hockey arena. We also sponsor 12 youth teams, and it's a very important part of being involved with our community. And fighting the FUD, Hive summarizes Bitcoin Mining Council's quarterly presentation. We've done it in Swedish, Spanish, French, and English. And one of the big parts we found that all of these elected politicians is that they think that the internet is free. And it's trying to educate them that if there's no data center, there's no internet. And if there's no data center, there's no YouTube, there's no Spotify. And it's amazing that so many politicians don't realize this. And I was talking earlier to Ethan, and he was commenting that the same thing happened with electric cars. They just thought that you drove them free. And so I think it's incumbent upon all the miners here is that we go out and we have to educate. We've been spending a fair amount of money and time, and Johanna in Sweden is educating politicians about the significance of the data centers. So as a money manager going down this path, I had to realize that really we're in the data center business. And something we started 3 years ago was exploring about, because we had so many GPU chips and we had such experience with GPUs, which is very different than mining Bitcoin. Bitcoin is just pure ASICs. It's like, I say in America, it's like driving a Ford 150 truck. When it comes to GPUs, you've got a Porsche. And when you start dealing with NVIDIAs, you could be driving, it's like driving a Bugatti. So we are very happy about trying to educate and present on our website, always rich content every day, every week that we produce content and go around and speak at conferences trying to educate people. We believe the Lightning Network is growing. It's going to be an important part of the adoption process. As more money goes into the Lightning Network, the faster the adoption of more people coming into Bitcoin. And the same thing happens that we believe in the ordinal world and this concept, which I'll talk about briefly. But the green Bitcoin mining, a partner in transition for renewable energy, is just this sort of case study that, and we were offered a premium. It was de minimis. It was 1% for our green and clean coins, because they're green and clean for Bitcoin, that some family offices thought that for their compliance methodology, it was a better system. So heating and recycling. This is a video camera in Amsterdam, and this blew me away, of 2 megawatts to heat a water tank that turns around and has a greenhouse of 6 football fields. 6. And in that those football field, they're growing peppers, and they're using robots. They're using robots to pick the peppers, and it's massive, but it's only 2 megawatts of Bitcoin mining. So this intrigued us, and that's why we're looking to expand our facilities and the operations and partnership in Sweden with another public company in Sweden to build a 90,000 square foot greenhouse and recycle that molecule of electricity over and over. And when you're 100 miles south of the Arctic Circle, that means there's going to be no carbon footprint of having to bring produce from Spain or Italy, and God forsake there is another shutdown with COVID, then can't even get food. Actually, the northern part of Sweden and Finland and Norway will be able to get produce from our greenhouse. So this is a case study, and I saw that if you've not visited the art gallery here, for Andy Warhol, whose family changed their name, and he's Czech. I no longer have the Mao Warhol, but I was impressed to see all the Warhols that were there. And what I thought was really interesting was this case study on Metcalfe's Law. And Metcalfe's Law says that if you limit supply and more people adopt that they like something, the prices grow exponentially. So these Warhol prints came out at about $1,000. And the original paintings themselves went up to $3.5 million. The prints went up to over $100,000. Now, America's the biggest buyer of them at the beginning, but who came in later was China. And as China's economic engine exploded, all of a sudden Chinese nationalists wanted to have this Mao painting. Then there was a political backlash against it. It doesn't really matter, but what's important is that these pieces of paintings, these are what I like to call decentralized, like Bitcoin. They're decentralized. No one country, no one person controls the price of the Mao paintings. But the Mao paintings have recently come down. Why? Because Americans don't trust China. And a lot of anti-China rhetoric, etc. And so these that used to trade at $70,000 all of a sudden are trading at $30,000, $40,000. And it's all based on a free market mechanism, no centralized controlled art gallery system. And that's what Bitcoin is about. And so you can see this playing over and over in art, You can see it in the world of gold, and I believe you're going to see it grow in Bitcoin. So one of the parts when I first came up with this idea of green, clean coins, the Maximists automatically didn't like it, but be that as it may, is that these ordinals, and we were told that some of our ordinals, these Satoshis that we have, 100 million Satoshis to a Bitcoin, that a handful of them that are not worth 10 cents were worth $250,000. Because those Satoshis were at a critical point in the Bitcoin mining cycle. And there's a limited number of them, like Warhol art. You can see the concept of limiting supply and having adoption, and it gets right down to 100 millionth of a Bitcoin. And something that's worth 10 cents is worth $250,000. That just sort of validated the thought process that Bitcoin that's from green over time will have a different value. If you hold it, you don't sell it, it will have a different value as more people adopt. So as I said here, I've always believed that green and clean Bitcoins over time will become more valuable. So Hive is growing, and we're going into the explosion of ChatGPT on a B2B business model for AI. We basically took 1% of our NVIDIA chips, which we purchased to mine other coins, and then we immediately converted it to Bitcoin. We've also used it for, we were mining Ethereum originally. These NVIDIA chips are all of a sudden have a brand new economic value that's accelerated the B2B. So we took 1% on a beta test, and we basically said, on a B2B model, what are they generating? And they started throwing off $250,000 a quarter in cash flow. So what happens if you expand that? And the numbers are much more like mining Ethereum than mining Bitcoin. The margins for Hive for mining Ethereum were huge, absolutely huge, versus what Bitcoin is. And for 100 megawatts of electricity, we would have the same amount of revenue with 10 megawatts of electricity in AI. So this is a rational reason why we're taking our facilities and we're upgrading and we're building out this model. And so we see cash flow growing as we just take 10% of our suite is probably going to throw off more like $1 million a month of free cash flow. Now, it's not easy, and we've seen press releases by the competition that they bought some NVIDIA 100. And I think, Russell, you're going to be here in a panel later. Russell knows about the difficulty of HPC. As a miner, he knows about GPU mining. Very few Bitcoin miners really know about the difficulty that you need 2 to 3 employees, technicians for every one when you're Bitcoin mining. And the sensitivity and the skill set of those technicians is greater. So in this, my learning curve was listening to all these calls, and I said, you mean you can't go and buy a Happy Meal? No, you can't. And it's like driving up to McDonald's and thinking you're going to get a Happy Meal, and if you have kids in the car, all of a sudden what was supposed to cost you $7 is $27. When you're in the AI business, it's very complex, and there's many moving parts. But today, you can make about 10 cents with the best chips an hour, but if you're in AI, you can be pushing 80 cents an hour. And if you have the 100s, you could be pushing up to $4 an hour in revenue. So would you like to make revenue of 10 cents in running your business, or would you rather make 80 cents? Or would you rather turn around and make $4? So how does that happen? It's because it's not a Happy Meal. All these other parts have to get added on. And the buyers out there will pay you for short-term memory, 8 cents. They'll pay you for long-term memory, 12 cents an hour. They'll pay you if you have Juniper cables. They'll pay you more. So it's a very different, complex world, but it's similar. It all needs a data center. So that's what we're focused on building out, in addition to the expansion of our exahash. What we've been able to do in Quebec, we're really happy that it's increased over 400% from 2019 when we purchased Lachute. So we do know that we can turn around and we'll build out our other facilities, but we think that the high margin business is going to be in the AI, and right now we actually use AI to help mine, or we mine these other coins that are proof of work and immediately convert to Bitcoin. But that movement of which is so big and powerful that you can influence the value of that coin, you cannot stay in one coin that has high margins. You have to use AI. So AI will be in every part of our life, and Hive hope is to be positioned there. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
So my first question, when I look at this intersection of that's been enabled by Bitcoin mining, so I mean to move forward and to have a footprint in multiple areas, my question to you is, as a miner, where do you see the legislative aspect affecting miner operations in the future? Because we're entering into a period of regulation. Right now, we're talking about, regulating individual developers and fiduciary responsibilities and things like that. And it's a very front-loaded public retail market regulation. Where do you see mining's place in, what are the challenges or potential regulation that's coming down the pipe for miners? Because it seems to me as an inevitability, because you have physical locations, you have, essentially businesses that are the nerve center of all of this potentially unregulatable crypto activity, where, what are the challenges that miners face?
Well, first of all, I was mentioning earlier that Russell, he understands the HPC, and so does Jamie Leverton with Hut 8. And she bought in the data center business, and I would say that there's just so few of us that really understand the complexities and the dynamics of that space. The regulations for data centers is there as a business, but what's happened is that it's runaway government agencies that are unaccountable, and they're unelected, and they just seem this propensity to feel all over the world that they can come out and be righteous and make regulations and rules. And we see it, whatever, that's why you saw earlier we had the videos taking Michael Saylor's presentation from 30 minutes down to 3 minutes and putting it in different languages so that we can turn around and inform Swedes. Because in Sweden, we've hired consultants, PR people, we have lobbyists in New Brunswick, we have them in Canada, we have them in Sweden, we have them in the US, and so we are greatly concerned, but the biggest thing is that many of these politicians think the internet is free. And when you try to inform them, if there's no data center, there's no internet. They think that EV cars, electricity is free, and it's just not true, and it's causing tremendous problems in the grid. So I think we have a lot of politicians that are uninformed on the significance of data centers, and I think that we have a lot of agencies that are politically put there that really don't understand the significance of it. So it is our job incumbent to go out and hire smart lobbyists and PR people that can help inform and educate. And all our websites that we have as miners is that we try to just continuously educate them that you need data centers for Web3 to function. Does that help you?
Most certainly.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Frank from the audience? All right.
I can answer questions later, I think, because we're running so late.
No, it's okay. Really, I think it's also important to serve our live stream audience, and we're going to catch up.
Hi, Frank. What is the business model after you've done mining all the fixed supply of cryptos, whether it's ETC, Bitcoin? What's the business model for Hives and other public mining companies?
Investing in the Lightning Network and investing in the art world for ordinals. And then they'll be validating transactions. And I think these data centers will become very important. I think that when you have decentralized data centers, not all controlled by 3 major entities, that they're going to become more valuable. So that's one reason why we like having them on our balance sheet. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Frank. I think that the energy transition advances that are happening, led by proof-of-work mining and AI, are some of the most interesting things that are happening in the space. Next up, we have a panel that's going to be led by my co-moderator, who's going to be moderating tomorrow, Magdalena. She's going to introduce her panel members and has a lot of experience in this area as well. Welcome, Magdalena.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. We fired up. Proof of Work is happening here today, and I'm super excited to announce some of the illustrious members in our industry. First up, we have Ryan Condren, co-founder of Lumerin. We also have Ben Gagnon. Ben has been mining since 2015, and he's the CMO, the cool term of Chief Mining Officer at Bitfarms, which is one of the oldest mining companies that's publicly traded. Similarly, we have the lovely Jamie Leverton, CEO of Hut 8, and that is also one of the world's oldest publicly traded Bitcoin miners, but it was the first miner to hold Bitcoin on its balance sheet, dating back to 2018. Mover and a shaker. Last but not least, we have Taras Kulik, founder of Sunnyside Digital. All right. So this panel is focusing a little bit more on the environmental impacts, and we do have a very negative connotation, unfortunately. You know, we're boiling the oceans, we're clubbing seals, not really, but you know, everything under the sun the media has managed to attribute to us, including, you know, why Texas is losing electrical power. Sorry about my voice. Can't do anything about that, but I will make up for it with enthusiasm. So, question for the panels. Is proof of work good for humanity, good for the environment? And how does it differ from, particularly, like, we're seeing proponents like Greenpeace saying change the code, move towards proof of stake, it's the environmental panacea to solving everything. So where do you stand? Is it good for humanity in the world?
Yes.
That's it, we're done, pack it up.
I mean, it's an absolute environment, I would argue, yeah, because it's the underpinning of the ongoing growth of the renewable energy sector globally. I mean, it's a way to support renewable energy in very far locations where there isn't existing population centers as we build transmission. And I think that alone is a major green checkmark for folks that want a sustainable and renewable future.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, it's good for humanity simply in comparison to proof of stake, because it's freedom in acquisition. Anywhere in the world, if someone has electricity, they can have Bitcoin. And that's huge, that's freedom. It's not proof of stake where to those that have will have more. It's those that don't have, but have the ingenuity to set up a mining facility or to acquire hardware or GPU or whatnot, can acquire tokens, and that's freedom.
Yeah, and I think we have to, with respect to, you know, Greenpeace in particular, you got to follow the money a bit, and it's no secret that one of Bitcoin's biggest competitors wrote a very large check and kind of pushed Greenpeace in the direction of the research that they ultimately published. I think what's nice that we've seen recently, KPMG actually came out with a report on the benefits of Bitcoin mining, in particular for the transition to renewable energies. And the more we can see these truly objective, sophisticated parties coming in and giving us better research, I think that's a great thing for the industry that we've started to see in the last 6 months.
See, we can follow the money with Bitcoin, but it's so much harder to follow the money in TradFi.
You know,
Bitcoin mining being attacked by environmentalists is probably the funniest thing on the planet. Bitcoin mining is the only economic incentive in the world to reduce your energy waste or improve your energy efficiency without a government subsidy. The only one. And so if you're trying to create the behaviors that reduce waste and improve energy efficiency, mining is it. And so if you're going to go after mining as being against the environment, you're really not thinking very deeply. And the people who are pushing this, generally speaking, are the people who don't understand the difference between energy and electricity. They just think that you flip a light switch and you're guaranteed to have that light turn on. If you do not understand all the work and all the effort that goes into harnessing energy and converting it into a usable form that humans can use, you will probably get Bitcoin in its appeal. If you do not understand the amount of work that it takes to convert energy into electricity, you probably will never get it. And so this is something that I see over and over again, is that electricity aspect and that incentive aspect is ennobling, because it gives people the foundation to improve their lives wherever they are in the world, so long as they put in the work and the effort. And so anybody in the world can go out there and buy a Bitcoin miner, can set up some sort of electrical production facility. We see it in Africa now with grid, and they're doing these remote energy distribution systems. Bitcoin mining is the best tool on the planet for bringing yourself up, and then consequently your family, your friends, your community, and eventually your country and the world.
So I'm going to take that to a bigger picture shift. So, across the various Bitcoin epochs, we've seen this transition from home miners in garages moving to a larger scale type of mining, and now we have sovereign entities mining. We're in that era of nation-state mining. So I'm wondering, what do you think the impacts of these changes are, whether it's for humanity or for the environment?
Sure. I think nation-states coming in is a big thing, but I think nation-states have already been here for a long time. It just hasn't really been actively talked about, because if you are a nation-state participating in mining, honestly, you're not going to get any benefit from being public about it, right? So I think that's happening. I think it's happening in a much bigger way than people realize. And for smaller nations, they have an ability to kind of leapfrog the competition by getting in early. And the stronger the nation, the less an incentive to adapt. And so, I think you'll see the smaller countries like El Salvador. I think there's a lot of smaller island nation states in the Caribbean who will see the economic incentive for converting over or adopting some sort of Bitcoin. I think that's especially true in dollarized nations. So dollarized nations are nations who adopted the US dollar because they said, hey, if we do it ourselves with our tiny country and populace and government, it's going to get corrupt, it's going to get broken, and we'd rather push that off to the United States, who's going to be more responsible with their fiscal policy. But instead, the United States has completely ruined their economies by making them completely reliant on the dollar and destroying all their purchasing power and wealth, and they're constantly just exporting wealth out of the country. And so I think the dollarized nations will be the first ones to really adopt and benefit.
Go ahead, Ryan.
I was going to say, to dovetail on something Ben said, adopting mining really is one step closer to stabilizing your power grid, really in a more granular way. I think kind of what Ben was saying is a lot of people don't understand how power generation and electricity work. And the fact that you can't produce electricity unless someone is using it. It's not like you just produce electricity and it's just sitting there for someone to flip on a switch. It actually gets generated when someone turns on the switch. It's because it's electron flow. And that electron flow has to stay balanced. In the US, we're at 60 hertz, and we have a 0.05 hertz fault tolerance. That means that we have a lot of granular controls in balancing the grid. There's no other technology on the face of the earth right now at scale that can do that granular controlling of a renewable power grid, except for Bitcoin mining. So when we have nation states getting involved, all of a sudden that's exciting. When we have nation states getting involved, they're getting one step closer to that ability to balance their power grid at scale without doing what's called load following, ramping up and ramping down production. You can stay at 100% production 100% of the time, and you can ramp up and down consumption. That is incredible optimization. It reduces the cost of electricity for nations And when you reduce the cost of electricity for nations, you fuel economic development. You look at any first world country, they have cheap, available power and resources and infrastructure. You look at any country that's not as well developed. It's incredibly expensive to have electricity, and we're seeing that in Kenya right now, where you have a huge amount of economic boom because energy production is becoming cheaper with Bitcoin mining.
And you're also bringing jobs, you're bringing innovation. There are a ton of ancillary benefits. The knock-on effects to the economy are significant. And I think the other thing we've seen happen more significantly over the past year and a half is big oil and gas coming more actively into the space. That's going to have a very significant impact on the industry as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin mining really is merging with two different sectors right now that'll certainly benefit countries with sovereign wealth over the next 10 to 15 years. You see digital mining operators start merging with HPC, as Frank mentioned earlier, and you see major global power conglomerates really looking at BTC mining in a very serious way. You've seen ExxonMobil come into the space with Crusoe Energy, and there will be a lot more announcements over the next 5 years as we continue to evolve this ecosystem.
I would actually add that it's almost integrating into every sector of the economy, kind of like Darwin's finches. You know, miners are integrating, whether it's within farms, because they're using bio-waste, whether it's district heating systems, which is kind of part of the energy grid, and heat reuse. Like, we are stealthily taking over.
Well,
sorry?
I mean, I have a buddy that works for environmental health in California, and he said, hey, Ryan, do you realize dumps produce a huge amount of methane that we have to burn off? Like, could we use that for Bitcoin mining? Like, literally anywhere on Earth, there is the chance to harness potential energy. That's where Bitcoin mining is going to be.
Pulp and paper also, you know, there's methane that's emitted just like from landfills. Speaking of AI, how is the AI revolution impacting the mining space, and also how does it differ from proof of work mining?
Yeah, there are more differences than similarities. At the end of the day, GPU compute can't live in the same environment that Bitcoin mining can. Frank touched on it earlier. We've seen a number of miners kind of come into this space, and they definitely think it's easier than it is. Hut purchased a traditional data center business a year and a half ago, and so we've got 5 data centers across Canada, and that's where we put GPU compute. It needs to be much greater uptime, more redundancy built in. You obviously need 24/7 network operations center. You need a full team that understands that compute, how to keep it up and running. The biggest difference is how GPU compute, which is what's used for AI, interacts with the grid. It's not a curtailable load like Bitcoin mining. It is a net drain from the energy sector perspective. So you're running those data centers 99.999% of the time. It means it's always taking load away from the grid. It can't work as a flexible load the way Bitcoin mining can. So a completely different relationship to energy. And I think it's going to be increasingly under pressure, the AI space. The narrative that Bitcoin miners have faced really comes from ignorance, not understanding how we work with the grid, how we actually benefit the grid. The AI conversation is going to be much more intense because it is just a net taker, unfortunately, and that the demand is only going to increase, and the strain that will put on energy grids will be significant. It should actually dovetail into seeing more Bitcoin mining coming into those constituencies to help balance the grid.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're seeing a merger of HPC and digital mining where the existing HPC ecosystem's on a magnitude larger than digital mining, but luckily digital miners have been able to canvas the planet for the lowest cost power to be able to operate efficiently. The good thing is that many of the digital miners will be able to actually incorporate HPC at some scale based on the existing infrastructure that's already in place, but not every single digital mining operation will be able to incorporate HPC. Key reasons being latency. You need off-takers that are within proximate area to be able to actually have proper compute that then goes back to the off-takers very quickly with low latency. The other issue is CapEx. I mean, to develop a megawatt of digital mining is anywhere from $200,000 to $400,000 a megawatt on average. To develop HPC, that cost goes up by a multiple, several multiples. So you really have to be careful with how much CapEx you actually have available for growth. The final thing is that the capital markets actually look at HPC in a much nicer light, so to speak, where the weighted average cost of capital for those building HPC data centers actually is much lower, meaning your cost of financing is much lower versus digital miners. So the actual integration of HPC with digital mining will drive down the average cost of capital for those digital miners on the public side that need to access capital for additional growth. So I think that will be an incentive for the markets to really support that integration that we're seeing in the market today.
But it's also time. So Taras is right. 200 to 400K to stand up a megawatt of Bitcoin mining takes about 6 to 8 weeks. Whereas a traditional data center, you're looking at 10 to 12 million on average a megawatt, and easily 24 months for the full construction cycle.
Thanks for those. Oh, go ahead.
I think from a business point of view, if you're looking at, hey, this is an infrastructure asset and we're trying to generate a yield, sure, there are some similarities, but for the most part, it's completely different. The Bitcoin mining is an economic incentive to monetize low-cost energy resources wherever they are in the world, and AI is a business that requires customers. You need to have another person on the other side of that compute who's paying you for that compute. With Bitcoin, the algorithm does, and so we don't have to go out and develop sales teams and market ourselves and push ourselves and offer discounts or promotions. We are focusing on the energy side of things. And I think a lot of Bitcoin miners are interested in HPC right now because mining margins are pretty low, right? And so when you're looking at mining margins at all-time lows, 9 months before halving, and you're looking at, hey, I've got this low-cost energy, what are other good applications and other ways to monetize that? And with all the buzz around HPC, obviously there's some interest there, but it's a fundamentally different business altogether. I also think that at some point, people will start paying attention on the energy side of AI, the same way that they pay attention to the energy side of Bitcoin. It's strange to me that nobody is going to care how much, kilowatts it takes or kilowatt hours it takes to create like these funny cat pictures on, Midjourney or whatever that is. But eventually somebody is going to start caring about that growing use, and, we'll see what happens then.
Maybe the art industry will donate $5 million to Greenpeace.
Maybe.
But we didn't have that problem with, no one's ever talked about the gaming space and how much energy that uses. Bitcoin was unique in being a lightning rod, really to have a conversation about value. Is it worth any energy at all? Which is not something historical compute applications have had to deal with.
That's true, because people see the built-in utility of gaming, they see the built-in utility of AI compute, and the reality is all of these systems are benefiting from the stability that Bitcoin brings. Bitcoin is paving the way for larger renewable energy. It's paving the way for more production because there's a guaranteed customer. You produce the electricity, you'll have Bitcoin miners buying it. So we are stabilizing grids, we are growing grids, we are growing the amount of energy that is available, and now AI and all these other systems are going to come in and benefit from that.
But we've done a really bad job of telling that story, a really profoundly horrible job.
Well, we've tried to fix it with the Bitcoin Mining Council. I know Ben and I have spent hundreds of hours making sure that the data that's the best we have to collect is out there. So, we are definitely fighting the fight these days.
So this industry has focused a lot on the carbon element, right? And also the energy side and energy use. But there are other environmental impacts, noise being one, but also e-waste that we have been crucified in media based on sometimes bad data. How has sort of, mining equipment changed over time, but then also, what is the path forward for reducing e-waste?
I think the e-waste thing is kind of nonsense. It all comes from Alex.
What's e-waste?
It all comes from Alex DeVries, a digiconomist. Let's be honest, like the same guy who funds all of the FUD for Bitcoin mining in general. It comes from one paper. It comes from his belief that a Bitcoin miner is good for 18 months and then it's thrown in the garbage. It's fundamentally bad inputs and you're getting bad outputs. The reality is a Bitcoin miner lasts for years, and as we move towards marginal costs energy, which is what's happening in the industry, the older and older miner gets longer and longer lifespans. A Bitcoin mining computer is just like any other computer. If you keep it in a good operating condition, it will basically run forever, right? As long as you've taken good care of that server, it's going to keep running. And so as we look towards more grid stabilization, as we look at more integration with grid, with substations, with distribution systems, and that cost of energy, that marginal cost of energy gets closer and closer to zero, the lifespan of any miner gets infinitely longer. And I think that's what's going to happen. An S9 you can still run an S9 today. Like, people don't talk about this, but you can still run an S9 today, and people can still do so profitably. And that will be true after the halving too, provided your energy cost is low enough.
I mean, it all comes down to the profitability calculation, right? If network difficulty is rising at a certain pace, if the exchange rate rises past that, then you start seeing older miners come back online. We saw in 2020, 21, like, people plugging back in their S9s because it was all of a sudden profitable.
One thing that we should also remember is that when a miner is unplugged here or in Western countries, they don't typically just go right into the garbage heap or the recycling facility. What actually happens is they get put on pallets and shipped to facilities in jurisdictions globally where cost of power is usually zero or negative sometimes. Typically jurisdictions like Venezuela, Argentina, and others where, those S9s are probably still alive, humming away somewhere in a place where they're looking for stability in the currency and looking for value creation as well.
And honestly, those S9s are a really good bet, because if you can pick them up for a cheap enough price and you can put them in and operate them on marginal cost energy, you get an almost instant payback on your investment. Whereas if you're looking at, like, let's say we're buying a new, S21 or S19 XP, you're paying massive amounts of capex for that machine, and you're incurring huge amounts of downtime, which is drastically extending your payback period out not weeks or months, but years. Right? And so there is a huge use case for these, lower efficiency, low cost machines that can be deployed anywhere.
And so I think it's important that we communicate these stories. The stories, when it comes to landfill and landfill diversion, whether it's reusing them, whether it's reusing methane that's released, or the company that I advise that's actually redirecting tires and converting them to energy. So these are the stories we need to communicate so we create a better picture. I'll leave with Jamie with the final thought because we are out of time.
I think it's not just us that needs to communicate it. I think when we as an industry communicate these things, it comes across as self-serving. People don't pay as much attention. We really need to do more work with educational institutions. We need more peer-reviewed research. We need people speaking out on our behalf, which we're starting to see, but that's really what the focus needs to be if our industry is going to get the proper story out there.
Thank you very much. Very insightful panel.
Amazing. So remember, we are at a conference where we meet and greet and communicate and converse with each other. We have experts here that have a lot of experience, a lot of vision, and a lot of excitement. So please take the time to continue this conversation with people while you're here. Thank you so much, you guys.
Thank you.
So mining being the bedrock of our industry, I think that if you look at over the course of time that we're seeing these innovations being recognized and also being publicized. So our next speaker, Sebastian Gouspillou, is going to be talking about how proof of work mining is saving gorillas. And this is another one of the places where we have a narrative that can get a wide press coverage. Sebastian, where are you? Sebastian. Yeah, I'm there. Oh, okay, here you are. Okay, cool. We're just getting a video ready for the live stream. Get that set up. I mean, I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I always sort of like figured that one of the things that the brilliance of Satoshi's invention, if we want to look at it like that, I think that that was one of the weak spots. I don't think he actually looked at mining at the industrial scale, because I remember sort of, at the beginning, it was, we talked about it in the forums as, you know, one GPU, one vote. And it really looked like, you know, a people's money. So you had a computer at home, you could participate and generate value by running your GPU and then participating in this economy. And I don't think he really looked at what would happen if we had, you know, specific chips for mining Bitcoin. And we went through a period of miners, of industrial miners and mining pools being, you know, kind of hated. One of the first mining pools was here in the Czech Republic, Slush, which is now Brains. You know, also had that aspect of being, you know, this sort of like people's mining pool. And it's really great to see us moving from miners as being a threat to the network, as being the bedrock of the movement. Please come up. So, Sebastian, please come. Right.
Thank you.
There you go. Take the stage.
Are you ready for the movie? I asked the technical guys because they don't have. Okay. I introduce me. I am Sebastian from BigBlock Green Services. We are Bitcoin miner since 2016. We start in Ukraine, after France, Kazakhstan, Russia, Georgia, and we start to do mining in Africa 3 years ago in 2020. And I have a small movie to show you as soon as you are ready. Go. Thank you.
Virunga National Park spans more than 3,000 square miles and is home to over 50% of the animal species on the continent. It's also Africa's oldest national park and part of the second largest rainforest on Earth, making the lungs of Africa a critical battleground in the fight against climate change. Criminal factions are poaching wildlife and burning the forest at breakneck speed, and their actions are affecting all of us.
When it comes to the rebel groups and the militias, why did they choose Virunga? Why are they here?
You know, with the civil war in Congo, then the Rwandan genocide that brought them here. But what's kept them here is the illegal trafficking of natural resources in the east of Congo, in particular Virunga National Park. So there you'll see some charcoal burning. Yep. It's the guerrilla sector. It's under enormous threat from the clearing of forest. There it's thousands of acres of forest that have been cleared for charcoal, and it's really the main source of revenue for those militias.
Rebel groups and armed militias have pillaged Virunga. By burning trees and turning them into charcoal, they've created a $40 million a year black market that preys upon basic human needs, like boiling water and cooking food.
What we desperately need is clean energy, renewable energy, not oil and not charcoal.
And where is this renewable energy solution taking place?
Well, let me show you.
Emmanuel brings me to MWEB, home to a run-of-river hydroelectric plant in the heart of Virunga. It's powered by the Rutshuru River, which flows from Lake Edward and generates 14 megawatts of electricity, enough energy for over 1.5 million residents in nearby Goma. Since there's no dam, there's minimal disruption to the natural ecosystem.
We're hoping in the next 8 years to create 8 power plants like this to generate 105 megawatts. That is enough power to create between 80 and 100,000 jobs. Enough to draw out all the young men and women from the militias and work on a whole new instrument for bringing stability to the region.
We met Emmanuel de Merode at the beginning of 2020. 2 hydroelectric plants were already in operation, and a third one, on the Louvieau River, was due for completion 6 months later. But it was clear to him that the grid in this extremely isolated area would not be ready, and it would be a long time before the plant would have sustained demand. The ideal would be an electro-intensive customer who would set up on the production site. But who would want to set up a factory in Congo, in the country's most dangerous zone, in the middle of the jungle, in a mountainous area with no real roads, no internet, and the closest village more than 4 hours away. Could Bitcoin mining cope with these conditions? We thought so. Would any professional miners risk their lives and their production tools in this environment? Well, before saying yes, we studied the situation. Emmanuel de Merode and his team's commitment to the preservation of the park is a fight to the death. Over 200 rangers have been killed in the last 20 years, and he himself was ambushed and shot several times with an AK-47. We were in the presence of true ecological fighters, heroes, and they were asking for our support. So, we started as soon as the plant opened in September, with 2 containers. The Virunga farm was born. Nothing has been easy, as the violence has only intensified over the last 3 years. In addition to chronic insecurity, we've had numerous storms cutting off power to the farm, and recently, floods on a scale never seen before in the region. But it is a resounding success. For the Virungas, the revenue coming from this farm is about $100,000 per month, and that's enormous. We've shown the park management that we can absorb the excess power with extreme conditions and constraints where no electro-intensive industry would set foot. Only mining can do this. Without mining, the Louvero plant would be working at 20% capacity. Without mining, the park would be at risk of bankruptcy. This is what Emmanuel de Merode has just revealed to the American press. Today, the 4th Virunga hydroelectric power station is under construction in the northeast, near Ronguba, and already the park authorities know that mining will be essential for this 30-megawatt unit. So when someone tells you that the electricity used for Bitcoin could be used for something else, for a more dignified purpose, remember the Virunga farm.
Pour Catalé, tout le monde a sa ceinture, c'est
Oui.
bon. Si vous avez mal au cœur, il y a des sachets, ok. Ou bien il y a la chemise devant.
Ah.
Se licher. Mais tant que ça ne touche pas l'avion, c'est bon.
One, two. Okay, great. So I think that more and more that environmental concerns will become part of our societal narrative, our economic narrative, and of course, our mining narrative. Where else do you see possibilities for proof of work mining to benefit areas of the environment? Like, do you see this as being scalable for protecting wildlife?
Yes, I think so, because you can find this kind of hydropower plants in excess capacity everywhere in Africa. Alone, for 3 years, I identified 700 megawatts immediately available to make mining. You know, so the difficulty is to bring investors in Africa. Imagine during 3 years, we raised $15 million to create the farm as the farm is now. It's a 10 megawatt farm. In the same time, Core Scientific raised $5 billion in America. So it's why I am here, and it's why I make many events like it, is to show that we need some investors, big investors, and we don't have Michael Saylor, we don't have a big investor in Bitcoin. We have Jack Dorsey working with us, with the African miner, but it's not enough. 700 megawatts, it's $1 million.
So I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. Do you think that the resistance is racially motivated, or do you think it's socio-politically motivated, i.e. the perception is that African countries are more destable and more prone to theft and things like this? I mean, what's your honest opinion?
You know, my company is French, so it's always difficult to raise money in France or in Europe to bring something in Bitcoin and in Bitcoin mining. And you're right, it's Africa, so for investors, it seems to be dangerous. But in reality, our farm in Congo is very profitable, and our investors, our clients are very happy because we have a very, very cheap electricity, the better prices in the world. So it's nice for the investor, but they don't know this opportunity.
Okay, so let me ask you a harder question. Beyond the neo-colonialist VC model that comes out of the North and the West, we have things like Ian Grigg's Chama Pesa, which uses African...
My translator, I'm sorry, you can see I'm not fluent in English either.
So we have the concept of chamas, so groups in Africa that collectively invest. What type of programs or ideas do you have to get collective, small-scale, local investors to grow out the grid rather than traditional Western VC models?
I don't think so. I don't know this kind of groups of investors in Africa. I don't know.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sebastian, for that great film and for your activities to move proof-of-work mining forward to help the environment and to secure our network. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you all.
So this is our final session coming up. We're only 6 minutes behind our original schedule with Russell Cann from Core Scientific, the Executive Vice President of Client Services at Core Scientific. Can I have the microphone, Sebastian? There we go. So this one's starting out with a legal disclaimer. That's pretty cool.
It absolutely sucks following saving gorillas with Bitcoin mining. I'm with Core Scientific. We are an American capitalist. We actually kill baby seals and burn trees in order to make Bitcoin. I know it also sucks being in Europe, being an American capitalist in Bitcoin mining too. Like, y'all are gonna start throwing stuff at me. I'm not gonna get out of the city. This is a legal disclaimer, and for those here, you probably don't care, but our lawyers make us do this. We're a public company. We're in Chapter 11, which is bankruptcy in the US, so that's why I have to have this up here. For those that do care, last week we reached agreement with our creditors. We'll be coming out of bankruptcy soon. In a couple weeks, we'll present our exit plan to the courts. Again, very different legal system over here and the rest of the world. But what it means is we will be publicly traded again sometime in the fourth quarter, and we'll be out again. So anyway, that's all the legal stuff. By the numbers a little bit. You guys, again, this is so bad talking about saving gorillas, and all of a sudden I'm about to tell you the real capitalist side of it. So at Core, we've been Bitcoin mining for a while. Our founders and early guys like me, this is our third halving coming up. For the company itself, this is the second halving coming up. We started heavy industrial mining in 17. By 18, we had lots of our facilities up. By the last halving, we were already doing this on a pretty regular basis. The first 6 months of this year, we did about 250 million USD in revenue and 85 million USD in EBITDA. So again, Bitcoin mining can save the world, but it can also be very profitable if done correctly. Since this is a proof of work summit, I will talk about this a little bit too. We've used about 720,000 different machines from 16 different manufacturers, and we've run about 50,000 GPUs in our facility. So we've done a lot of proof of work mining across a lot of different ecosystems, a lot of different algorithms. Right now, we're heavily concentrated on Bitcoin, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's where we're at. We're a proof of work miner though, and our data centers do proof of work. To give you an idea, ooh yeah, look at that laser pointer. We're running 724 megawatts right now at our sites. That's 5 states, 7 sites. We have another 372 megawatts on those existing sites that we're almost finished with. So that's right at 1.1 gigs, 1,100 megawatts running. That's significant. As far as the amount of megawatts. Now, keeping with the theme, though, of being good for the grid and energy, in August, and I verified this this morning, in August, we curtailed 32,000 megawatt hours. And if you don't know about energy and electricity and energy production, what that means is, that means we curtailed a lot. 32,000 megawatt hours is significant. 32,000 megawatt hours would run this town that we're in right now very easily. At our different sites in the 5 different states, we turn off and we power down whenever the grid needs it. I think you heard Ryan and you heard some of the other folks on the last panel talking about this. But what we do is we operate at full scale, and then when the grid needs it, we turn off, and we turn off in moments' notice. And that's very important for the power grid. It's important in Texas in the heat. It's important at our North Dakota facility in the winter. And this is very important for global mining. So if you're thinking about being a proof-of-work miner anywhere on the planet, you can actually benefit the grid because much as Sebastian was talking about there in the Congo, you can be a buyer of last resort, and you can locate anywhere. So you can actually locate right there by the power generation, take it, use the power, pay for that infrastructure, and then when the local market needs that power can go right into the grid. So all those things are very strong for a proof-of-work network, and that's why we participate in it. Just to give you an idea of what industrial scale mining looks like, these are our sites. Whoop, let me go back. Sorry. This Marble, North Carolina site began industrial scale mining. Our first BTC there was mined in January of 18. This is a 100 megawatt site. This is an old textile plant. So at core, a lot of our older sites, we actually converted sites. So that's an old textile plant. Then we have containers, and we have some of our self-built stuff. But the interesting thing about this old textile plant, it sits between 2 hydro dams. So like this site here, if you want to talk about good energy production, it's all hydro. Now it's connected to the grid, so we have to report our grid mix when we report it. But if you follow the electrons back, they go to the Hiwassee Dam, and they go to Lake Fontana Dam. Our second site that we opened was in Dalton, Georgia. This site here is one of our largest sites. It's outside of Atlanta. And then our third site that we opened up, Kentucky. All those were before the last halving event. So this is actually an old smelting plant that we converted. So those 3 legacy sites were all before the last halving events. And now we're in Pecos, Texas, and we're in Denton, Texas, and then this Grand Forks site here in North Dakota. We'll have all those are operational. Now what's interesting though is if you want to go to Pecos, Texas, it's hot there. That's really like a desert. If you go to Grand Forks, I'd tell you that snow was in June, but it's not. That snow probably was in October, though. It's very cold there. This is the coldest spot in the continental United States, Grand Forks is. So it's not cold like our friends in Sweden Frank was talking about. I'm sure it's not cold like it's 100 miles from the Arctic Circle, but it's pretty cold. To give you some idea of why this is important or why we're talking about this is Bitcoin mining, proof-of-work mining does take a lot of power, but these data centers, and it's very, very intense. It's capital intensive, guys. Proof-of-work mining is where the digital world hits the real world, and it hits me square in the face every day because we have to interact with the grid, we have to interact with local government, we have to interact with local communities. In every single one of our communities, let me think about this. Yes, in every single one of our communities, we are the largest power user, in every single one of our communities. So that's hugely important. But it's actually a good thing. In Marble, North Carolina, it's a co-op. In that co-op, we actually eat all the fixed costs. We eat it all. We pay all the fixed costs. So the local folks, their actual power bill has dropped since we started mining there 5 years ago. And that's crazy. People don't want to hear that, but it's true. Because we eat all that fixed cost. If you drive around the little community there in Marble, North Carolina, you'll see new infrastructure. You will see new power lines. You'll see new substations. And all that's important because it drives a more efficient grid. When you upgrade the transmission lines from 50 years ago and you upgrade substations and switchgear, you're actually driving efficiency into the power grid. If you look at our facility, let me go back, our facility in Denton, Texas, right here, the more power we use there, the more money goes into renewable energy. It's the same thing actually in all of Texas. Texas is really driving the renewables in the United States. And that renewable energy needs somebody to off-take it a lot. And in the Texas grid, the actual grid operators have access to our network, and they turn us off, and they can turn us off within a moment's notice. So when it gets really hot in Texas, and you have all those people in Dallas and Houston, those big cities that need the power to run their air conditions, we get turned off. Bitcoin mining gets turned off. And again, I'm talking to a bunch of Europeans, I think, but like last winter, we had a large winter storm in the United States. Every single one of our sites was off, except for North Dakota. Every single site we had off was off for 4 or 5 days because all the power that we normally take got pushed out into the grid. So you didn't have to have peaker plants on, just the normal power generation, the base load generation was able to provide power to the grid, and we just didn't have any Bitcoin mining for those several months, or excuse me, those several days. So I think I have one more. Yeah, then I'm going to talk about this and try to keep us on track a little bit. At core, we're a little bit more than just a big miner. We have about 250, 260 employees. Of those, between 50 and 60 are software and hardware engineers. So we actually spend a lot of time on our infrastructure and our software stack. And we try to do that to drive efficiency into the system. We try to do that to efficiently interact with the power grid. And we try to do that to make sure that our efficiency from an operations perspective goes all the way down to the individual miner. So we actually do the math to figure out what miner model works in which environment's the best. So having run 720,000 machines, we have a lot of data points on what kind of miners work in what environments. So we do that, and we do that with a lot of software and a lot of really smart folks. So we have 160 data center technicians. That's fellas that actually work in the data center. And I say fellas because it is mostly fellas. There's not a lot of women in the data centers, although we have a lot of software developers that are the women. But we have a lot of fellas in the data centers that keep the machines up. We have our software stack that we're always improving. And then on top of that, we have the guys like me that work in the corporate area that were kind of worthless. But what we're good at is trying to balance the profitability and the efficiency across the Bitcoin network. And actually hearing some other folks talk about earlier, the very first speaker was talking about the network and how the network goes up and down and estimating what the hash rate's going to be for the Bitcoin network. We literally do that all the time. We do that all the time. We can turn on about 5,000 machines in a day. And if you turn on 5,000 machines, it actually can move the network. So we pay remarkable attention to what the network difficulty looks like. We're always talking to our friends Ethan and those folks at Luxor looking at their data points because it's very important for us. Hash price is very important for us because we're such a capital intensive business. We went to chapter 11 because we spent over $1 billion on the infrastructure, $1 billion USD. So it's a very capital intensive infrastructure. So you have to really balance your risk and your reward whenever you have that capital intensive infrastructure. So hash price on the Bitcoin network is very important to us. And again, I know for this particular conference, we're talking about all proof of work. And the things I'm talking about here on the Bitcoin network also can apply exactly to the Litecoin network and to the Ethereum Classic network. So all the things on a proof of work network, they actually, the pieces and parts all go across all of those networks together. So when you have a capital intensive infrastructure and a capital intensive business, you have to pay very close attention to all of your risk rewards. I don't think it's mentioned up here. We have another piece. We have about 20 or 30 folks that work in our finance and our derivative side. And that's also important when you have an extremely volatile business. If you think about it, our input is power and our output is Bitcoin. Both of those are incredibly volatile. And when you have such volatility, there's opportunities around derivatives, but you have a more complex financial derivatives in order to balance that volatility out. And that's something we spend a lot of time on as well. So if you look at our stack of people in a proof of work network, you have the folks in the data centers, you have your software and engineering stack, and then you have your financial analytics stack, which is all those derivatives as far as buying side on the power and then selling side on the Bitcoin. So I'm going to take a few questions. I know it's kind of awkward following saving gorillas, mining Bitcoin, and I'm just talking about capitalist.
Come on, no, it's totally okay. I think that one of the great things about this conference is that there's a breadth of people like me and Amir, Taaki, who are very ideologically driven and old school cypherpunks and new industrialists, and like I said, Bitcoin's for enemies, which also includes capitalists. So my initial question would be, I want to come back to, you mentioned Jameson's presentation where he was talking about Bitcoin hash rate and that you guys are always talking about that. Can we see some sort of industry-wide effort to get this conversation or these data points out there in public to benefit everybody? Or do you see that as being, like a competitive advantage point in a capitalistic thing, when you're looking at estimating effective hash rate?
So I'll go ahead and tell you, we're happy to share data points on that. So Jameson or anyone else, as far as the network difficulty goes, and we collect a lot of data. And we collect a lot of data on power consumption, machines, machine use. Some of our data points we do use as competitive because it's how we maintain our efficiency. But certainly Taras mentioned the Bitcoin Mining Council. We try to share all of our data with the Bitcoin Mining Council because in a lot of cases, sharing that data is actually, it's good for the overall industry, so it's good for us. So if anyone's in the space and you need data points on stuff like that, just reach out to me and I'll happily connect you with the folks within our company that has all that data.
Awesome. Love to hear that commitment. I also want to challenge you on being demure and like embarrassed about comparing saving gorillas with saving Texans.
It's not the same, I know.
But actually, it's the same it's the same functionality, is that we're moving the grid forward to benefit in disaster zones and at times when we genuinely, as human beings, also need this. So I think that you can be proactive, if I can say as an observer, proactive in including yourself with saving gorillas, because we all are tribal monkeys chasing after our bananas. Does anybody have a question before we? Okay, cool. All right, it's Mr. Nick Laws again,
Hey,
another revolutionary.
I'm going to put you on the spot here, Russell. So we just saw gorillas. Does Core Scientific have a CSR strategy, corporate social responsibility, and or would you commit 0.1 to 1% of your profits for environmental, ESG, whatever goods? Is there any plan, or would you ever consider Core Scientific contributing to environmental causes, Bitcoin development, mining development?
So we're in chapter 11, so everything I say here is going to be reviewed by 27 lawyers. As soon as I'm done, I'm going to get pinged. But I will say this. Once we're out, we're into next year again. We've done this in the past, and we will absolutely be involved in that kind of stuff. We're not involved in it right now, though, because of just the way our legal structure is going to be working for this year. But we understand that in a situation, let's just talk like Bitcoin developers. Bitcoin developers need funding. That's just all there is to it. And in situations, if we can do something that's going to benefit the Bitcoin network, that's going to benefit us. So, we want to be involved in those kind of things.
Cool. Can you bring the microphone over here? We have
Frank. Yeah, well, and
2 people, 2 questions.
As usual, great presentation, Russ. You give out these big CapEx spend, $1 billion. It's just phenomenal. What does that work out to a megawatt for Bitcoin mining? 500,000 to $1 million? Because I know the AI space is like 10 million a megawatt.
Yeah. So our older sites, we were in the $250,000, about 300 grand a megawatt. Our newer sites that are purpose-built, like in Denton and Pecos, we're around $400,000 to $500,000 a megawatt. And you're absolutely right. Our Dalton Center has a NVIDIA DGX data center, and we've been operating since 19, and it costs significantly more per megawatt. When you do a tier 1, M+1 data center, you're going to be $2, $3, you're going to be $6 million at a tier 1. By the time you get to tier 3, you're double that. And if you go to tier 3 N+2, or excuse me, N2, then you're going to be significantly more expensive. So.
Okay. There was one more question, and then I'm going to move on.
Thanks, Russell. My question is about how do you allocate or how do you view the balance between self-mining and hosting? When you're looking at infrastructure, obviously there's 2 ways that you monetize it. You either do self-mining or hosting. How does Core view that dynamic? And what would cause them to either increase or decrease their hosting relative to their self-mining?
That's a good question. So, last year, sometimes it's hard to answer this question because folks want to know, like, how much do we mine? Last year at Core's facilities, we mined 26,000 Bitcoin. This year at Core's facilities, we're going to mine 24,000 Bitcoin. Let that number sink in. That's 50,000 Bitcoin in 2 years. That's split, though, between self-mining and hosting. This is a good question. Last year, at this time, we were sitting at around 50% self-mining and 50% hosting. As we sit right now, we're at around 70% self-mining, 30% hosting. By the end of the 4th quarter, we'll be 75% self-mining, 25% hosting. So the trend is more self-mining. Only because in the past we really hosting broke us, right? I mean, we were in bankruptcy because we had a broken model there. But we've solved that, I think. The problem is the hosting model we currently have, our clients like it and we like it, so I'm kind of wondering where the bad is. So looking out in the future, I could see us continue to do hosting. We like the economics of it. We like the risk profile of it. So we're going to continue to provide hosting to clients, but it will be on a, we make that decision economically each time. And sometimes it has to do with, do we have infrastructure and rack space that's already available and paid for, or do we have to build new rack space? If we have to build new rack space, chances are good that's going to go into self-mining because of the return on that. If we have existing rack space and the economics of purchasing machines to fill that rack space don't work, then we go to the hosting route. So.
Thank you so much for an amazing presentation. I have to say, from my point of view, coming from a totally different community, it's amazing hearing all you miners talk about this stuff and what you're doing in the space. I'd like to invite Bob Somerville up to stage to be doing a giveaway, and now we're going to move into our lunch break. So for all speakers, VIP, and sponsors, there is lunch in this room to the side, and then there's available catering outside for our attendees. Bob.
Hello, hello. So, hi. So we have the first giveaway here. So we have an iPolo X1 Ethereum Classic ASIC. So we have 6 of these that have been donated by iPolo that we'll be giving away over the course of these 2 days. So is Zayu Liang in the room? Congratulations. You are a winner.
Come on up.
Come on up.
Come here, man. Come here and get it. Where is he? Is that you?
Come.
Come here. Yeah. All right. Ask a question, win an ASIC. Yeah, this is...
Yes.
Yes.
There you go. It is all yours.
Can you
enjoy?
Please, can you, Ziu? Come on up here, man.
Got to have a photo.
All right. Woohoo! All right, man. Time to eat, and then we'll be back here in an hour for the second half of our program today.
It is a magic money box. Congratulations. Okay. Okay, have a good lunch, everyone. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, no. How can I mute? Guys, keep your microphone shut until I talk. Oh.
You must be muted, and you must be audio from computer muted.
I can switch. It's workshop. Hey guys, good afternoon. Today I'm conducting a lunch break workshop. Let's dive into blockchain and Litecoin technology. I'll start with the basic introduction. My name is Harvind Singh, founder and CEO of Kakr Labs. We've been actively developing on Litecoin for 18 months. Estimated 2022, we have developed various products, NFT marketplaces, self-custody wallets, and an explorer. Even we are offering services for API Litecoin as a service, and we will get into it. We got an action-packed agenda for this lunch break with us. We'll start with the basics by introducing what is Litecoin, what is proof of work, why it's better than proof of stake. And there was a decade-long gap between the Litecoin and its development. So we're going to show you some cool stuff about the API partnerships we can offer, about the NPM packages, and some wallet creation on Litecoin. Plus, we also have something called decentralized applications we have developed on Litecoin, which are one of its kind on proof-of-work blockchain. So let's start with the most simple question. What is blockchain? Can someone answer me this in one word? Raise a hand if you know in one word. What is blockchain? Decentralized, exactly. So do you think this man right there in this image has any role in this decentralized process? What's up? Can be. Oh, in proof of stake, yes. But in proof of work, no. Because in proof of stake, you require a node validators that actually confirm and verify every transaction. But in proof of work, it's all computational algorithms that do it, making it actually a true symbol of decentralization. So yes, proof of work blockchains are truly decentralized blockchains. For example, BTC, Bitcoin, Litecoin, Dogecoin, XMR, Ethereum Classic, etc., etc. So these are the major differences between proof of work and proof of stake. As we just mentioned, proof of work is totally decentralized, eliminating any human factor, human control over the transaction process. It is a limited supply, Bitcoin with a supply of 21 million, Litecoin with 84 million. Recently, Dogecoin was converted to proof of work in 2022 with the limited supply of 1 billion. And it halves every 4 years. We'll get into it in our next slide. And Bitcoin, Litecoin are examples. Then, on the other hand, we have proof of stake, which can be influenced by any authority, any human. We saw major crashes in proof of stake, major hacks, money being stolen from exchanges, databases being hacked. And they also happen to have unlimited supply, high transaction fee, less secure due to the centralized authority. Example are Ethereum, Solana, Polygon. So Litecoin especially is the most successful strength in the proof of work, and it provides very enhanced security and solve complex computational problems to validate all the transaction. As you saw, the Litecoin was first created in 2011 on the consensus mechanism of proof of work on top of Bitcoin. As you saw, recently we experienced the most recent halving of Litecoin in 2023, where the block reward was halved to 6.25 LTCs, and it's going to continue to do halve for every 4 years up till the year 2142, leaving no human factor controlling it. So as you know, that we seized the opportunity to develop on Litecoin, first created in 2011, and then in 2021, we had the first Omni layer, which inspired us, encouraged us to build some tech on Litecoin. So the reason we chose Litecoin, first of all, is a proof of work, truly decentralized, limited supply of 84 million, making it a stronger contender to BTC with the 4 times faster block time of 2.5 minutes over 10 minutes of BTC. We can have multiple functionality and turn Litecoin into a huge decentralized application layer because the value retention layer makes a solid choice for us as an asset storage on the Litecoin network. Also, the most important aspect of Litecoin is its fee. An average transaction fee on Litecoin network is 0.001 LTC, equivalent to 4 cents, which is compared to 85 cents on Ethereum. Well, now I would like to pass on to my CTO, who will be demonstrating some Litecoin as a service technology, which could be used for potentially launch of stable coins, certain token standards, self-custody wallets, and certain decentralized applications that could ease many business ventures.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Avi. So without further ado, I'd like to jump straight into Litecoin as a service. So simply put, Litecoin as a service is a platform that enables developers to build on Litecoin. So we have put together a couple of endpoints to ensure this is easily accessible and very appealing for anybody to jump on, irrespective of their experiences in building blockchain applications. So we'll jump right in looking at how you can get started. Of course, to get started, you need to create a wallet. So as you can see, we have several endpoints to do just that. So this is the endpoint that enables developers create wallets. So Litecoin as a service has put together a couple of endpoints that were not until this particular moment available. All right, on an open scale. So with this now, you can create a wallet. And also we have another endpoint where you want to generate a passphrase without you necessarily typing in your passphrase, because after generating your wallet, you want to encrypt the wallet. So we have this particular endpoint. So what it does is it creates a passphrase, after you must have created your wallet. So all happens automatically. So I've written a couple of scripts here to make this whole process easy, and smooth and seamless. So I'll just go ahead and create a wallet. So what's happening behind the hood is that a BIP 44 wallet is being running behind the scene here. So let's just wait. This might take a couple of seconds. So this will create not just a wallet for us, it will probably generate a passphrase for us. And let's just wait while this process runs through. And as you can see, we have a wallet and also we have the mnemonics right here. So we can go ahead and create
Joseph.
Yeah. My screen?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, not sure. Okay. All right, sorry. Okay, you cannot see my screen, all right? Can you see my screen now? All right, so this is it now. So what I did was to make a call to these endpoints, all right, this Litecoin as a service. These are the APIs we've made available for developers to jump right in. And as you can see, I just made a call to this particular endpoint, which helps us create the API IP44 wallets. So what's happening right here is that we just generated the wallet, with just a single API call, and I call the wallet POW wallet. And as you can see, this wallet is being generated for us with a mnemonics. All right, if you want to go ahead and create your mnemonics, you can using this particular endpoint, and this will go for the sake of time, how to make calls to this endpoint. So I'll just rush right in on how one can create an address using Litecoin as a service. So like I said earlier, we have a couple of features that we've exposed using Litecoin as a service, and also I must add we have SDKs too that we have made available. All right, so let's look at how we can create an address right here. So to create an address, we have this endpoints, and we have different types of LTC address. Like we all know, we have the legacy address, we have the circuit address, and we have the native circuit address. So Litecoin as a service, got you covered on each and every one of those addresses. So to create a legacy address, all you need to do is just specify the address type. And when you make a call to the address type, of course, you get a legacy address, as you can see here, valid address. Okay. Also, if you want a segwit address, you click on this, and you get an M address, which is a segwit address, or a page script address. And lastly, we have the native the BECH32 address, which is a native and segwit address. So this generates the native segwit address for us too. But by default, the address we provide is segwit address. So let me just provide a random number. So by default, we got a segwit address. So let's see if this address is a valid address. So I'll just check this on blockchain, and let's see what's up on blockchain. I'll paste this address right here. Let's see. All right, as you can see, this is a valid address with 0 LTC. So I'll call on anyone to just fund this address with very minimal fund. I promise I'll return it back. Or better still, I could ask one of us to fund this address. All right, if you don't mind, just fund this address. Let's see if our address can hold LTCs. All right, just like I said earlier, most of these features were not available before now. So what we did is to put together, majority of the endpoints that will be necessary to build on Litecoin seamlessly. All right. So while we wait for that to drop, let's see. All right, I guess it's still processing. We'll get back to that. So while we're waiting for the confirmations, let's look at many other things we have. There's just a whole lot of them, but I'm trying to see which of these I can bring out, just to emphasize the usefulness of Litecoin as a service in POW. All right, so we look at this now. Okay, let's look at how we can. Let's look at the wallet details. So you can look at wallet details from here already. As you can see, I've already done this already. So in the environment, I can retrieve the wallet. So let's get the wallet and let's see we can get details about the wallet. So as you can see, I guess he sent 0.004 LTC. So it's still under the unconfirmed balance. And just as you can see, we have more information here as regards to the wallets. Talk about the HTC, right? So this is purely an HT wallet, like I said, using the IP44. And so this is just primarily all about the details of the wallet, and there are many more. All right, for the sake of time, I'm just browsing through each of them. So we look at our address. Let's see if our address has some funds, so we can carry out some other process on Litecoin as a service. Well, clearly you can see the total balance is there, and of course a confirmation. We have one confirmation. That's quick. Another advantage of why we use Litecoin. All right, quick transactions. All right, so we look at what else? We look at, okay, let's see what else we can do before I hand over to the next person. Let's see, can we create tokens? Now, like I said, there are a couple of things that were not possible before now. But using Litecoin as a service, we have exposed a whole lot that would attract different people to build on Litecoin. And of course, expanding the use cases, all right? So now let's say I want to create tokens. Let's say I want to create 3,000 of these tokens. And I call this a simple PW test token. Let me call this token life. Let me just put this just to differentiate this. And let me call this PW coin. Let me make it PW solid coin. Now just an example. This is not live, so please don't check this. All right, just for the sake of demonstration. And of course, I need to provide an address to issue this. So I'll go straight to the address we created that has funds already. I'll just copy this and paste this here. And of course, the token standards, we have come up with our own token standards. And I think after this summit, you could check our site and you get more information as regards to our own token standards. right? Just like Ethereum has theirs ERC20, ERC21, and the rest. We have our Scality and the rest of it. So you could just look that up. And the divisibility now, can you have a fraction of it? Can we have 0 0.2, 0 0.1, 0 0.00? You know, that's the meaning of this divisible. Is it divisible? Of course, I'll keep it divisible. So could have decimals of it. So subcategory, this is just a database. Of course, the blockchain is a database, so we just keep this for filtering purpose. So I could call this, maybe I could call this ICO. Let me just call this ICO still. So just for filtering purposes. So let's make a call and see if we can create these tokens right now. And as you can see, it's a clean, very simple, as easy as easy could be. So we have a transaction ID. And of course, still on our blockchain, all right, if you check Explorer, you could see more details about this particular channel. It's a very robust system, I tell you. It's a very robust system. You can build absolutely anything on Litecoin using Litecoin as a service. So when I make a call right here, you see I have details as regards this transaction. And also, you can mint NFTs, which is just like I said, which is relatively new, relatively new. So you can mint NFTs here. So we made it even simpler on Litecoin. So you could first create a collection, and then next you go to NFTs, and then you're already good to go. You can start minting. But for the sake of time, I don't want to go through this whole process, but as you can see, we have this all covered. So I will just redirect you to a senior engineer working with us, and he will show you a couple of things he has built using the same Litecoin as a service, both the SDKs and the API. So without further ado, AY, I'll be handing over to you. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Joseph, the CTO. So I will just be sharing my screen right away. All right, great. Mr. Joseph, the CTO, have made some endpoints available for us, as he mentioned, So we've taken our time to do a proper documentation of these endpoints, a couple of endpoints, all of them that you'll be needing, to develop your use case on Litecoin as a service. All right. So let's quickly get started and see how we could, consume those endpoints. Of course, the first thing you need to do is authentication, which means you have to get your, API key from our developers portal, which is going to be on like this, in this format. Okay. So from there, you can start making code to our endpoint. As you can see, look at, we have a create wallet here, which Mr. Joseph has already, demonstrated for us. And we have some couple of endpoints here. Look at this, encrypting of wallets. And this is very, very self-explanatory to developers, to build something on them, all right, on Litecoin as a service. Look at get started, where we have all our features here. Okay, you can see creating of wallets, encrypting of wallets, get wallet balance, and all of this, sending of LTC, creating of token, sending of token, and all of that. Both these tokens are fungible and non-fungible. We also have some couple of endpoints. All of them have been documented in our, our Litecoin as a service documentation. So quickly, I will just take you to one of our platforms that is built on Litecoin as a service. So here we go. This is Terry. Terry is a blockchain explorer, that could, show the transaction details of whatever transaction performed on the blockchain, especially Litecoin and all of this. So here's the thing. Mr. Joseph just created a token on the blockchain, and I would like you, Mr. Joseph, kindly give me the transaction ID. Let's check it out on Terry and see what we have. Right?
All right, it's there. It's there. Check it. You can find it there.
Okay. All right, good. So I will just copy this transaction ID and see what we have. All right. So we'll copy this and we'll go back to Terry, and let's paste this here. All right, good. You can see the transaction details is here. Of course, look at this. It created this amount of token on the blockchain, and you can see the block number, the timestamp, and I think there is one confirmation as we speak. Okay, look at the fee. This is very, very, very low. So, just creating a token on the blockchain and you are using this low amount of LTC to create the token, which is very, very exciting. And look at this, the address that created the token on the blockchain and some other transaction details, which is very, very detailed. Yeah. So I would like us to check another transaction ID. So in the couple of, in the process of creating some of our products, we've made some transaction on the blockchain and we documented them. I'm going to copy one of the transaction ID and can also check. I'm trying to check another one here. Okay, let's paste this here. Let's see. All right, good. Look at this. This is another transaction. Of course, this is an NFT that was created. About 500 of it was created. Look at the timestamp, confirmation. We have quite a number of confirmation here because it's been a while. This transaction was performed on the blockchain. Look at the fee again here, very low. Okay, so everything is in detail. Of course, you can also have a list view in case you don't like the grid view. You can also have list view, and as well, you can have the table view of the transaction details all spelled out. All right, and you can share on social media, and you can download the PDF of the transaction. All right, so that is it. I would like to transfer this back to Mr. Arvin to continue from where he stopped. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you. Hey guys, so you saw that our Litecoin as a service offers a variety of services, including a self-custody wallet, Explorer APIs, and one main thing I would like to discuss today on first time on proof of work is decentralized applications. So these decentralized applications play a pivotal role in every blockchain, and they expand the use case just beyond transactions, making it a very versatile blockchain. With low fee and a robust security model, Litecoin is a tailor-made for decentralized applications. And it's our mission to make sure we make it more from cryptocurrency as well as a commodity and as other asset digital services on the Litecoin platform. So we have a dApp we would like to test with you today. It's the proof of attendance protocol. It's not just an acronym. It's actually a transformation of how we record participation in events, workshops, fundraisers. Like, for example, this is inaugural Proof of Work Summit. So we would just like to record all of your presence here on the blockchain with our dApp. And it could be an immutable record on the network forever in the history of blockchain. So this is what a dApp would look like. As you see, it has a certificate of participation that we showed you a documentation of Litecoin as a service. We can award you a certificate. This would look like your name would be here. We can put a date of the workshop. You see a dApp here. It has a QR in it, which will actually take you to the dApp, which is, if you scan this, it will take you to a blockchain transaction, which will verify the date, time this event occurred. So the reason we had to make a Terry Explorer, because Terry will give you more use cases on the dApps. It will actually showcase the dApps and all the properties with the attendance badges. So right now, it will go to blockchain, but all the attendance badges will be shown on Terry. So all you have to do is, if you're interested in receiving the POA badge for this workshop, I just want you to scan this QR and fill the form in, and we will issue you a dApp stored on blockchain forever. Thank you. That's all.
Can I have it outside as well? No, I'm the MC.
You're the MC. Wonderful. Nice to meet you.
My name's Michael.
I'm Marta.
Hi, Marta. 2 minutes out there in the corridor and in the lunchroom. We're starting our program. Not a lot of people in here yet, but actually lunch is over. All right, lunch is over, guys, for the next part of our program. You can't hear me in there, right? But I mean, you know, time to stop eating and start listening. But I have somebody different on the program.
So it's interesting because I was emailed and asked if I could do 2 p.m. and I said sure, but all the other things said say 2:20, and they asked me specifically if I could swap around between with the guy who's doing the Ethereum left POW.
Okay, when was the last email stuff?
It was so the last email said, can you do 2 instead of 2:20?
When was that?
That was on Thursday.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, 22nd of September was, thank you kindly, I have updated the calendar invitation with
From
the new
Emma
time.
or Bob? Or
Sarah.
Who? From Sarah. Okay, I didn't know that. But
I don't know either. I mean, I don't mind. I can do it in 20 minutes.
They don't hear there the instructions. Everybody's here.
I went in there.
Ah, you went there?
Yeah, but you could also,
Tell them.
you could also like, you know, encourage people.
Okay.
So, welcome back to the afternoon program of the inaugural Proof of Work Summit from the ETC Cooperative and Litecoin Foundation and our wonderful sponsor, Jasminer. Our first speaker was supposed to be our second speaker, but she showed up in this amazing dress, so we thought we'd put her on directly after lunch. Please welcome Marta Geater-Piekarska.
Thank you so much. Yes, I will say this is a Bitcoin dress. It has the Genesis block of Bitcoin on it. So if you ever want to see what's on the Bitcoin block, just let me know. So yeah, if we can switch to my first slide, please. Can we get my presentation up? Okay, well, let's wait a second. It's not like we work in tech. Oh, amazing, thank you. Yes, so I asked Bob and Sarah, the organizers, what should I talk about? And they said, well, you can talk about whatever. I suggested a couple of things, including like AI stuff, but they said, no, we want you to talk about the troubles that we have with decentralized autonomous organizations. Now, I appreciate that many people here are not very much in the Ethereum world, but who knows what a DAO is? Okay, so most of you do. Great. That's a good starting point. Yeah, so, you know, famous saying, history never repeats itself, but it always rhymes. I'll be talking about troubles that we are seeing in decentralized autonomous organizations, not necessarily things that you may be thinking about. And my thesis is that these 5 points are reasons why we are not seeing such a great uptake of what I think might be one of the most important inventions in the future of work and how we organize humans. But who am I, and why am I standing here? That's me in 3 versions. I do a lot of public speaking. I used to work for Hyperledger as director of ecosystem, and I did a lot of speaking around
permissioned blockchains and enterprise blockchain and all that. Before that, I actually started my career at Blockstream. I was one of the first employees at Blockstream in 2014. So I am a Bitcoin person in heart. But most recently, I've been with Consensus, where I'm leading the Web3 strategy, or Web3 engagement and DAO strategy team, thinking about how Consensus engages with DAOs and Web3 projects. How do we become more Web3 native? And what I think is the most fun challenge, how do we turn all of our 800 employees into contributors? And that's not as easy as you'd think it would be. I also row. I also row in costumes, but most of the time I row for Cambridge in actual rowing gear. And I used to do horse riding. That's my fun facts about me. So why should you care? That's a good question. What I see when I think about the world is that we actually started as decentralized society. If you think about it, 70,000 years ago, we kind of started moving around, but we couldn't even communicate. We were so decentralized that we wouldn't be even able to find a common language. It's only about 50,000 years ago that we started establishing communication. And once we started communicating, we went from these, people running around and catching deers and whatever other dinosaurs there were. Yes, not dinosaurs, but whatever animals were there. To actually thinking, how can we coordinate ourselves to be more efficient and be better? And that's we went into the agricultural stage, where we started actually sitting together and saying, you, Jake, will be doing all of the crops, and you, Jane, will go and hunt that bear, because you are good at this. And then we moved into markets and trades, because, hey, actually, if we have common markets, that's better. So you can see how, and then 200 years ago, steam engine was created in mass production. So actually, centralization is something that is good in a lot of ways. It makes us more efficient. It makes us better. And the same thing kind of happened with internet. We started off completely random, and then we established the communication standards, the TCP/IP. We started to consolidate access to resources, created marketplaces, and now we are creating complex economic coordination. And that happens every time when a great innovation starts. It starts small and potentially quite decentralized, and then slowly centralizes. So, on the other hand, we created decentralized autonomous organizations thinking about, revolutionizing, and that's something I'll talk about in a second, revolutionizing the way that we think about human coordination. And there are 5 major functions of a decentralized organization. So first of all, it is used for DAOs, for governance. They can be used to decide the direction and of a project or community. Then there is fund management, right? We raise money, we distribute the funds for particular projects or a cause, and we are doing it in a much more democratic way. There's community building. We are able to coordinate people, bring people together that have shared interests and goals. We use it for decision making about big projects and small projects, and we allocate resources. So DAOs are a really cool way of bringing people together under a shared umbrella to do something without having a central authority. However, there are a few mistakes that we are making in the process, and one of the first ones that I would want to point out is revolution rather than evolution. And back to, how we think about how we kind of ended up as a community or as a humanity, and what inclined people to create, or Vitalik to write about decentralized autonomous organizations, was this thinking of, well, right now we have governments that are really centralized, really bad. All we want is to shed this all apart and be like completely anarchist in a way, right? We don't need any structures. Slowly we are now learning that actually structures are kind of okay, and DAOs now have OKRs. And they have, we are starting to think, how do we employ people? Because we need contracts to then fire those contributors who are not actually contributing. So the first kind of boom and the revolution that we are trying to introduce didn't really go as well as it could have gone, because we are not learning from the mistakes of the past. And those mistakes is how we developed governments and how badly the governments are run today. We should be looking at the history and saying, hey, you know, these are the mistakes, let's correct them, rather than completely change the status quo. Second problem, I think, is that DAOs have a lot, is the overhead. So there is this concept, I'm sure you heard about it, that is called the buy-shit problem. It was introduced in the 70s, where scientists called Parkinson provided this example of a functional committee who is supposed to be to approve the plans for building a nuclear power plant. And actually, they spent majority of their discussion time on the easy-to-grasp issues, such as the materials to be used for the staff bicycle shed. So what he said was the time spent on any item of the agenda will be in inverse proportion to the sum of money involved. And that's what we see in DAOs. There are concepts that are really hard to grasp, and DAOs start to vote on it. But because it's so hard, we just go with whatever the smartest person in the room said. And then there are problems that are very obvious and easy, like, you know, what color scheme should we be using? And that requires a lot of conversation because everybody has an opinion. So that ability to express your opinions hits us both ways. On one hand, we don't pay attention and spend time on the things that are really important, but then we spend a lot of time on the things that are really unimportant. And that's why building a DAO requires a lot of very mindful community building and coordination. In traditional companies, you will have HRs, and no, I don't love HR teams. Sorry if someone's from HR. But we have kind of structures to coordinate the teams and to talk together. And in DAOs, we are trying to kind of say, oh, it will all resolve itself. We don't even need code of conduct, yet we do. And then there's the problem of recentralization that we are absolutely headed for. There's this really, really interesting paper that came out earlier this year, where the scientists tried to apply the Nakamoto coefficient and the Gini coefficient to DAOs to look at how truly decentralized, or whether DAOs are decentralized. So the Gini coefficient can be used to measure the inequality in the distribution of any fungible good. In that case, they used it for voting power. And the values range from 0, which indicates that there's perfect equality, and 1.0, which means the highest level of inequality, so the worst situation. In most countries, when we take the Gini coefficient when it comes to wealth distribution, the Gini coefficient is somewhere between 0.7 and 0.85. Now, if you look at this table here, you will see, so remember, 1 is the worst, right? If we take top, whatever it is, 20 DAOs that are here, as of January 31st, 2023, the best we can achieve is gas DAO, which is 0.88. Everything else is 0.9 and above. This is terrifying, because this means that there are so few people that hold so much power in this supposedly decentralized world. If you take the Nakamoto coefficient, that it measures how decentralized the system is, based on how many wallets do you have to control to have 50% or more voting power, it goes even worse. So ENS has 19 delegates. You have to control 19 wallets to be able to control the voting power. If you go for Uniswap, it's as little as 11, Hop 6. And I mean, I'm not against any of those DAOs, but it really, really shows us that theoretically, yes, everybody has voting power, and if you own the token, you can vote. But actually, between the hoarders and the super strong wallets, and the way that the whole industry or ecosystem is running right now, actually, everything's decided from the get-go. there isn't this truly beautiful idea that, like, if I have a proposal, I can just go and make that proposal and community will vote on it and evaluate it because it's so great. The reality is that if I don't have support of those 11 wallets on Uniswap, I'm not going to pass my proposal. And that's just, you know, it really feels sometimes, and my team participates in a lot of the governance, and truly sometimes we look at ourselves and we're like, this just feels like West Wing, really. And then there's not learning from the past. This is a fresco by Ambrogio Lorenzetti. Sorry, my Italian is not up to scratch. He painted this series of 3 frescoes where he differentiates between a good and a bad government, and you can't really, well, they are quite destroyed, but basically the one up there describes a beautiful situation when the government is flourishing and their whole community is just living happily ever after, and then this one on the down here presents a government that is rotten and kind of poisonous and is not functioning very well. That governance, healthy governance, and having a healthy ecosystem is something that we really, really need, whatever organizations we have. And it doesn't matter that it's autonomous or decentralized. Because something that, again, we need to realize is that indeed the governance is automated in the way that if we make a decision, we build it into a smart contract, and then smart contracts get executed. But we need humans to make those decisions, right? We need humans to evaluate those decisions. They will not be made on their own or just magically. And we are forgetting that human factor in the DAO ecosystem. And I would even claim that we are forgetting that human factor in Web3 in general. And finally, if you look at forgetting what we think about governments, and you know, I'm from Poland. You might know that Polish government right now is a little bit of a shambles. So I'm not saying that governments are great, but there are certain things that governments learned how to do very, very well and very efficient. One of them is making sure that people actually participate in votes. Some governments enforce it, right? You have to pay a fine if you don't want to vote. But most importantly, voting is rare. We don't ask citizens, or governments don't ask citizens to say, hey, you know, you should vote on every single thing. We have votes that are like those big campaigns, we get people together and we do it. Secondly, the decisions are very simple. It's like tick across here. And that's all the decision you have to make. Yes, that usually is based on TV advertising and some kind of a very weird campaign when it comes to choosing your ruler, your president. But it is a very simple decision, and the process is really simple. It's quite interesting if you compare the tax systems in different countries and voting systems in different countries. Because voting is something that is greatly, high participation in voting is something that is greatly in the interest of the government. Every government has almost the same process. Sometimes you can do it online, sometimes you have to show up in person, but basically there are names and you tick a box next to the name, you can do an X or a tick, that's it. And that's like, I lived in several countries, every time I participate in the vote, that works the same way. Tax system, because actually governments are very happy if you don't pay the tax on time because then they can fine you, is very different and very complicated in every single country. But the more we want people to actually succeed, the more simple the processes can be. You have the education, right? We all learn about the process of how do you participate, how do you participate in voting, whereas DAOs don't do that. We have very little education about the importance of being an active member of a DAO. They focus on human, right? We try to really get through to our citizens, and we really spend the money and separate money and vote, which is something that DAOs are slowly starting to do. But right now we have this conflict in DAO ecosystem where usually if I obtain a token, there are two reasons why I would buy a token, right? One, I just don't want to get rich. I think this token will go up. I'm just buying it. Second, I really care about this project. I want to participate in its governance. Well, there are very two conflicting theories. Now, if I bought the token because I want to get rich, I'm still eligible for a vote, but I don't really want to vote because I don't care about that project. If I obtain that token because I really care about the project and I care about the voting rights, well, if the project succeeds, then I'm more incentivized to sell the token, therefore get rid of my voting rights, but then I won't be able to help the project succeed. So it's a very conflicting situation, and now we're seeing things like voting tokens, lockups, and things like that, or staking that allows you to participate in the votes of a DAO if you really care. But it's that kind of thinking around how do we simplify the decision-making and how do we separate those two issues is very, very important. And then finally, the tech-centric design of user experience. I think this is a problem that we have over and over again, where we really don't think about the human. One of the biggest or most challenging things for me in our ecosystem is that we don't really chase the bad guys. Like, you hear about a hack, or you hear about someone, you know, losing a lot of money in their wallet, but there isn't a body in our whole broad ecosystem that is specifically devoted to chasing the bad actors. Police, regular police, not really. They don't care and they don't understand our industry. But we are not self-policing ourselves. We haven't established a group that would say, we will investigate every hack. You just hear about them and they're like, oh yeah, well, I'm sorry you lost your money, bye now. And we really need to start thinking of that, because we won't get adoption if that's not resolved. So there we go. I had 20 minutes and I have 22 seconds to go. So I can't probably take questions now, but if you want to chat to me or tell me that I'm full of BS, then come talk to me later. No. Thank you.
No, we can definitely do a couple of questions. So my favorite thing to say is that DAOs are neither decentralized nor autonomous. So, I mean, the whole code is law thing pretty much went very much by the wayside, and at the end of the day, it's 3 guys or 7 guys around a multisig at 3 a.m. going, can you sign transaction number 257 and which number? Yeah. Over a Zoom call. Do you think that we can ever get to organizations actually being autonomous? Because at best yet they're distributed because people are in different jurisdictions. Yeah.
I don't think that DAOs today are what DAOs will be finally. I think that we started with a very philosophical concept. Like, in theory, it would be beautiful if they are decentralized and autonomous and automated and all that stuff. And then we went through this process, as with everything that we seem to be going through in humanity, where we're like, oh no, actually we need to introduce those different steps. So we can't have the randomness. But there are things that are really important in DAOs that I hope that will be preserved, like the idea that it doesn't matter what you're officially responsible for. You can chime in into anything that you want to be part of. So imagine, you know, a marketing person that actually happens to have experience in user design or is just a user of the product, and they participate in the user studies and say, hey, we need to change this, this, and that in the product design to make it better. So I think that it is future of work. We just need to take the concepts and apply them rather than build something from scratch.
So do you see the potential advancements or clarifications happening through projects like Lao Official and, you know, people that are offering jurisdictional legality so you can do your payroll, that have the crypto recognition in various jurisdictions?
Yeah. I think that there is a lot of really good stuff happening right now as we're learning and becoming more and more formal about those DAOs. Exactly the projects that you mentioned, the whole idea of incorporating your DAO, having people responsible, also talking to the regulators around who is responsible for it when it goes badly. Who is responsible for the decision? Because right now, as you probably all know here, if you're part of a DAO and the DAO votes of something, like, I don't know, using nukes, you're responsible for that, even if you didn't participate in that decision. From a legal perspective, we are all, as participants of the DAO, responsible for it. So I think that working with regulators to clarify that, as with anything in our space, same with crypto, same with all the other things. We need clarity to know where it's good to go.
Cool. I can take one or two questions because I find it quite unfair to just have to rush through that beside myself. Does anybody have a question for Marta besides me? You guys are like really not in the DAO space, right? I mean, this is really a proof of work room. I got it back there in the corner. All right. Okay, cool. There's a microphone going over there. Mr. Nicholas saving the day.
I always ask the hard questions. So could you envisage or do you know of a DAO that exists outside of IRL, real life jurisdictions? Do you know of a DAO that exists outside of being in Wyoming or being in Ireland or being where else that has no legal jurisdictional presence? No.
There is always, at the end of the day, you have to always somehow define, if you want a formal DAO, yes, I know a bunch of friends that call themselves a DAO, and they even issue tokens, right? We have that, but at the end of the day, you need to have some jurisdictional attachment, whether it's Wyoming, whether it's, there are a few communities that are doing a thing where they establish a foundation that is kind of the responsible legal body, but the DAO is not, the DAO is an advisory to that foundation, so they are not attached to any jurisdiction. But that's, yeah, at the end of the day, you have to be registered somewhere.
Okay, so let me ask you a last philosophical question. Jared Hope of Status, when we were talking about DAOs in 2017, 2018, postulated that a DAO is the sum total of all of the individual contracts that people enter to get into together to manifest something. Mm-hmm. Yeah? Yeah. And some people would make the argument that Bitcoin, actually, or any decentrally, deployed proof of work coin is actually the best example of a DAO because nobody actually has control of the network other than from the point at which it was deployed. How do you feel about that definition of a DAO?
I mean, yes, I like this a lot. I would say that Bitcoin is also, to a certain degree, and we can look at it from different perspectives, but it's quite centralized. When it comes to core contributors, you can almost name a name, maybe not by name, but by their nickname or something like that. So I think that we need to work through decentralization and through openness and accept possibly a certain level of centralization. But in what you're saying around DAOs, I do think that probably Bitcoin might be one of the better DAOs out there.
Yay, got her! A bit unfair. Thank you so much, Marta.
Thank you.
So next up is Mr. Mario Havel. Is he in the room? Hey, cool. Right up here. Mario Havel, a colleague of mine from Parallel Nepolis. We've had the pleasure of working together many times. And now he's going to say what comes next now that Ethereum's actually moved to proof of stake.
Hello, everyone. Ah, that's my slide. Just give me 1 second. I'll just start a presentation here. Ah, that's better. Very well. Yeah, thank you so much for coming to my talk. Thank you for lovely introduction, Michael. So I am Mario Havel. I am part of Ethereum Foundation's protocol support. We are a team with an EF which helps to facilitate the core development of Ethereum. And today I'd like to talk a little bit about that, about Ethereum development. And you might think at this conference like, oh, this proof of stake fella coming here, it's just the danged Ethereum. If you haven't seen the Futurama episode, I really recommend it. It was all about mining. It was fun. So yeah, what am I even talking about here when there is no proof of work in place? Well, I want to talk a little about Ethereum development, about how we got to this point, how all this development actually is being done, coordinated a little, and what actually is Ethereum under the hood. And yeah, what changed since the merge, what happened, and what is going on. I don't want to really get into some discussions about proof of stake, proof of work nuances, because I come in friendly manner, and I find it in a way that, like, in reality, there are certain trade-offs to these technologies, and so we are past that. Like, Ethereum chose certain trade-offs with going on the proof-of-stake path, and I want to talk about how that went and how Ethereum is doing. And to understand the merge and the whole structure of Ethereum, first, I would like to talk about a little about what are the Ethereum development principles, where is it coming from? Because even with the proof of stake and all of these changes along the way, Ethereum still follows certain design, certain ideas established way in the back, and these principles are a reflection of some prehistory of these technologies, right? Coming from 70s, 80s, where the development of Unix took place, and Unix bringing this idea of, like, well, open development, the development where people actually share things. It was this atmosphere in 8080 labs collaborating with, like, MIT researchers, and everybody had just opened their office and everybody was working their own thing but actually collaborating. And that's how Unix works, that we have a certain modularity, right? We have different pieces of software which do what they do best and then just compose with each other. So that's beautiful. And of course, to make Ethereum work as well, any other cryptocurrency here, it's free and open source software, and its specification, everything is open, building on legacy of Cypherpunks, crypto-anarchists, and these things are kept in mind when we talk about the design principles of Ethereum. The goal for Ethereum is to be simple, universal, modular, not discriminate against anyone, and be agile. What does it mean? Well, simplicity means that the specification or the Ethereum itself should still be somewhat simple. Yeah, when it was written down in 2014 or so, 2015, it said, like, it should be implemented by a regular a regular programmer should be able to implement it. And I believe that it's still there because, well, the complexity is growing. So the proof of stake, after this transition, we introduced a lot of complexity to the ecosystem. But however, this is sort of encapsulated complexity. So there is this strategy of how Ethereum manages complexity, that it encapsulates it in this module that it's part of the modularity as well. So we have the proof of stake engine, the beacon chain, the execution client, which talk to each other over a simple API, the engine API, and this makes it easy to debug if there is a problem in one or the other. And the sandwich complexity is how Solidity works, how the contracts work. That we have some readable language, we have Solidity, which is auditable, then it goes through the complexity of compiler, and the bottom of the sandwich is the EVM 30-ish bytecodes, which are, again, verifiable, mathematically, formally verifiable, right? Ethereum in its design doesn't discriminate against any use, so it comes with this freedom and neutrality that the Ethereum is built in a way that it's not biased towards a single purpose, and it's very generalized. It's built as a low-level machine, and there are no like, you know, this is the token standard on Ethereum. It's given just by community, just by what community wants to build, not by the core devs. And the important part here is that Ethereum devs are not scared of risks, or like they're willing, the Ethereum community is willing to take a risk for a good payoff. So there is certain non-risk aversion. So if there is, you know, 10% risk for 90% payoff, it's worth it, not the other way. Yeah, history. We have Ethereum specified first in the yellow paper. It's beautiful, italic in Bitcoin Keynote 2014, right? That's funny. There are EIPs, but all of this comes together to execution and consensus specs. So when we talk about Ethereum upgrades and development, there are basically versions of Ethereum which have certain code names. The latest one is Shanghai and Chapella. And these are updated in the specification. So we have these PI specs, which are very well defining exactly how Ethereum should behave, and based on those we have 10 different implementations. So, and one of these upgrades exactly a year ago was the merge. The one which brought us the proof of stake. We counted down actually from here, from Prague, and as we reached this terminal total difficulty value, what happened was that we switched the consensus. So how it, the bit under the hood, just to give you the idea of why we call it the merge, why it's not split or the other way, because we are connecting the two networks, the beacon chain and the old proof of work networks. Before the merge, it looked like this, and what's happening here is that we have the validators attesting, creating the beacon blocks, each slot, and proof of work. The old chain is doing its own thing, but at one point, instead of listening to miners, it becomes one piece, one block, which where the validators actually attest to the execution layer data. So that's why we call it the merge, because we merged two networks together. And since then, what happened was that, well, there were no major incidents. Nothing went horribly wrong. The network didn't went belly up. That's good. There were minor incidents. There were two periods where the network was not finalizing because of bugs in block productions in some clients, but the network recovered after a few hours. That doesn't mean that there were no new blocks produced. The slots were going on as the gas works. However, we didn't see finality for some time. The liquid staking derivatives are growing. That was something which we've been warned about, and we see it happening now, Lido being big and so on. So that's something that the community should be aware of, and it's something which is risk in the proof of stake world. Chapella happened, the withdrawals upgrade. It was upgrade in April this year, which brought many things, but the main upgrade was the withdrawals. So I would say actually finished the merge here. We actually finished the proof of stake transition where we enabled the full validator withdrawals. And of course, there is a bunch of more research based on this in progress. I'm going to talk about it. I wanted to show the chart of the inflation. So one of the things is that with the supply minted each slot is lower than with proof of work. So you see the difference between proof of work Ethereum and proof of stake Ethereum. So we save on inflation. And so how Ethereum looks right now under the hood, just to give you an idea what it is now, this beast. So we have the EVM as the heart, as the core of Ethereum, which receives transactions from some peer-to-peer layer, and this is executed in EVM and updates state of Ethereum. The state meaning that it's the current state, but also builds the whole state database and the history. But this used to be basically Ethereum plus miners, but now this is what we call the execution layer. This is what you normally talk to. This is what was the Ethereum client. you use your wallets, MetaMask, whatnot, connecting to this RPC. But then we have another RPC, another endpoint here, which is the engine API, because it drives the engine, and that's the consensus layer, which dictates the execution layer, what is the current head to sync to. So we have the fork choice run by LMD Ghost, and that's part of the beacon chain. Beacon node provides beacon APIs, which is meant for validators. Or if you're interested in the beacon state, you can learn it from this CL client. So this is how the actual Ethereum is right now. It's merged. It's two networks instead of just one network. We have two which are slapped together, glued together, and one client is basically two pieces of software at this point. Each has its own peer-to-peer layer, so they're through different networks. So this is how it looks like, and you see there is certain complexity and certain new issues involved. So what is the research looks like now? So all this research and development happens out there in the public. Like this thing is not a conspiracy of few core devs out there. It's all discussed publicly, and you can follow it on the dev calls, which are every week. 1 week it's for execution layer, the second week is for consensus layer. On Thursday it's 2 p.m. local time, 3 p.m. And for specific features like 4844 EOF or some testnets starting, all the EIPs are discussed at ETH Magicians, and a lot of important discussion goes on ETH Research or R&D Discord, where you can find a public invite. So yeah, all of these things which are happening around, whether it's proof of stake or Ethereum upgrades, are in this repository you can find overview of what's happening right now. You can find links to all of those calls, and anybody can join them. So what is this research? What is happening now? And I wanted to talk a bit about the proof of stake, because, well, it introduces some things which enable us to build on it. It opens new features for Ethereum, but also we need some fixes. Also, there are some problems with it. So actually, with the proof of stake, there is a big part of it is generally optimizing it and upgrading it, because the beacon chain has been here since December 2020, the consensus network, and since then the technology would be considered today pretty old. So there are some client devs who would argue that maybe we merged too soon. Like, the community is saying that we merged too late, right? But somebody would argue that maybe it was too soon, that there was more space for optimization, for work on it. Great example would be work on 3 states right now. So the clients, it's not a hard fork, it's just optimization within the client is a 3-state database. So instead of keeping the beacon state in the disk, it can be in the memory, it can produce blocks much faster. And also connected to this, they are changing the way that archival node works on beacon chain. And it's super funny because it's like 1,000 times smaller now. Before it was storing every state, now it's just storing the diffs, which are literally 1,000 times smaller. So instead of 5 terabytes, you have like a few hundred gigabytes. Yeah, the withdrawals were enabled as the direct proof of stake upgrade, finishing it. And now there is this thing called single slot finality. Now, single slot finality is very interesting, very important, and that's another thing that is considered like wasn't baked properly when the merge happened, or something that still needs a lot more research. Basically, because we rely on the ghost, on the Gasper mechanism, which is beneficial in a way that, like, even if there is no finality, it can still go on. However, what is progressing, not just these days, is the research on a single slot finality, which would enable us to achieve the finality in the proof of stake setting just after single slot. So it means that you would wait a few seconds instead of minutes for user, but also it can enable us to have more stable network. And the researchers are trying to figure out how to do this without validator bandwidth overhead and so on. And of course, it enables sharding. It enables this data availability sampling idea, which is based on beacon chain sampling different shards. And I'm going to get there with Denkun. And well, one of the important things is that it actually enabled secure light clients, because now the light client can verify the route of the beacon slot, and that way it can be sure that the execution data it's getting are correct. So we have Helios, Kevlar implementations of light clients, which are software by itself and can ensure that the data that you are running just in your local small wallet are correct. And upgrade, which is not related to proof of stake and is coming, is Verkle trees. I'm going to talk a little about that, but mostly I wanted to talk about Denkun, which is Deneb and Cancun upgrade, and together it's Denkun. What it introduces, the main feature are blobs or proto-dunk sharding. So, because what is happening right now is that we have all these layer 2s or rollups on Ethereum, and they are putting all their data in form of call data to the Ethereum state, which is pretty inefficient and like naive way of doing it. The call data is not even intended for storing data like that. So instead, we have this first step towards data availability dunk sharding. We call it proto-dunk sharding because of Proto Lambda, who came up with the concept. And this changes the way how the rollups behave, it introduces a new type of transaction. We call it blob carrying transaction. It's like a bike and you have a sidecar. The sidecar is the blob now. So what it does is that it carries a blob, just like piece of data, and instead of storing this data to Ethereum, it stores it on the consensus layer ephemerally, so it disappears after 4 weeks. So there is no like disk overhead for the data, because rollups just need this data to achieve validity after 1 week or so. This ephemeral data are referenced by KZG commitment. So the KZG commitment is there to prove the existence and the structure of this blob of data, and the layer 2 can just reference this commitment, which has a precompile. We don't need to execute anything in EVM. We don't need to do much computation, and it's much more efficient than just using the call data, which would enable rollups or future shards to store this data like 10 times more effectively. So that's nice. A part of that in Denkun, we are removing self-destruct. That's important. Finally, goodbye to this awful opcode. And transient storage will be enabled, which is a new opcode, a new feature in EVM, which enables efficient handling of data. Uniswap v4 is dependent on this. So the new version of Uniswap will go out as transient storage is enabled on mainnet. Yeah. And oh, by the way, yeah, so for cryptographers here, you might know that the KZG commitments require structured reference string, which needs to be created by a trusted setup ceremony. So there was actually a huge trusted setup ceremony, the biggest one out there, with more than 100,000 contributors, and a bunch of these contributors were cats. We built this cat toy, which collects entropy from cats, and that's submitted to the KZG ceremony. So now Ethereum, or the Denkun, which dunk scales the blob space, will be secured by 20 cats. Yeah, that's the state of Ethereum, my friends, after the merge. Okay, yeah, so that's happening, or we can also call it a surge, as it's called in the roadmap. The layer 2 data flooding the layer 1, and yeah, and it's towards the full data availability sampling, which I don't want to dive into. I wanted to mention the Verkle trees, which is actually like, so after the Denkun, it seems like the next thing which is feasibly upgradable on Ethereum are the Verkle trees, or the vector commitment Merkle trees, which are alternative to the MPT, to the Merkle Patricia tree, in a way that the leaf nodes are connected with vector commitments, and these commitments enable you to generate a witness, which is much more smaller, efficient, and it can be used by stateless client. So we have we can enable stateless clients thanks to Verkle trees, and these are elephants because they like to uproot trees. Yeah, and I wanted to talk a bit more about the roadmap, but I'm running out of time. One of the things that I would mention is the PBS part. There is a lot of research on enshrined PBS and censorship-resistant lists, because with the proposable separation, it became normal that all the validators just listen to some other block builder, and they are just proposing it. So So we are enshrining this into the protocol because we are trying to find some nice compromise in this huge, in this scary triangle where Ethereum never wants to satisfy its decentralization. So it's it takes all these crazy ideas that I just talked about to fit somewhere in the triangle. And yeah, it's an infinite garden, but I believe that it leads to the ossification. Recently, we hear more and more devs talking about ossification of Ethereum in coming future. And yeah, can you imagine it? Ethereum will be done maybe one day. That will make us happy. If you are interested in Ethereum core development, check out the Ethereum Protocol Fellowship. You can ask me about it. And I'm a minute over. That's all, folks. I'm sorry about the rush ending. Thank you so much.
That is some serious bike shedding, yak shaving stuff. I'm really thankful that this is all happening on Ethereum. Is like my first sort of like gut reaction. So there's this argument that we have in Bitcoin is that theoretically anything that works that's developed on other chains will be, you know, can potentially be done on Bitcoin. So if you look at the developments that are happening on level 2s and how we're building EVM chains into certain solutions and also being you know, a very high supporter of the Lightning Network, my question to you would be, what do you potentially see coming out of the roadmap and the development in Ethereum that can end up in the Bitcoin and proof of work ecosystem?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you so much. I mean, so because, well, I cannot really imagine like these things being directly applied on Bitcoin, just like because of how Bitcoin is conservative and how different the technology is. But it also progresses. There are proposals for rollups, for ZK rollups on Bitcoin, and Jeremy Rubin, Ruben Thompson, Paul Storz doing their sidechain, drive chain, state chains proposals, which are, I believe, very much inspired from discussion on the rollups of Ethereum. But in Ethereum, I mean, I believe that most of the inspiration for Bitcoiners is actually like, this is how not to do it, right? They look at the mistakes, so they know what to avoid. So we are the trailblazers. We mark the path, like this is where it might work, this is where it doesn't work, and then Bitcoin can, or whatever chains can bootstrap like what is the usable, feasible path. Yeah.
So I guess that in Bitcoin we talk about the potential attack surface, and in Ethereum we talk about the argument surface. Would that be
the what surface?
The argument surface.
Argument surface.
Yeah, it seems to me that in Ethereum there's just like there's this huge surface area of all of this development, and there's huge amounts of discussions that go on around it, which have, you know, more rapidly productive implementations that happen through approvals of commits than happens in Bitcoin. And it seems that in the proof of stake network, in the Ethereum ecosystem, that there is a much larger surface of argumentation than there is in proof of work.
Totally. So what I was showing right there, all the forums and the calls and so on, like it's out there in the open. And first of all, like, I mean, what you say, it's overwhelming. There is so much of it. There are all these discussion arguments all over the place around different technical specialties. But it's what I call the Unix philosophy, the modularity. So we have people who are experts who are diving into certain areas, and they're able to craft the best solution in this domain. So there are many domains. All of this discussion is out there in the public, and that's what I find beautiful about the whole open free software ecosystem, where we have this open research where anybody can learn about it and can just come and contribute and be awarded later on, right? So there's definitely there, like for Ethereum, the attack and argument surface, there is definitely more complexity being introduced, but also more people working on it and more people who understand it. What I show there, the protocol fellowship managed to foster like 50 new core devs this year, just this year. So. There are many people interested in diving into it, and thanks to like being able to focus on a specific domain and everything being open, it's happening. Yeah.
Do we have a question for Mario? Okay, please.
Hello. Is there anything that can be done on the protocol layer to deal with the LSD centralization problem, apart from switching to proof of work?
Yeah, that's a good question, how we solve the LSD centralization. The LSDs are growing because of people, because of the market, because people choose their token and support their thing. So like one thing which is not like protocol level solution is that people, and we see it in the community of Ethereum, that like people prefer non-censoring relays, they prefer alternative LSDs and more distributed staking pools and so on. On the protocol level, what is happening actually in Denku, and I didn't mention that, there is churn limit being introduced, so the big stakers cannot grow as fast. There is this whole research on the protocol builder separation. So like the idea there is that like even if some part of the big part of the network is controlled or like many validators are controlled by an entity which is censoring or something, they cannot really have effect on users. So that's important part of it. And generally like the whole proof of stake enables super easily to build blocks at home. Right now, like there are a bunch of people selling miners here, and it's nice, but it's also highly professionalized. I mean, compared to just like running a thing on my laptop, and there are people just proposing Ethereum blocks from their Raspberry Pis. So, like speaking back to the community part, like that's I think is the most important to actually like why I went into this, why I was excited about the proof of stake transitions, that we can now have my little Raspberry Pi here create a new block on Ethereum, define how it's going to look like. It's my decision, my computer's decision. It's completely up to me how if it's valid, right? So, we see community embracing the home staking, and it's very easy and it works. It's like running the node with a little thing on top of it. It's easier than running a Lightning node, I would say, less management at least. So. So I see this more and more in the community. I hope that it's going to grow. So that's like non-protocol level solution. Yeah.
Cool. One question, and let's make it a short answer because I've got to do a giveaway.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
If you have 32 ETH.
Do I have 32 ETH?
No, I'm saying you can do that if you have 32 ETH.
Well, so in the natively, just with the client software, you need 32. If you use some pool which doesn't introduce much of an attack vector or is completely trustless, it can be up to what I looked into 8 ETH. But there are new protocols which can do 1 ETH. They are not there for so long, I don't trust them that much, but there is this Diva thing which enables, and it doesn't really make sense with 1 ETH because, I mean, the machine is more expensive than that, or like, I mean, it's, I don't know, 400, 500 bucks for a machine, so like it's not worth it to do it with just 1 ETH, but it's getting lowered. And there is another thing that, which also helps with this, that like the maximum capacity of the validator is being raised. It's not going to be, I mean, it might get raised, not just 32 ETH, but it will be more. So now there's actually less validators in the network, which introduces less attestation overhead. So it helps with the bandwidth requirements for the stakers. And now we are getting to the point where the validator entities are grouping like this, merging like this, which would enable us to actually limit the 32 ETH as well, to have, on the other side, have enable smaller entities as well. So yeah, one day. Yeah, thanks.
please take the time to pick this man's brain if you have any questions about Ethereum from a Bitcoiner. Please pick this man's brain. He has a huge amount of knowledge. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you so much, Michael. Thanks for
speaking to
everyone.
this audience today, Mario. So I'd like to invite Bob Somerville up on the stage for our second giveaway.
Hello, if you'd like to make a block at home, maybe you can make an ETC one on this ASIC right here. Courtesy of iPolo. So it's another iPolo X1. Is Mikhail Poleka here?
Can we put that out into the corridor as well? So can you repeat that?
No.
Again, Bob?
Well, maybe I'll go to the next. Yeah,
One
Mikhail Poleka. Is Mikhail Poleka here? Winner of an ASIC? Are we going to go to a next person? Maybe. Maybe we have an unlucky person. You're not here, you lose. Heinek Gina? No?
All right, so let's keep those two
Okay,
names
we'll
and
keep
see
the
what
names.
happens.
We'll keep the names.
You know, oh, here he is.
Oh, who do we have here?
Mika.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah?
This is really good, right?
Are you sure?
My good friend. Well,
This
let's
is
take
for
a pic.
your
Wait.
friend.
Let's get a picture of you accepting it for him.
You can accept it on his behalf.
So I'm Hinek now, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Here you go.
Yeah. That's the proof.
Now we know. That's,
Okay.
This is proof of receipt.
We have a photo of this man, if it's not true.
I'm gonna send him your regards.
Excellent. Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
So the next piece in our program is the Litecoin Foundation mining panel. Zero downtime through proof of work. If I can ask everybody to come on up to stage. And who's going to be running this? You are. You've got the moderator shirt. Sure. Here, take this one.
Hello. I feel like Oprah, but without the giveaways.
You don't look like her.
No. It's funny that. Thanks very much to everyone who's come and you know, post-lunch. Really appreciate it. So I'm Robbie Coleman, Creative Director of the Litecoin Foundation. And with me I've got some of my cohort, or you know, colleagues from the Litecoin Foundation. Maybe we'll start off with you, Alan. Introduce yourself.
Yes, hi, Alan Austin. I'm the Managing Director at Litecoin Foundation.
Kerry, come on.
Hi, I'm Kerry Washington. I run the Light Wallet team, which is a mobile app to have a wallet for Litecoin.
Yep, there you go. And Loshan.
Hi, I'm Loshan. I'm a software developer for the Litecoin Foundation. And I just work on Litecoin software, which is lots of stuff.
It's a lot.
Very good. Wow, what a rousing introduction from everyone. Maybe we'll start off with Alan. Alan, do you want to maybe talk a little bit about what the Litecoin Foundation is, what it does, and the objectives of Litecoin Foundation?
Yeah, sure. And unfortunately, we had two other people from the foundation that couldn't make it here today. But so the Litecoin Foundation, we're
just to clarify, they're not dead. They just couldn't make it today.
Yeah,
So
they're not dead.
Just everyone's cool. Yeah.
So Litecoin Foundation, we are a nonprofit organization. It was founded in 2017. And as everybody knows, Litecoin was a decentralized pre-mined, did not have a pre-mined, decentralized, fairly launched currency. So the foundation is primarily driven by donations and some other things we do. Our general mission is to basically support and help promote Litecoin adoption and overall the Litecoin ecosystem. And we do that through a variety of things like education, providing tools and resources to the community, wallet development software, working with partnerships. Our goal really is all about global adoption in terms of both usage, Litecoin, and using it as a payments cryptocurrency, and just overall good for adoption in terms of proof of work. So we actually, we do a lot of different things through the organization, through our team, and through we have volunteers that work throughout the world that we all collaborate with.
I love the global adoption thing. It makes it sound like Pinky in the Brain. One of the things you mentioned was Litecoin Foundation obviously supports the development of the Litecoin and Litecoin ecosystem. Got Loshan next to me. Maybe, Loshan, do you want to talk about some more recent developments that you've done? Maybe Litecoin Space would be a relevant one.
Yeah, sure. So recently I worked on forking mempool. So some of you guys might be familiar with the mempool Bitcoin Explorer. And what we did is we forked it to support Litecoin. And that includes some of the libraries that we use to make mempool or Litecoin Space work. So that includes a Rust library. So if there's any Rust developers here, I don't know, maybe you'll use that to build stuff on Litecoin. It's mainly stuff like that to help other developers build on top of Litecoin or build Litecoin applications.
And so what's the component? There's like another component to it being the Explorer. What does the Explorer actually show?
Yeah, so the Explorer itself is, it lets you visualize the mempool. So it shows the current state of the mempool, and it shows maybe if miners are censoring any incoming transactions or anything like that. We basically are a resource for historical Litecoin data. It's not just block data or mempool data, it's also price history, mining history, that sort of thing.
And how far does the data go back?
So I tried to do my best. It does go pretty far back, all the way back to Genesis, or almost close to Genesis, but the data is kind of missing towards the start.
Sorry, that was a bit of a loaded question because I was there with Loshan mid-breakdown. And Kerry, maybe do you want to maybe discuss what you've been up to the last year and I guess the future of Light Wallet, any integrations that are coming up, all that kind of stuff?
Sure, yeah. So we have a code base that's almost 6 years old. The problem is we've gotten more users and we have a bigger team, but when it's working, you don't want to pull it apart too easily. So our focus for the last year has been getting ready for the new project, which we're calling Newborn, which is basically a complete overhaul of the wallet itself with a new middle layer, and also preparing for MWEB, right, which that work for light clients.
And so when can people learn about MWEB? Maybe in 30 minutes or something like that? Do you want to plug
right after this panel, I will talk more about MWEB. You will love it. You'll love it.
Love it. And so just to do with the wallet, so the functions of the wallet, obviously user experience, you're trying to keep it as fluid as possible. I mean, how many people are you getting per month using the wallet? What have you seen adoption like, all that kind of stuff?
Right, so pre-halving, we were averaging about 19,000 users per month, right? This is globally, usually it's for developing countries, right? So like obviously Russia, Ukraine, Nigeria, Brazil, these are the places people are using it because their currency is not as stable. We have a big contingent from the US as well, but I try to bias towards those developing countries where I know their currency is not that good.
Yeah.
We added Turkish and Ukrainian in the last 2 years, right? Because of that, because we know we needed it. Yeah.
And so how does that play? I mean, Alan, you were talking about global adoption. I mean, how does that play in terms of the strategy from the foundation for global adoption? You know, obviously trying to develop for certain developing countries, that's a terrible sentence, but also make them, you know, open and user-friendly for those countries.
Yeah, I mean, there are certainly, we have we're so early when we really step back and look at what we need to achieve. Our goal, again, is to see this, to position Litecoin as a global payments currency, and we are continuing to see that trend. And if you look at all of the I always say put price aside. Price is always emotional. It doesn't always represent what's really happening. in the longer term, that generally catches up. But if you look at a lot of the trends and things that are happening with Litecoin, the growth and the adoption, those things are all continuing to grow solid. One of the things we do is we do so much through the foundation. We also work with various partners. We also try and help to onboard merchants, to accept Litecoin. Anything we could do to help reach out in different areas to help educate. And then through our website that we just kind of revamped recently, we're building a bigger portal, again, to help merchants. If you're a merchant and you want to offer Litecoin, where do you go? What do you do? We'd like to have a place where you can go and provide all those options. If you want to spend your Litecoin, how do you do it? Well, here's the different ways. If you need to store it, what's the safest way to store it? So there's a lot of different things there that we can do. And that's why we also work with partnerships as well, and we'll help promote through our community reach.
Yeah, speaking of resources, there's also resources on how you can mine Litecoin as well. So there's some very easy to follow instructionals there as well. Just on mining, obviously, well not obviously, but we hit a all-time high in terms of difficulty in hash rate. Does anyone want to talk to that, pre and post halving and the effect that it's had on Litecoin? Pass on that. Cool. Merge mining. What about that?
Wait.
Do you know that?
I don't remember the exact hash rate. I guess you can go to litecoinspace.org and
you can.
I'm plugging. But in terms of trends, the hash rate hasn't decreased as many people were saying. The hash rate has been kind of very, very stable. We're currently still sitting at an all-time high, and it's kind of crazy. I guess when the Locotech guys, who you might have seen in the sponsors, when they launch their ASICs, the hash rate is going to continue to rise, and so will the difficulty. It's going to be kind of crazy in the next year or so.
Alan?
Yeah, and I'll just add, too, in terms of merge mining and rewards, Litecoin, as most of you know, is merge mined with Dogecoin. And so one of the interesting things about Dogecoin is that it has what's called tail emissions, meaning that the rewards go on indefinitely. So while you have the properties of good money where with Litecoin, with a limited supply, it halves every 4 years, Dogecoin is sort of the opposite, where you have a continued supply all the time. One of the interesting things about, and so combined, you have the rewards. You're basically sharing the same security budget, but twice the rewards, or if not more. So one interesting thing about tail emissions is sort of the unknown of what happens potentially when the rewards, continue to decrease every 4 years. Will that be enough incentive for miners? Likely, but will the fees be enough to offset? But because of the tail emissions that Dogecoin offers, it sort of presents an interesting experiment, like assuming that they continue to be merge mined down the road, as the Litecoin rewards get smaller, and you also have these other rewards, it could be a good sort of complement to each other, but we'll see. So, but because there's been a lot of benefits by combining, together to do both.
Yeah, leaving aside your personal taste for Dogecoin, it obviously was a pretty significant thing in the ecosystem to have a merge mine in 2014 with Dogecoin and Litecoin. Loshan, do you see there being more possibilities for merge mining with other script coins, or with a great precedent in Doge?
Yeah, so I think recently we've heard from many proof-of-work coins considering moving to proof-of-stake. They claim they want to do this not because of some sort of economic or technical reason, but because they want to be more green, which is a good thing to do, right? We don't want to be wasting electricity unnecessarily. So based on what Dogecoin did, I think that many other cryptos should consider moving into merge mining with Bitcoin or Litecoin, similar to Doge, and you share the benefits of proof of work, but without any of the costs of electricity.
Yeah, right. So it's more about the upside in terms of, I guess, the sustainability, but
right.
Not just from a commercial standpoint, but also an environmental one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Kerry, do you have anything to add to that?
Not much, just the fact that people, I think, underplay the importance of the merge mine and how politically at the time Dogecoin was a complete joke, and it was meant as a joke, and it turns out that Charlie saved Dogecoin by doing the merge mine. So you know, a lot of people forget about that. And we've got Elon Musk talking about Dogecoin, where he used to. So I think we have that ethos in the foundation, like, hey, if we can make the system a little bit stronger and expand it to more people, that's generally what we try to do.
Yeah, I mean, this idea of the rising tide lifts all boats, or whatever that cliche is that I'm going to butcher. I mean, how do you see that, Alan, working with, you know, other cryptocurrencies play out for the Litecoin ecosystem? Do you see it as being, you know, outside of mining? Do you see opportunities for partnerships and various, well, I mean, this is a great example. We've come together with the E2C Cooperative to put on this event. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you, E2C Cooperative. But outside of that, do you see more, I guess, community involvement from other coins?
I think there's, yeah, you always want to be open-minded to things, you know, opportunities. And this space is already, as a whole, we still face a lot of challenges because cryptocurrency is still so new. There's a lot of regulatory, you know, things that face us, everything else. So I always hate when I see like this division within, you know, at least within proof of work coins and things of that nature, where there's, you know, together I think we could find, we should be open to what we could do together in things that might work, things that might not work, but at least to be able to be willing to explore those things. I think that the merge mining with Dogecoin is just one example. Yeah. It's very possible we have others. You know, our collaboration with ETC Cooperative saying, hey, you have Ethereum Classic, you have Litecoin, but what about the bigger picture of proof of work, which is just as important, you know, in such an important topic. So together we're going beyond just these specific coins, but to the whole ecosystem, which is something, you know, involves, of course, Bitcoin and others. And so I think it's a way to reach out to broader communities and educate more people by collaborating.
Controversial question for anyone on the panel, but is there any community you wouldn't work with?
What do you mean, merge mining?
I think, okay, I'll speak on, like, Litecoin's positions in the foundation, I would say, is not positions not to, it's more about ensuring that, you know, we get approached a lot by people that want partnerships, but sometimes it's a token or, you know, we don't know much about, and we always have to be a little bit careful there because there's we've seen a lot of shady things going on in scams and stuff like that. So, I mean, if it's not, you know, if it's a fairly launched coin, decentralized, you know, it's kind of hard, you know, you can't, you know, you may not like it, but you can't really knock it, so.
I mean, we don't speak on behalf of Litecoin, so it was a bit of a trick question. But also I wanted to see whether maybe something came out, a bit of gossip. We do have 15 minutes. Obviously, we're very interesting people. We wanted to throw it out to the crowd. I was joking, being facetious. But throw it out to the crowd to see if anyone had any questions of the Litecoin Foundation, and we can do our best to answer them. But any final words from you, Alan, before we pass over?
So let me add one thing, and on MWEB, Kerry mentioned MWEB, and he's going to do a workshop right after and go into more detail, so I won't get into the detail. But for those of you that don't know what MWEB is, basically just recently, Litecoin added a privacy layer to its blockchain, and it's basically a very basic level of privacy that allows the ability, and this is an optional layer, and that allows you to basically conceal the to address from address as well as the amount sent. And the reason this was added is it was felt that the one thing that was missing from like sound money was at least a very basic level of privacy. The same level of privacy you get if you pay with cash. If you pay with your credit card, for example, at a store, you know, they don't know how much money is in your account. Up until now, that's really the one thing that's been missing, because if you otherwise use your, you know, say Bitcoin or even Litecoin before MWEB, you know, everything is on the blockchain. There's a public ledger. People could potentially trace these things to other wallets and so forth. So having a basic level of privacy, we believe, is at least enough for most people to use it when they want to, but because we chose it, you know, it's implemented as an optional layer so that we can also sort of walk that fine line between regulatory concerns and other things. But, you know, we're basically just offering something that traditional finance, cash, credit cards already offer, but is very important to, you know, personal finances and protecting people from becoming targets and, you know, predatory lending and a whole bunch of other things that we feel is a fundamental human right.
Yeah, and obviously there's a lot of use cases in which it can be handy. I mean, if you're paying several employees, for instance, from the same address, you know, you can obfuscate, that's a terrible word, but you can obviously conceal how much, you know, Loshan's being paid as opposed to me. And so, you know, So there's a lot of functional benefits to doing that. The opt-in is obviously really beneficial as well, being that it's not baked into Litecoin, you know, so it's not a privacy coin by default. The opt-in was a very conscious decision and one that, you know, took a few years to work on.
And one other thing it does is it also adds fungibility, which is also important to sound money, because you kind of run the risk outside of potentially, because of the public ledger, you know, exchange or some other third party could trace a transaction well back to where before you ever own those coins and say, oh, those were used for some, you know, we think those were used for some shady activity, we're not going to accept those. Well, $1 should always equal $1, right? So this layer of privacy also helps to add some fungibility to Litecoin as well.
I'm pretty sure there's like 20% of US dollars have cocaine on them or
I think it's more like 80%.
Yeah, I think
it's 80. I just read that article.
Nothing nefarious about fiat.
But you could still use them. That's the point.
Yeah, so, I usually scrape off. So, yeah.
Why?
Why? Who's laughing about
Nothing
that?
wrong with
Cocaine's expensive where I come from. I'm from Australia. No, we don't support drugs here. Was there anything else anyone wanted to add? We shouldn't steal Kerry's thunder because he's going to do a great presentation after this.
I don't really have to say anything anymore. I think I'm done.
Okay, so we can continue on for another 30 minutes rambling. Does anyone have any questions for us? Yeah, great. This is good. Oh, we've got a mic problem. Check, check.
1, 2, yes, hello. Thank you for your work. I've been a supporter of David Burkett's work with MWEB, so I'm happy to see that. So I have 2 questions. One is, how is the foundation supporting the continued expansion of MWEB? As in, is there a fund, a grant, or something to continue this maintenance and development and ideally the expansion of MWEB across the network? And secondly, could anyone talk about OmniLite, which I see on the website and is a project that's been going for 2 years, which seems to become an Ethereum competitor, or am I wrong? Thank you.
Okay, so if I'm not incorrect, it's the ongoing support of Mimblewimble and obviously David Burkett's time and resource, and then the second one being OmniLite. Is that correct? Well,
I didn't hear the second question.
That's all right, I'll come back to it. I mean, do we want to talk about how MWEB was sort of came about in the first place?
I mean, I didn't really put that in my slide deck, but the key thing is I did talk about David in there. So you can stick around.
Well, I mean, Loesch or Alan, do you want to talk about how, I mean, the funds were raised, because were funds contributed?
Oh, sure. I mean, yeah, Kerry will dive into more detail on MWEB and the value, and I think a little bit more technical than we've spoken with so far. Yeah, so it was an idea that, you know, we felt, again, a privacy layer was missing. So we hired a developer, our key developer, David Burkett, but it was a community effort, so we raised funds through the community. Charlie Lee, who will be talking virtually tomorrow, offered to match donations, and so all donations were a combination of the community donating at him and to fund the development. And then once it was funded, you know, the miners signaled it in support, and I think the trends are continuing to grow. It's still very new, but we're seeing more. And the more people that use MWEB, the more it actually works the way it needs to work, right? So.
And in terms of ongoing development, I'll hand over to Loesch, but I guess, yeah, the pure fact that, you know, Kerry's about to talk later on about its integration or possible integration into Light Wallet, and, you know, we are seeing more and more money being put on the MWEB chain. You know, it's all very good signs. Do you want to talk about the possibilities and documentation?
Yeah, sure. So one of the things that we want to do is make sure that as many people are onboarded onto MWEB as possible. So that includes third-party developers, right? So other wallets like Cake Wallet and things like that. So what we want to do is make sure that we have a great documentation. We're currently working on making sure that it's like easy to understand, good tests and stuff that you guys can, or developers can copy and paste into their libraries. And we'll also be building some libraries that mobile developers can use to glue in MWEB code into the existing Bitcoin or Litecoin-based code base. So that'll make it a lot simpler for developers to add MWEB into themselves.
Yeah, just on the simplicity thing and the easy to understand as well. It is relatively complicated for some people and for the lay people. So if there is any feedback that you've got in terms of, you know, understanding of how to actually use MWEB and understand it, please send it through to the foundation. We're pretty responsive. And the second part, or two-parter of your question, sir, was about OmniLite. So, Loshan, are you best placed to talk about OmniLite, or? Yep, go on. Well, you're
what was the
nodding.
question again?
Well, the question is, OmniLite's been, in the works for 2 years now. I guess where's it at? What's its current roadmap? What's its goal, purpose? The objectives.
Right. OmniLite is kind of interesting. There's been a lot of interest on building assets on top of Litecoin, not just with OmniLite, but recently with LTC20, the Ordinals project. So right now, what's the status of OmniLite? Currently, I'm just waiting for the next major release of Litecoin Core, and once that's done, I'll be building the next release of OmniLite. What that includes, mostly stability fixes, improving like documentation, some RPCs, so developer-related stuff, things that make it easy to build assets on top of OmniLite.
Awesome. Hopefully that answered your question, and if not, track him down. Has anyone got another question? Any other questions in the crowd? Oh, yeah, this gentleman.
First of all, thank you for your contributions. My main question and concern is why, as an investor, would someone want to use the Litecoin wallet that's limited to just one cryptocurrency as opposed to using a multi-currency wallet, or, there's so many out there?
Yeah, I love this question. So we consider Litecoin a currency that you're supposed to use, right? So, and every morning when I look at my Firebase and I look at people using it, they're using it properly. So a lot of people ask that question, well, why should I use Litecoin? It's a bad investment. And I'm like, no, it's a really easy coin to use very cheaply, very quickly. That's the point, right? So it turns out that I've been in the foundation 6 years. There are many wallets that have many currencies. And the reality is, I'm trying to get grandma and uncle and brother to use LiteWallet. And so I don't need it to be super complicated, right? I want it to be really simple, right? In fact, we should completely obfuscate the layer. They just want to be able to get the money from one place to the other. So we're nerds. We love being able to fiddle with things and change. That's great, but that's not going to get adoption. Adoption is people that are not technical.
So I guess what you're saying, Kerry, is that the reason why we've kept to date LiteWallet, I guess, on the having Litecoin on it and available on it to use and spend and buy is because you want to keep it to simplicity and ease of use?
Well, not only simplicity, but the other side of it is there's risk if you bring in another blockchain into that, right? Litecoin's been around for how many years now?
Nearly 12.
Yeah. It's
You should
terribly
know that,
boring,
everyone.
and it works, right? So whenever you hear someone say like, "Oh, this is that new coin," you're taking some risk, and I say no to a lot of integrations because I'm like, hey, this could actually ruin the whole thing with the wallet.
Experience, yeah.
Yeah.
But who knows? But it's a good question. We're getting a bit of a wind up here or something going on, so we might leave it there. Is that right? Yeah. All right.
So, the first coin. The first coin that we implemented after Bitcoin at Parallel Polis was Litecoin, and because it just worked, and it's still available and still used every year.
Very popular.
And daily. So thank you guys so much for the panel discussion. I didn't want to cut you short because this is your production. Thank you so much for making it happen. But I do want to hear what Kerry has to say and don't want to cut off his time because he probably has a 20-minute presentation prepared. So
Thank you again.
Yeah.
Thank you again. Thanks to all the other speakers. And again, if you've got any questions, please hit us up on Twitter or contact us via litecoin.net. Thank you very much.
So, Kerry Washington.
Hello. Hello.
Let's have it.
Okay, so I don't know if I'm using the clicker or, oh, I'm using this. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so we started MWEB already. That's great. So yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about MWEB and what the big deal is. Turns out that when I go to people, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm in the Litecoin Foundation, and they blank stare, and I'm like, you've heard of Bitcoin? Yeah, I've heard of Bitcoin. So then I say, okay, Litecoin's almost as old as Bitcoin, right? And they definitely hadn't heard of MWEB, right? So I just want to talk about a few things. I don't do anything by myself anymore. It was a horrible first year or so just trying to do all that stuff. So I have a team. I want to show people how Light Wallet is used and how much you guys know and what is MWEB, and finally some of the things that I use MWEB for and some links you guys can check out. First things first, so I'm very, very lucky. I always pump up my team. I haven't met any of them. So if you can imagine, we basically have like virtual stand-ups every week. I've got, so Josie's in Indonesia, in East Indonesia. Leon was on the team for a long time. He actually had to pick up a new job, but he's in LA. Patrick's in Ohio. Claudia's in Seville, Spain. Jean's in New York. Victor's in New Jersey. And Ante and Ivan are in Croatia, right? I'm really, really lucky because basically I used to do all this stuff myself 6 years ago. And I don't ask much. I just say, hey, can you spend a couple hours a week? Josie, she's a student and she's a software developer, so she helped do the website and a bunch of other stuff. She's going to do Android. But the point is, when you have a team and you can't really pay them the tech level wages, you have to be really flexible. But I'm really proud of them. And Charlie's the boss, right? So here's a slide that I used it last year. Unfortunately, when there is a when there's a halving, people forget about a coin. So this last year before the halving, this is typical. So you see where these are the heat spates when I talked about Firebase. And it's exciting. I mean, as a nerd, I'm like, oh, people are using the app. That's great. We would love for it to be like 10x of that. It's not like a commercial wallet, but it's pretty good. As you can see, most people across the world are using Android phones, and it's not because they have a religious preference. It's because iOS phones are more expensive, typically. So if you go to the US, that would be flipped. We have 11 languages, and generally it's focused towards economies where like the currency there is not necessarily that strong. So like obviously Turkey, South America, many countries there, Ukraine and Russia. So let's talk a little bit about what you know about proof of work blockchains. And I try to make my slide presentations as kind of high level as possible so that people can get on board and understand what's going on. And I put this in there. I said what the legacy feature of proof of work blockchains is they're synonymous, if I say that properly. But basically, you can track any transaction on the blockchain, right? Which is great or not, depending, right? So this is why privacy is important, right? Because if you do a recurring transaction, you know, the other party knows how much you have in that address. And you don't want to basically tell people like, hey, yeah, I'm a whale, right? So the amount of work you have to do typically, and I know some of our old OGs here know that you're supposed to do one transaction and one address, and most people, when they get into the space, they don't do that. So they want to use the same address again and again and again, which is not good. And then finally, you guys into Harry Potter at all? Anyone? Hands? 1, 2. Oh, okay. So I haven't read the book, but I know that MWEB is the spell to scramble words, right? That's the idea. So we're talking about MWEB, and that's kind of the segue into the next part. So I was very lucky. I think I jumped. Yeah. So what is MWEB? So basically, it's David Burkett's vision of making Litecoin optional to have privacy or not, and we call that the MWEB extension block, or MWEB, right? We may have to do something that makes it a little bit easier for people to understand, like, I don't know, cloaking, something like that, but that's basically what it does. You start with basically an Bech32 address, and you send to the other address, which would be MWEB, and basically for miners that are already activated, they keep what's called a hogx, which is all the scrambled information into another block inside of a transaction, inside the block. And when you need to actually peg in or peg out, you're using that to access the stuff. So no one can really see the value that you transferred. So I spent some time with David and Loshan. I'm a mobile developer. I do cloud stuff. I'm not really a blockchain developer. So this is what David gave me. He's like, well, this is what it looks like. And I'm like, yeah, okay, well, I'm not sure if this is going to transfer to a lot of folks, but the point is, if you see that the transactions at the top, these are typical Litecoin transactions, right? The hogx, which is at the bottom, that's where all the scrambled information is there. Now, theoretically, you could unscramble the information, but it's not worth the time. So that's where we come up with the privacy. So like I mentioned David, Alan talked about David. We really are so happy that he was able to go and start working on this. This is not of the faint of heart doing MWEB. So I recommend, if you do want to get into more of the details, there's you can actually look up the Litecoin improvement protocol, which is number 2. David wrote that, and basically in May of 2022, 75% of the miners said, okay, we'll take it, which means it works. That's for us is our big kind of failover or success rate. The next thing, and the more difficult thing, is there needs to be a way for light wallets. So obviously for Litecoin Core, that's the full blockchain on your laptop or your desktop, and that's not the case for Light Wallet, right? We basically are looking at transactions that we know we've signed. So the whole thing means it's a little bit more complicated, and I bug David like every month, like, hey, how you doing? We're still here. So I talked about addresses and how people that have been in the space a long time know you're supposed to use one address per transaction, but most people don't do that, right? And so you could quite easily, if you have a big wallet and you have a lot of cryptocurrency, trackers now will just figure out, like, and we know this for like Coinbase or any of these big centralized exchanges, we know because they're tracking their addresses, right? So that's something that is not good for the average user. We want people to be able to safely make transactions without people like snooping over their shoulder. And I equivalent it to when you go to like a drugstore or you go to a liquor store or something and you want to buy that drink. You don't open your wallet and say, oh, here's a 10, right? But that's what it is right now, right? People can look and see, and they can see transactions that went in and out of your wallet. And so we want it to be more typical the way Alan talked about, where I'm just making the payment, you don't have any information about me. So here's what it is. It's very simple. You can see, so there's 2 radio buttons this is a Litecoin Core, and you just click the button, And what happens is, instead of having a Bec32 address, you have a longer address. You shouldn't really care. Litecoin Core keeps all this information anyway. But the point is, it's that simple. That's why I'm always shocked that people don't use it. If you use Litecoin, you should click the button and play around with it. Because what it does is it makes it so much easier for you not to worry about the funds that you're actually trying to secure. So I have a few links. This is the latest version of Litecoin Core. I invite everyone to download it and play with it. One thing that we haven't really talked about, but we just assume, Litecoin is very cheap to transact. Even the worst case scenario with a high exchange hash rates, we're talking pennies, right? So you can move, a nickels or, a very small amount of Litecoin around, and you can use it quite easily. This is my team website, lightwallet.io. I invite you guys to check that out or download LiteWallet. And we have an article when we actually launched MWEB, talks a little bit about that. So I gave these slides to the presenters, so you guys can take a look at that as well if you didn't take a picture. That's it, quick. Questions? Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
Oh, sorry. Would there be a possibility of like the Litecoin wallet through APIs running on top of say a normal app that you would have on say an iPhone or an Android, that it's actually the Litecoin wallet, but it uses API functionality through it, even though the GUI or the interface is not necessarily Litecoin wallet, it could function just like it through it?
Yeah, that's a good question. So early on, when I was debugging a lot of LiteWallet, it was called Loaf Wallet, all the code is open source, right? So you could fork it. In fact, people do fork LiteWallet a lot, right? I think I said in the presentation, the code is 7 years old, 6, 7 years old. Like, you don't want to fork that. Right, so most of what we've been doing is trying to refactor and get a real more modern version, but it's still going to be open source, so you could do that quite easily. Right, right. I mean, I've dragged Charlie to many meetings where I said, hey, we can just put this in there, because we were both in Silicon Valley for a long time. It turns out people are skeptical about Bitcoin, so Litecoin, it's work. but again, it's open source, so you could look at that. You might come up with a solution that we just never covered before. So I'm open to any kind of help. Yes. Anyone else?
Does it ever feel incredibly lonesome being Bitcoin's little brother? Or being Bitcoin's testnet?
Yeah, that doesn't bother me. It is. Here's the funny thing. Vlad, he talked earlier, and I was so happy to see, I never met him. He was like one of my first testers, right? So for 3 years, it was just me and another guy, Barry. That was it. So like I said, I've got this huge team, and we love working together. I've never met them. So it's kind of tough, right? Because they have regular jobs and stuff, but we don't mind that because we can see people use it, right? Like I said, I look at and see the usage, and that's all I really care about, right? It's affordable, people use it, so that's what we try to do.
I think as a software developer, any number of users is
you're ecstatic.
something good. I think that Litecoin will remain as a part of the crypto economy. I think that Litecoin's usage will grow. I think that Litecoin's problem is probably being too early, right?
Maybe.
But it has shown it has
staying power. Yeah.
It has staying power. It has stood the test of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, partially because of the way that Charlie has dealt with the Satoshi issue and things, but it is a functioning, simple technology. And
yeah, I mean, I know people get so excited about, you know, oh, I'm going to be rich, and I'm like, you know, just save your money. We're the save your money versus I'm going to be rich. Just save your money. Buy some Litecoin, sit on it. That should be your thing. And if you need to use it, you use it. And it's not going to cost you an arm and a leg to use. That's pretty much what it is. Yeah.
I think one of the few things that Litecoin has failed to capitalize on is the unit price things, right? So, I mean, people are still intimidated by Bitcoin because they talk about a Bitcoin. I notice this, you know, regularly when I meet new people who understand or find out that I'm in the crypto economy, and they're like, but Bitcoin is so expensive. I'm going to buy Tron, and I'm like, nah, you want to buy Litecoin if you think that Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in this space long enough. I remember BitPay, which is.
Please don't mention that BitPay.
No. Oh, I can't talk about them. Okay, but well, the point is, for many years they refused to have Litecoin as one of the options, and just about a year and a half ago they did. So they went from 0 to we're 27% of the traffic through BitPay. Yeah.
I think Bitrefill also is a lot of stuff.
Yeah. So actually, yeah, they in the wallet you can
more than Lightning actually even.
Yeah, Bitrefill has some really good cards. You can download Light Wallet and you can use it directly from there. I actually have a colleague in Turkey that wants to do another card solution as well inside. So again, most of the time I'm kicking tires on integration partners to make sure that it's not going to cause me a headache, or more than I already have. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us.
It. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So our following keynote is from Caitlin Long from America. I believe it's Expedia Bank? No, that's wrong. Custodia, thank you. Didn't want to have to pull out my phone. Caitlin, are you in the room?
I am.
Oh.
Can you hear me okay?
Okay, this is a remote talk. I didn't realize this is a remote talk. I actually thought I was going to be able to shake your hand. I'm really, really excited to have you here virtually with a virtual handshake.
Yes, thank you for having me. I'm just running over to my little studio here, so I'll turn on my camera in one moment. It's my honor to be with everybody. I saw Jameson posting his photo with Zimmerman this morning and thought, oh man, I wish I were there with all of you today. Sorry I couldn't travel. We are a little busy right now at Custodia Bank.
Awesome. We're just waiting for your picture to show up.
All right, let's see. Accessing the camera.
Amazing.
All right, folks.
Hi, Caitlin. Welcome to Prague.
Hey, I wish I were there with you. You've got a great event and a lot of great people. And I'll go ahead and dive right in. I know we've got about 20 minutes. So what I'd like to talk a little bit about today, I'm one of the mere mortals in this industry. And by that, I mean the developers are the most important people in the Bitcoin ecosystem. The things that folks like us who are not developers can do is to help foster the ecosystem in the non-technology areas. And of course, where I've been spending my time is trying to close off legal attack vectors. That's something that Trace Mayer early identified as one of the challenges for us in the industry. And then also the banking attack vector. So let's talk first about what are those attack vectors. All of us know that a total ban on Bitcoin isn't possible. We've learned that from the Napster years, from Tor. Code is just speech, and it's not possible to succeed in an outright ban of Bitcoin. Countries will try it, have tried it, have failed, probably will try it again, but it's not possible to execute an outright ban. So what are the attack vectors that are the most immediate threats? The answer is it's the on-off ramps from fiat currency into the Bitcoin ecosystem and some of the legal attack vectors surrounding that. The on-off ramps, as we know, have been unreliable. There are a number of banks who have chosen to specialize in serving our industry, but they've been attacked at various stages, including Custodia Bank ourselves. But it is lawful to service this industry, and most of the banks that are continuing to service the industry are just getting extra regulatory scrutiny, but not necessarily being shut out. I will say, though, just today I noticed a story, Chase Bank in the UK will be blocking all payments involving any crypto-related activities. So it is continuing. In the United States, Nick Carter termed this Operation Choke Point 2.0 in a reference to the original Operation Choke Point, which was an effort in the Obama administration that started a little under 10 years ago to attack certain industries that were not politically favored by the Obama administration. So keeping the on-off ramps is one of the things that folks like us can help do. The second thing is working on regulations. Regulations can either be restrictive or enabling. And I think many of you know that I've been working on enabling regulations in the state of Wyoming. The enabling regulations that Wyoming has passed, it has now passed 33 different laws in 6 legislative sessions. And some of those are very simple and foundational. One is that Wyoming acknowledges that Bitcoin is property under property law, so that a judge, in the event of a dispute over who owns a Bitcoin, knows exactly what to do. It can apply existing property laws. Another is that code is speech in Wyoming. If a developer writes code, as long as that code is not used by that developer to commit a crime, then that is protected speech. So there are enabling regulations and laws that can be passed, and that's where I've been spending my time. There are restrictive laws and regulations that can be passed as well. Those are the attack vectors that we have to continue to watch and spend a lot of time. This is where I do work with the broader ecosystem, even though I'm predominantly a Bitcoiner. I do work with the broader ecosystem because there are efforts in the broader ecosystem that we have in common to try to ensure that the restrictive regulations don't shut us down. Let's next talk about the banking piece, because that's where I am spending most of my time. Banks in the world, under the Bank for International Settlements, Basel III, and in the United States, prompt corrective action capital requirements, banks are allowed to bank this industry. The US, of course, has been the most restrictive of the developed world countries on this point. But they can only bank this industry if they specialize in the risks. And there are extra risks for banks to bank this industry. Of course, the biggest one is the anti-money laundering, know your customer risks. And it's absolutely possible for banks to comply with the laws. That creates extra friction. It is what it is. Those of us who are trying to keep the on-off ramps open for this industry can only take on so many fights at a time. And some of you know we're in a big fight with the Federal Reserve ourselves right now at Custodia Bank. But that is clearly a risk, and it's one of the reasons why most banks don't dabble in this industry. Another one is the operational risk. And then, of course, last but probably most important is the technology risk. In the United States, you'd be shocked at how backwards the technology platforms for the banking system is. It is still, most banks don't even have APIs. And so the concept of being able to transact or act as a bridge between this industry and the traditional banking industry is very, very difficult for a bank that doesn't even have an API to execute. And so banks that specialize in these risks are very important banks to support and to help ensure that the regulators don't shut down. At Custodia, one of the other really important pieces that we're spending time on is to support the Bitcoin mining industry. The Bitcoin mining industry is, of course, a critical component of the ecosystem. And there is one of the places where it's critical for the on-off ramps to continue to exist. Why? Because power companies don't pay their employees and pay their vendors in Bitcoin. Power companies pay their employees and their vendors in their local fiat currency. Therefore, there does have to be some on-off ramp available. With the failure of the two big banks that serve this industry in the United States, Silvergate and Signature, earlier this year, those on-off ramps were substantially disrupted. And that's a place where Custodia is spending a lot of time. For those of you in the Bitcoin ecosystem specifically, you probably know Lisa Huff. She has just joined Custodia to work on and help us build the unique financial services to support the mining industry, specifically in the United States. But we are, in our business plan, authorized to do business outside of the United States. We're just not ready to do that now. And so in the mining ecosystem, one of the most interesting things is that the banks are, and frankly, the power companies are afraid to service it because there have been so many defaults. There have been mining companies that ran up big power bills, the Bitcoin price had a downswing, and the mining companies simply walked away and defaulted on their power bills. And so that creates an interesting challenge where the financial services players like Custodia that are trying to support this ecosystem can step in and create daily payment in our case, US dollars, to the power companies, which is one of the demands that will help, I think, support the continued access to power for the mining companies that are mining, especially in on-grid mining. And that's what we're spending time for these unique needs in the mining industry. Lastly, I'll talk a little bit about Custodia. We are a Bitcoiners bank built by Bitcoiners for Bitcoin. We are authorized and have recently launched in a certain number of states. I cannot market because we're not licensed to do business in the Czech Republic, but if you are interested in learning more, please go to our website where we do have a list of all the states in the United States where we're already doing business. What's interesting about Custodia is that we are about to unveil a new type of Bitcoin custody. Now, many of you will probably hear custody and think that it's nails on a chalkboard. Why did a committed Bitcoiner build a Bitcoin custodian when I constantly use the phrase, not your keys, not your coins, and I live it and I believe it? The answer is that there are certain types of owners of Bitcoin who legally cannot self-custody, and there are others who, because of the connectivity to the banking system, will need to have continued access to a custody arrangement, such as the miners we were just talking about, to be able to liquidate to US dollars. That has to go through some custodian, even if it's just for a 10-minute block time. It does have to come back into the financial system. And so the question is, how can a custodian build something that respects the ethos of Satoshi? Number one, the bank that Custodia has built is a Rothbardian bank. Most of you will know what that means. It's a non-lending, 100% reserve bank that holds 100% of its US dollars in cash. Our proposal, of course, was to hold 108% of our US dollars in cash at the Federal Reserve, and as you know, that's in litigation right now. But regarding the Bitcoin piece, we're about to unveil something that doesn't exist in the market right now as a Bitcoin custodian, and that is true segregated custody. Custodia built a platform that will custody actual UTXOs. That is closer than the omnibus or pooled custody model that most Bitcoin custodians use today, closer to Satoshi's ethos. the concept of being able to custody a customer's actual UTXOs as opposed to having the customer send their UTXOs into an omnibus wallet, and then the custodian owes back an equal amount of Bitcoin from that omnibus wallet. Well, we've seen as a couple of custodians have failed in the United States, we've seen that the custody customers had to take a proportionate haircut because they became a creditor of the omnibus pool of Bitcoin. That's not what Satoshi designed Bitcoin to do. So, of course, there were references to Bitcoin banks, Custodia, and frankly, any of the banks in the United States are not allowed to hold Bitcoin on balance sheet. But we can provide custody services, and the custody services that we've built are doing our darndest to keep it as close as possible to a not your keys, not your coins ethos, because of course we all know that that is the optimal organizational structure for Bitcoin. There's a reason why the cypherpunks built Bitcoin the way you did. And it isn't just proof of work. We talk, of course, a lot about proof of work as what is securing Bitcoin. It's really Nakamoto consensus, which is proof of work plus the longest chain rule. And of course, the difficulty adjustment built in there. So how do we keep the on-off ramps to the old fiat system that we all know is eventually going to be drastically disrupted by these new technologies? The answer is we do our darndest to keep it closest to the approach that Satoshi took in creating Bitcoin and respecting the cypherpunk ideals. I think I'll close it there. I don't know if you have, if you'd like to try to take questions, or how are we doing timing wise? I don't have a copy of, I don't have a phone handy.
I think we're doing fine. I think we can probably scare up a couple of questions for Caitlin. There we go.
Frank Holmes here. Have you looked at other jurisdictions outside of the US, like Bermuda, which has regulations and have had them for about 3 years?
Yes, great question. In fact, Wyoming copied the original custody regulations of Bermuda. And so Bermuda is interesting, of course, having its connections to the UK and being respected because of its insurance regulations within the TradFi ecosystem. The challenge is that Bermuda doesn't have US dollar banks, and so all Bermudian banks still need to go through the US dollar ecosystem. I had a conversation recently with a major player in this industry who told me that they talked to all of the top 15 US banks, and every one of them told him that their regulators told them not to bank the crypto industry. And the reason I bring that up in the context of Bermuda is those top 15 US banks are going to be the biggest correspondent banks that service offshore banks like Bermuda. And so if all of them have been told not to bank the crypto industry, I can't prove that, but I think it's, based on what I know, it seems true, then it's going to be difficult. And Bermuda doesn't give any better access to US dollars than the onshore US markets, which is where we're in the trenches fighting the fight. Good question.
So I have a question for you, Caitlin. This is Michael. A current narrative that we have with Number Go Up is that the potential approval of an ETF is being slowed down because large incumbent organizations are all competing to acquire cheap Satoshis. I think it's an inevitability that at some point Bitcoin is part of the established financial system. We know that there's a trajectory and a trend going in that direction, and you're probably one of the closest to that process with the application for Custodia Bank. So my question is, how long do you think it is before we're not a spot coin, a spot ETF, but how long do you think we're away from, you know, integrated, bank-supported Bitcoin acceptance? Yeah.
Yeah, great question. As you know, I have said for years that the ETF would be a double-edged sword for Bitcoin, because ETFs are just wrappers around the core product, which in this case would be Bitcoin, and they have the ability to play the old Wall Street games, specifically rehypothecation, creating claims to Bitcoin that are not backed up with actual Bitcoins. If you look at every ETF prospectus, you will see that the market makers have the ability to create naked short positions in the underlying. Why? Because the SEC allows them to create continuous markets. The SEC has prioritized liquidity over solvency. And as a result, the market makers can create more units of the ETF than they hold actual Bitcoin in custody. So we will start seeing some of those Wall Street games, just like we've seen them with the futures markets, and we've seen them with the companies like BlockFi and Celsius that told their customers they were rehypothecating their customers' coins. In Celsius, the judge, by the way, in the bankruptcy said, okay, the customers' coins under custody belonged to the customers, but he wasn't going to give them back until the entire bankruptcy cleared. And so the creditors committee of custody customers took agreed to take a 27.5% haircut. They got 72.5 cents on the dollar of their custodied assets back, just so they wouldn't have to wait through the long and arduous and expensive bankruptcy process. Heck, Mt. Gox it's going to be 10 years before the Gox creditors get our coins back, of which I was one. That was one of my lessons. That's when I learned the not your coins, not your keys, not your coin lesson. I consider it cheap tuition, but it does take a long time to go through bankruptcy. So long story short, I think the Bitcoin ETF is coming, but it's not necessarily a positive. One of the things about the Bitcoin ETF that would be interesting, and I've publicly talked about it, and as we get custody up and running, I very much would like to work with an asset manager to do the following. Technically, under ETFs, there is an ability for the investor to redeem the unit for the underlying. The issue is that the ETF structure gives only the issuer the option to allow the investor to redeem a unit for the underlying. So you see where I'm going. If an ETF were to be introduced that gave the investor in the ETF unit the option to redeem for the underlying Bitcoin, then that becomes quite an interesting pathway for more people to acquire Bitcoin and enter our ecosystem. Now, that doesn't exist right now, but Custodia's got the Bitcoin custody capability. Again, we're not officially launched yet. Stay tuned, we are this close. But we're working on this exact idea of creating an ETF that will allow the investor to redeem for the underlying, and that it would keep the games from being played. So back to your question about the big incumbents, though. Look, BlackRock is the 10-ton gorilla in the United States. There are a lot of people who believe that it will be the first one approved because the SEC, and frankly, all the regulators in the United States, they say they don't like the big businesses, but watch what they do, not what they say. They continue to make the big businesses even bigger and more powerful. And they will say they are comfortable with the big businesses, and because they've done all the regulations right, and that's how they try to keep the upstarts and the challengers out. Is favoring the big incumbents because they know how to comply with the regulations, and so that's, I think, probably going to happen, but. I'm spending way too much time in Washington, D.C. with my ear to the ground, And I do not think an ETF is going to be approved until the end of the Biden administration, whether that's next November or whether that's 5 years from now. I do not think Gary Gensler is going to approve an ETF. So I'm not here to give investment advice. As most of you know, I don't care about the Bitcoin price. I'm more focused on building the ecosystem, and the price is going to take care of itself long term. But I would not personally, I would not make a bet that the ETF is going to be approved before the end of the Biden administration.
Okay, so as a final question, who's Gary Gensler going to be working for?
So you know what's funny? I've said this publicly basically since February, when we figured out everything that was going on. Like I said, Operation Choke Point 2.0 is real, and we knew about it at Custodia on January 25th or 26th. Okay, it was early. Why? Because we got an email from a reporter who said that they knew that all of the pending bank charter applications that had anything to do with crypto were being asked simultaneously to withdraw their applications from the different banking agencies in Washington, D.C. Okay, so we knew that there was a coordinated effort to shut down crypto. And we had insiders coming to us almost immediately to tell us everything. Washington, D.C. is a sieve. So I've known I've been told by reliable sources. I can't prove the following. But President Biden doesn't care about financial services. President Biden is more of a foreign policy guy, and a deal had been cut with Senator Elizabeth Warren and by the way, Mike Novogratz is now talking about this publicly. This had been an open secret for a while, but it's now out there by someone who's very close to the Democratic Party, a huge Democratic Party donor, Mike Novogratz. He said at MainNet last week, he said the quiet part out loud, which is that Senator Elizabeth Warren, a deal had been cut between her and President Biden that she got to veto the financial services nominees of the Biden administration. And her people at the White House were the ones who we've been told executed the crackdown in the United States on crypto. And we've been told it by so many people at this point, and now it's an open secret. Ryan Selkis has been tweeting about this. So what's interesting is that the person at the White House who allegedly orchestrated all of this is leaving the White House. His last day is Friday. So now the question is, will anything change? Because Gary Gensler was absolutely part of that. There were 3 people who I've been told locked arms and moved forward in the United States to crack down on crypto. And I've also been told they honestly thought they could drive it to zero. Okay, that's hilarious, but they thought so because they think there's nothing backing it up, and it's all just circular leverage. And if they popped the leverage bubble, they would drive it to zero. We all laugh and think, what a joke. They should have known they weren't going to succeed, but they honestly thought they were. Well, they didn't succeed. And now we're starting to see some cracks open. Okay, the Fed went from in the Custodia denial saying, hell no, never, to now there's a novel activity supervision program 7 months later. Okay, so is that a crack in the door? Probably. But we don't know how big the crack is. So to answer your question, who's Gary Gensler going to be working for? Well, he's in his job because of these deals that got cut behind the scenes that were, again, in Washington, open secrets that now are not secret anymore because big Democrats are talking about them publicly. But it is the case, allegedly, and therefore the interesting question is there, as campaign season in the United States starts to heat up, is there going to be a backing away from this extreme anti-crypto position? And nobody knows the answer to that except the people who are cutting the backroom deals. But I think we have to assume as an industry that none of the people who are in their current jobs are going anywhere, not until the end of the Biden administration. And if we get a positive surprise because the most vehement anti-crypto critic is gone, then then I think we should take it as a positive surprise. But the base case is that nothing changes.
Thank you so much for that insider info that's not financial advice.
Definitely not. And, you know, I'm sure the cypherpunks in the crowd are just cringing at this whole talk. But all I'll say is, you know, somebody's got to carry the flag and try to keep, you know, the fiat on-off ramps open for this industry while we're still building it. And I really appreciate the support of everyone in this ecosystem for what we've been doing. Most of you do understand why it's necessary and that we're doing the best we can to stick to the ethos of Satoshi. So enjoy the rest of your event. I hope to be there next year at the next one.
Great. Thank you
Thanks
so much, Caitlin. Kind of like getting it straight from the horse's mouth, right? She's an amazing part of our ecosystem. Next up, my personal invitation, Dr. Maxim Orlovsky, who I think is one of the key thinkers in our space that's trying to move Bitcoin forward from some of the limitations that Vlad spoke about this morning. Today he's going to be talking about the prime L1 for Bitcoin. Please welcome Maxim Orlovsky.
Hello and thank you. Some of you okay. Is it there? Okay, great. Some of you may know us, the LNPBP Standards Association. Oh. Okay. When will this work? Okay. Hopefully this will work now. So, some of you may know us as the creators of RGB, which is a smart contracting system for Bitcoin and Lightning, the Turing-complete smart contracts, which are made with a completely new approach, a new paradigm we call client-side validation. This paradigm has appeared from the early works of Peter Todd in 2016, so many years has been passed before we were able to introduce this into a life. And the core idea with the client side that unlike in blockchain, you don't keep data on chain, you don't keep data accessible by all the users. It is just a participants of the contract who know about the contract, who validate the contract, who hold the data, which ultimately results in a huge scalability and also privacy gains. So this new approach can be brought further. And today I would like to talk about the Prime, a system that can host a layer 1 for Bitcoin made with a client-side validation. Because basically the idea which we had with RGB is that we are using blockchain as a commitment layer. We are not storing any data in the blockchain. No smart contracts are there, unlike inscriptions, ordinals, and many other approaches. No user data are there, just a cryptographic commitment. And we're using a special primitive, which is called single-use seal, which allows us to reuse Bitcoin blockchain as a way of preventing double spending. And with that, the question we had, do we need a blockchain at all? And the answer that we found is that, in fact, we don't need blockchain as it is today. How the blockchain today works? Blockchain is literally a sequence of blocks, a chain of blocks, where the header of the block points to the previous block, commits to the hash of the previous block, and the block itself contains multiple transactions. And the header commits to these transactions through a Merkle tree. And the core property of blockchain is that everybody validates every transaction from everybody. And obviously this results that it scales really badly, because the whole world needs to validate the transaction of the rest of the world each time. And it also a very poor privacy, because to validate something you have to access the data, and basically the blockchain becomes a public ledger. Even the ledger is decentralized, the information is still centralized, which allows things like chain analysis and many, many other bad effects. So with Prime, the idea is that we change the concept. We still have this sequence of headers, but unlike blockchain, each party validates just its own part of transaction history. And the others in the world not just don't validate it, they don't know this history and they don't see what's going to happen there. And by doing that, we actually get a gain of both privacy and scalability. However, to achieve that, there is several tricks which are required, and basically that is what is the core idea behind the Prime, why it wasn't possible before, the client-side validation. There is a trick which prevents double spending here, because if we do that with existing blockchain, it wouldn't work, because if just an owner validates something, you can do a double spending, you can do a double commitment, nobody else validates that. And basically, if you receive some data from another user, you have no proof that he haven't sent some other party a different version of the history. There is no uniqueness of the history. So that's why we have this new primitive based on the Merkle trees. And the idea is that we replace UTXO with something called a single-use seal definition, which is random 256-bit number. It's not the private key, it's just a random number. And when the client assigns certain state to each number, so this state can be some number of bitcoins or tokens or any form of the smart contract state. And when he wants to transfer, do a transaction, he contacts the miner, so the Prime will require a certain interactivity protocol with the miners, and the miner builds a large Merkle tree, pretty much the same like it builds as a part of Bitcoin block. However, the place where this transaction are getting into this tree is a very well predefined. It's a singular one, and it's defined by the value of the seal divided by modulo on the width of the tree. So basically, there is always a proof that if a transaction has happened, it can happen only in a single place of the tree. And the way how it works is that when you do the transfer, you provide these proofs as well as the proofs of absence of the transaction in the previous blocks, because you basically disclose what was in this place where this transaction may happen, and if there's something else than the transaction, it proves that the asset wasn't transacted before and there is no double spending. With this approach, we get a huge scalability gain. Just to compare, the numbers are rough, like it's hard to say what is Bitcoin transaction on chain through output, but it's something in order of magnitude of a dozen transactions per second, and it results in increase of the blockchain size, the data that you need to keep locally, about 200 gigabytes per year. On the other side, well, if used in full. On this other side, with the prime, we have a logarithmical scalability, because we don't store this huge Merkle tree, like I shown on this slide. Oh, sorry. You don't store it locally, you don't download it locally, so it can grow to billions and billions of nodes. And you can achieve a throughput of up to 20 billion transactions per second, which 1,000 orders of magnitude more than the existing rate of credit card industry transactions. So this system potentially can scale to the level of something like, solar system scale civilization. And the price of that is that the user will need to keep just 6 gigabytes of data per year per single seal, and the system is structured in a way that most of the state under different contracts is reusing the same seal. And additionally to that, we have a serious gain that we don't have any public transaction graph. We are not having any concept of an address which we can reuse. Thus, no chain analysis is possible. The drawback that we have is certain interactivity with the miner. However, we have designed a schema where basically the miners are creating a big multi-peer lightning channel, and you use a special protocol that allows you to keep the user anonymous. There are other advantages which this approach provides. First of all, because it doesn't use elliptic curves, it's a post-quantum. Well, it can use elliptic curves on the layers on top, like inside the RGB, inside the smart contracts, but the layer 1 doesn't use elliptic curves, and it will also help to make the system to ossify faster, because without complexity on the layer 1, there is nothing actually to develop further. The system is quite simple, and it doesn't do any validation publicly, so you don't have public consensus changes on the validation algorithms, because each party validates its own smart contracts and free to upgrade in its own way. So basically it's an end for soft fork, hard fork debates. Another interesting thing that because it's stateless on the layer 1, all state and assets do exist on the RGB, which is layer 2 on top of this prime. So there will be no coin which is possible on the layer 1, which again, the idea is that this system will be an upgrade for Bitcoin blockchain, and Bitcoin will continue to exist as a main asset on this system. The prime provides also a native proof of work mining algorithm, because you basically, the miner, he creates the large Merkle root, and he needs to find a width of a Merkle root such that all seals submitted by the users, regarding which are related to their transactions, need to get into a dedicated certain place. So basically we need to find a number. When you divide the values of seals on this number, you will always get a distinct result. And this solution, so basically it's a native solution to construct the prime structure, and it requires a lot of standard mining computings, like with a SHA-256 hashes, but also it's not acceptable to the Bitcoin ASICs because there are different structure of this computation, and there are other operations involved, like modular division. And it can well run on the modern CPUs and GPUs on the simple machines, so it can be bootstrapped without ASICs before the ASICs are created. And to give you an idea of the workload on a modern machine, like Intel i9 processor with 32 cores, it takes 10 minutes to find the solution for the tree where it contains 200 seals. Of course, at the initial stages, if the prime will be implemented or when it will be implemented, the load would be much lower. So there will be a very gradual bootstrapping where the prime hash rate will be low and much lower than Bitcoin, with eventually getting to the level of Bitcoin hash power maybe many years later. And before that time, additionally to its own mining, the prime will be secured by pegging into Bitcoin proof of work algorithm on existing blockchain. After that, the pegging wouldn't be no more present, and the prime will run this proof of work algorithm without dependency on Bitcoin proof of work. So how the pegging will be done? It will be done with a merge mining, but with a different merge mining that it does today. So today you can merge mine by submitting a hash of a block to the miner, and he includes this hash into its coin-based transaction. So this is how it works. These days there is a proposal to improve it, so-called blind merge mining, BIP 3.301, which requires soft fork. And this version works without soft fork. But miners need to be aware of the sidechains, they need to do the validation, and they need to upgrade their own software. So it creates quite a big threshold. We can reuse the same concept we are using in RGB with a single-use seal and create a new version of mining called single-use seal merge mining, where you don't need a miner to participate in the mining this other chain. Let's call it sidechain, but it's in fact not sidechain. This algorithm can be applied not only to the prime, basically it can work with any existing other sidechain, and it's quite surprising that nobody tried to do that. The idea is that you, at genesis of the chain, define some transaction output in Bitcoin blockchain, existing transaction output, which is anyone can spend. And then you create, a miner creates a transaction, so this can be any miner because the output can be spent by anyone, creates a new transaction in which it commits to the header of the block he found. And this transaction contains another anyone can spend output, and the process is continuing to run off. If somebody spends this transaction and tries to break this sequence with an invalid transaction, well, the single-use seal can be recreated, and basically the first transaction which recreates this single-use seal is the proper commitment for the next block. So this algorithm doesn't require any soft fork on Bitcoin. It doesn't require the interaction with existing Bitcoin miners who mine Bitcoin blocks. Miners do not need to run or validate anything new, unlike today merge mining. And main-chain miners and network do not even need to know about the sidechain or sidechain miners. Moreover, there is a permissionless participation for these new sidechain miners, and it's applicable to any idea of sidechain. So we're planning to use it with the prime, but basically other sidechain projects, they may use it instead of waiting for the soft fork BIP 301 to be activated. So the road to build such system as prime is quite straightforward. The only thing that is required is a technical implementation, and the most part of the business logic is already implemented as a part of RGB protocol. The layer 1 can be implemented in quite short terms, like about 1 year. No soft fork will be required to activate it. No merge mining and miner participation is required, as I just have demonstrated. And no regulator approval will be sought for. And the idea is that Bitcoin can eventually move to this system. Today it exists as a part of Bitcoin blockchain. With RGB, we are developing a way how Bitcoin can be lifted into RGB system on layer 2, and then eventually, when Bitcoin blockchain becomes less and less used, Bitcoin can continue to exist in Prime, in RGB, on top of Bitcoin Prime. And the way how Bitcoin will be moved to RGB, it is trustless peg-in and crypto-economically secure trustless peg-out, where basically I don't have much time to go into details on that, but we call this peg-out irradiant. So it is made with a state channel. You may think about it as a very complex multi-peer lightning type state channel with a sequence of time locks, where initially, when you go to peg out, you ask a federation to set up such a channel, which runs verifiers, which confirm, and these verifiers are open set, so they all provide a stake and they participate as from basically a community, so you can't predict who actually gets there. It uses a verified randomness. And if you are not agree with the decision by verifiers, when they try to cheat, you can penalize them with a stake. You can slash the stake, and you can use a special arbiters who comes from an open set and who need to reach a consensus. And if they reach consensus, you get the data back to Bitcoin blockchain. If it's not reached, the process starts again, and the arbiters are also slashed on their stake. And we have a formal model for that with a proof of strong Nash equilibrium that provides basically the guarantee that this system is cryptoeconomically secure, which is worse than being cryptographically secure, but still much better than what you can achieve with a federation today. So these three things constitute the whole proposal that we have. Well, it's actually not proposal because it's not going to be a soft fork, so it's basically a proposal to develop a new thing, which is the Prime, the new client-side validated layer 1, scalable, private, and programmable, because RGB is a Turing-complete smart contracting, which works tightly connected with the Prime. The CL mining idea, where you can deploy and use side chains without miners being involved and without soft fork. And the Radiant, which is a crypto-economically secure peg in and peg out for Bitcoin from the main chain, and which is basically an alternative to BIP 300, where you don't need soft fork as well. So, without soft fork. How are we going to do that? Well, we are LNP-BP Association, the largest Swiss Bitcoin-only non-profit, which focuses on developing the layers on top of Bitcoin and for Bitcoin. And we run right now crowdfunding and seeking for parties who are interested in funding this development. It wouldn't be backed by some coin or ICO, anything like that, and it will be developed in the same way as RGB was developed. So if you are interested, please join the community channels which we have and become a member of the association supporting new layers for Bitcoin. Thank you.
Can you take a moment and for our live stream audience and also the people in the room, unpack the difference between crypto-economically secure and cryptographically secure?
Yes, for sure. Well, crypto-economic security is something that we have with a proof of work. You know that there is a Nash equilibrium, which is actually non-strong Nash equilibrium because there is a selfish mining, which is a strong Nash equilibrium. And Bitcoin is secured in these terms, crypto-economically. Bitcoin transaction finality is crypto-economically secure because you can have a reorg of the blocks. But still it works because people follow the egoistic self-interests and miners try to maximize their income and operate cooperatively. So the same security happens with this peg out, which I am discussing. Cryptographic security, if you create a signature with your private key, and it means that it is just final by the mathematical means.
Okay, and what do you anticipate being the prime usages of Prime? What type of applications do we expect to find there, or replications of other applications?
Well, we hope that eventually Prime will replace Bitcoin blockchain because it will allow Bitcoin to get rid of two main problems it has with the blockchain, which is scalability and privacy. So blockchain was necessary evil, but it is evil because it's not private and because it's non-scalable. There was no better way of doing Bitcoin those days. Today we have this way, and we believe that market will accept it, because for a long time it will exist in parallel, and it will be just market decision of market players to move their bitcoins to the other system, and it will be more scalable and more private. There will be a natural flow from one system to another until eventually Bitcoin blockchain will be stopped from being used.
So there's a point in time in which Bitcoin is bootstrapping the network, using the network effect and hoping to achieve a higher scaling, but at a certain point at which it is no longer necessary.
Yes, with the difference that we don't create new Bitcoin. Bitcoin as a store of value is the same, and it originates from Bitcoin blockchain. But because one day mining will not produce more Bitcoins, that day we wouldn't need a proof of work mining to mine Bitcoins. We will be just earning fees, and the miners will be interested to mine prime chain where they can get much more transactions and much more fees.
So you're perfectly content with waiting for your grandchildren to implement this?
Yes.
I love your thinking, Maxim. Do we have any more questions from the audience for Dr. Orlovsky? Please.
In your prime chain, what happens if a miner refuses to give you a proof of inclusion to a user?
Yes, there is a way how you can appeal to that on-chain. You put this appeal into the header of the following blocks with some other miner, or you become miner yourself. And the miner has to publicly reveal the information about the inclusion, or then miner loses the fee, as well as you have a confirmation that the transaction which was included in certain block is not valid.
Another question? I mean, honestly, one of the reasons that I appreciate Maxim's work so much is he truly challenges me at the edges of my ability to understand this technology. So it's perfectly okay to feel dumb and ask a question out there, you guys, is what I'm trying to say, if you feel overloaded by it and there's not something you understand. No? Cool. Thank you so much, Maxim, for joining us. So next up, we have Ryan Condren, who's going to be speaking about the world's first super commodity. I'm really, really curious what that's going to be, Ryan. Is it some sort of identity thing? Is it tomatoes?
We'll find out.
All right. Please welcome Ryan.
Thanks. Let me check this. Hi, guys. Thank you for surviving to the late afternoon. It's impressive. Today I'm going to talk about the world's first super commodity, as we're calling it. My name is Ryan Condren. I got into mining at the end of 2012. A good friend of mine told me about Bitcoin. A very good friend now, thankfully. But before I get more into my story, I want to tell you about a guy named Brad. Now, Brad was a senior commodities trader at a company called Exicor, and Exicor had done incredibly well for itself. In fact, it had done so well that they purchased an old warehouse in the old docks district of the city, right on the river. And they had floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the river and a tremendous view of the city skyline. Now, Brad wasn't in a great mood because they had implemented new software recently that was messing up some of their commodities trades. And that was bothering him quite significantly. And this morning was no different. And when his phone rang and his secretary was on the other end, and he answered as polite as he could and said, "Yeah, what do you want?" And the secretary said, "Well, excuse me, sir, you have a delivery in the lobby for you that you need to come sign for." "Just have them sign and leave it in the lobby." "I'm sorry, sir, that's not going to work like that. I think you need to come here." So Brad slams down the handset and he storms out of his office and across the beautifully renovated warehouse and into the atrium, where he notices two things. One, the beautiful floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the river and the city beyond. And two, the large amount of barges sitting on the river, brimming to the top with coal. At this point, this was an odd view for Brad. He wasn't used to seeing that, but hey, it's a river. They can do whatever they want with it. He composes himself just in time to see a strange fellow with a broad smile from ear to ear approach him and say, "You must be Brad." "Well, yes, I am. What can I do for you?" "Well, you can tell me where to unload the shipment." Brad tries to compose himself. He is not having a good morning. "What on earth are you talking about?" "Well, you are Brad, aren't you? And this is Exicor. And this is Pier 53. Well, I've got your 28 tons of black gold here to deliver." It's at this moment that Brad realized that he made a very, very serious error. And he starts to recollect all the phone calls from the back office over the past couple days where people were frantically trying to get him to confirm one of the trades, and he didn't want to review it or look over it. And in his mind, just push it through. And now he was sitting on 56,000 pounds of coal that he had to figure out what to do with because he bought a commodity and took delivery of it. Now, stories like this one have become folklore in the commodities world. Whether they're true or false, I am not sure, but we hear all sorts of stories of secretaries accidentally taking delivery of thousands of pounds of pork loin, or a novice trader receiving truckloads of corn. And what these stories all underline is the extreme disconnect between the markets and the product. That just because you're trading a product doesn't mean you actually want the product or want to deal with the product. But there is a product to be dealt with. Now, I got into mining in the end of 2012. Okay? A lot of people said that was early. At the time, I thought I was incredibly late. I had already missed one of the halvenings, and the block sizes were much smaller than what everyone else was talking about. So my buddy put in his pre-order for Butterfly Labs units, and we started buying GPUs and putting them in our garage or wherever we could place them. So throughout 2013, we began mining. We started realizing that there were other coins to mine, and my buddy came to me one day and said, "Hey, I've been solo mining Litecoin. I mined 5,000 Litecoin yesterday. We should switch over to that." And we started realizing that we could hit these profitability targets, and we were actually ROIing on our equipment in 10 to 20 days, because what we'd do is we'd mine one of these altcoins and then just sell them into Bitcoin or sell them on the exchange from there. 2013 was a fun year, and it was a lot of learning. Now as 2014 rolled around and the ASICs started coming out from Bitmain and we started buying some of those, my buddy had filled his garage fully now, and he was cutting holes in the ceiling to vent the air. And I would go into the addition of my house at one point. It was 130 degrees or 55 degrees Celsius. All the windows open and the fans blowing and the side yard sounding like a jet engine. I realize now, thinking back at it, how strange that must have been to my neighbors, wondering what I was doing. And mining originally started out as a hobby. And now we've moved from hobby to an industry. And now we're moving from industry into core infrastructure. Because as we started realizing in 2014, we saw this flight path that is, if Bitcoin was truly to be a world anchor of wealth, then it was going to have to scale, and mining was going to have to scale with it. Now, another thing happened in 2014 that I thought was really interesting is we started realizing that, well, governments are going to take an interest in this. And if they can't control the distribution of the minting of the coins itself, or the distribution of the coins, or the minting of the coins themselves, they are going to control other aspects of it, like the on-ramp and the off-ramp. And this was when I was first introduced to two acronyms that we know very, very well in the space, and at the time I had no clue what they were: KYC and AML. Know your customer and anti-money laundering. They started to bring that into all the exchanges. And eventually that moved into the hardware manufacturers. You had to do KYC, AML checks just to buy the hardware. And now this industry and this process that used to be free, that anyone with electricity and a GPU or a CPU or even earlier could acquire this asset, now all of a sudden it didn't seem so free. And we started to see what we once considered decentralized and free to start being infringed upon. And now all of a sudden we see these toasters being distributed all over the world in tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of devices at a time, being shoved into warehouses and data centers all over the world. And we started seeing more and more centralization in the space. And now this is when I started to write a paper in 2017 going, there has to be a better way. There has to be a way to decentralize this. And I heard at the time a lot of people mixing up two words. They were mixing up the word distributed and decentralized. They are two very, very different things. And this is why I wrote a paper called The Decentralization of Control, because the reality is decentralization has everything to do with control. And just because you have 100,000 devices in a single facility doesn't mean it has to be controlled by a single person or a single facility. And this was the start of the Lumerin protocol. And this is what I'm here to show you today. The Lumerin protocol was the first attempt at an idea of how do we decentralize control of the hash power, regardless of where in the world it is. How do we sell off the control on an open market? And I'm going to step you through a very simple pattern for this, okay? Where a seller of hash power anywhere in the world can sell it on an open smart contract, and a buyer anywhere in the world can purchase that contract and receive the shipment in real time, instantly, anonymously, trustlessly, in a decentralized way. You're actually receiving the product that you bought on a market, and it will save Brad a heart attack. So this is the simple pattern. You have a source and you have a destination, and it's going through a smart contract. Now, the smart contract can be whatever you want the rules to be. We're not dictating that as a protocol. We're simply providing the proxy system that's opening and closing sockets based on the rules found in that contract. Now, let's dive into this a little more of how it applies to hash power. Now, when I was building out the screens for hash power, I couldn't really find a good icon to represent hash power. I could use a hash mark, but I felt like that was just overused and stupid, so I went with dinosaurs. So anywhere you see a dinosaur, think hash power. All right, so what we have here is sellers, being a mining farm, will run a Lumerin node, which is simply a proxy system. They will point their miners through that proxy, and it will be pushed onto whatever their default mining pool is. The miner can then post a smart contract to the open decentralized marketplace for a certain amount of hash power over a certain amount of time. Now, if the buyer comes along and sees a contract they wish to purchase inside the Lumerin interface, they can click purchase. And the moment they execute that purchase and it goes on chain, the seller picks up that order, the proxy peels off that amount of hash power, and streams its little dinosaurs over to the buyer. Pretty easy. Now let's expand it a little bit more. What does the buyer actually receive? Well, they're receiving dinosaurs, i.e. hash rate, and the buyer can do whatever they want with that. They can mine Bitcoin Cash or Tiger Coin or some other SHA coin if they will. If it's a Litecoin marketplace, they can mine Litecoin. It doesn't matter necessarily what algorithm it is. It's really the pattern that we're focused on. And the buyer is actually buying a real product. And the buyer gets to stream that product onto the pool, and the pool gets to do whatever they want with it, most likely mine Bitcoin in this example, and then pay the buyer real Bitcoin. Now, what does this expand to? Well, what we foresee is sellers, meaning miners, posting their contracts on the marketplace, and the buyers buying the contracts. And the vision that we're having is that sellers or miners are really a utility. They're really moving their hash power, they're really creating hash power from electricity. So they're not burning electricity to get coins, but they're translating electricity into another commodity. And if we really treat hash power as a commodity, and in this case, we call it a super commodity because it's instantly delivered, can be anonymous, and fully decentralized. So this is what the current Lumerin wallet interface looks like. This is the version 1 of the wallet. We're actually releasing it today on mainnet. We have launched it on Arbitrum 1. It's cheaper and faster than Ethereum mainnet, but it can really be deployed on any EVM system. It's available at lumerin.io, and from there you can mine with it. Now, why does this matter? Like, why am I up here talking about it, and why should you even care? That's the real question. Why does any of this actually matter? The reality is the majority of us were born into an ecosystem, a banking financial ecosystem that we did not choose. The majority of people in this room, and probably even watching on streaming, had very little to do, if anything, with the current financial ecosystem or governmental oversight that we're currently experiencing, right? But we have a chance now. We have a chance with Bitcoin. We have a chance with these peer-to-peer currency systems to rebuild, to build something better, to build something free, to build something permissionless. And that's such an amazing chance right now. We haven't seen that before in the history of the world, to be able to globally rethink how we do finances, how we do money. Normally, money and finances are so held tightly by a government, and they still do, and they're still trying. Bitcoin is a chance. Now, if I took you back 100 years, okay, and we went back to 1923, and I pointed at an airplane. Now, commercial flight was just really getting started. The first commercial flight really happened in like 1914, okay? So that was the start of an industry. 10 years into that industry, 1923, okay? Does that sound familiar? 10 years into an industry. And we look at commercial flight. And we went back to 1923, and I say, look, I know it doesn't look like anything right now. This is commercial flight. People are getting on airplanes, and they're going from here to here, like yada, yada, okay? Not very impressive. But let me take you 100 years into the future. In 2023, let me explain to you what airplanes are going to look like. Let me explain to you what flight is going to look like. Let me explain to you what TSA security is going to look like. Let me tell you that there are going to be people that live the majority of their life on these things, going from conference to conference to conference around the world just to talk to people that they actually live in the same city with. Some of us are living that reality. If I explained to you in 1923 what the airline industry was going to look like in 100 years, you probably would have thought I was crazy. Because it doesn't make sense. Like, you can't necessarily see it extrapolated like that. And if we try to do the same thing with Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining, it's really hard. But I can say a couple things about the future of Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining. You know, as we start moving into more scalable ecosystems, as we start realizing that we're still trying to pack hundreds of thousands of these little consumer form factor toasters into warehouses all around the world. And maybe we'll move that into large blades of liquid immersion chips, you know, and maybe governments will get involved in mining. And now all of a sudden we have power producers, have load response systems that are actually counterbalanced just intrinsically by hash power. And they're either selling to the grid or they're selling to a network, and this is all just baked in, right? And 100 years from now, this is not even a second thought. Technologically, that makes sense. But why is this important? And the reality is why it's important is right now, if I try to load Cash App or Venmo on my phone and I try to send my friend $5,000, it's going to stop me. If I try to wire someone money, the bank's going to stop me. If I try to actually own my own wealth, if I actually try to control my own finances, if I try to do something without government intervention, I will be stopped. And yet a couple years ago, we saw a $1 billion transaction on Bitcoin take place that was anonymous to the general public. I'm sure someone knows what it is. But it was settled in 40 minutes and cost about $700 in fees. And to my knowledge, no government was involved, and to my knowledge, no bank was involved. That's true freedom, and that's true greatness in a financial system. And I have 3 boys, and one day I want their kids to experience freedom in finances. I want them to experience freedom in wealth, and I want them to be able to mine. And I want them to be able to purchase hash power and mine Bitcoin and process transactions and take place in an ecosystem that is truly peer-to-peer and not set forth for them. I don't want them to be interacting in a system that was built for them and that they just have to comply to. I want them to disrupt things. And that's where I think Lumerin is incredibly important, is it's really providing hash power back to people. It's taking a form factor of centralization, 100,000 devices in a single facility, because that's optimized. We're not going to get away from that. Anywhere in the world you have cheap electricity, favorable government, and stable infrastructure, you're going to have a hotbed and centralization of mining. But we can push that hash power onto a global hash power grid, and we can sell it on an open market. And now someone in South Africa can purchase hash power and mine with it. Someone in Siberia, someone in Kenya can sell their hash power. And we don't have to be confined to the localized grids of electricity, but we can now translate into a super commodity. Thank you.
Ryan, how old are your boys?
8, 10, and 12.
Okay, so you know I like to throw curveballs, right?
Let's do it.
It's devil's advocate thing. Do they play kick the can? Your kids?
Occasionally, yes.
Yeah? So the metaphor that I'm using here is kicking the can down the road, meaning that we've been in a cat and mouse game with cryptography and with software, with regulators, right, and hackers for a long time. The most recent challenge that we have is developers being made responsible for the code it is that they deployed, Tornado Cash. And so my question is are we not recreating the same, way of trying to get around KYC, AML, and government regulation that at some point deploying the Lumerin protocol could make you liable because that's the next point at which it is that they can turn off the non-KYC acquisition of a non-state currency?
Yes. I'll often say in interviews, he who has the most guns wins. And true decentralization is when they don't know who to point the gun at. So Satoshi was smart in staying anonymous. And anyone that launches a network, anyone that launches the ability to acquire and control wealth in a free manner will have the gun pointed at them eventually. But the reality is we have the opportunity for a financial revolution. We have the opportunity to back Bitcoin and Ethereum and these other protocols. And it's our job right now to make sure that they stay free, they stay open, and they stay decentralized.
Okay. And so then my next question would be, who has another question? There's got to be somebody out there. We go, in the corner.
That was an awesome presentation. Is Lumerin decentralized currently? If so, how do you make money from it? And how does it, get updated in the future? I mean, it looks like an arbitrage opportunity right now for investors, but, in 2 years, it may disappear the same way Bitcoin's price was a different price in Japan than in other markets.
Yeah. So we built the protocol and the pattern inside of the routing proxy. We've launched the initial marketplace, but we are, so we do have fees on the marketplace, and that's how we get, money back for the time in development. Our goal in our business model is not to be the end-all and be-all of marketplaces. We really believe that partnering with other companies in the space to run the marketplace, to iterate on the marketplace, turn it into a real-time commodities exchange, because we want to move on to the next thing. We want to start doing modules for an AI compute marketplace. We want to do modules for peer-to-peer communications. There's a lot of things you can do with brokering data streams through smart contracts that gets really, really cool. Hash power was the default one for me because that was the world I knew. But with the Lumerin protocol, we have so many other things that we want to build and continue exploring. The hash power marketplace is really the first stop, and we really think it's a great shot at keeping the Bitcoin mining ecosystem decentralized.
Another question? So you're making you're pushing the narrative of, again, power to the people, and of course I support that. But I'm starting, with my age and experience in this space, to question whether or not our market is not necessarily incumbent institutions and incumbent governments, and is it not in our interest to push this out at a larger scale than just the individual? In other words, we have, all of the jurisdictions which are becoming favorable to crypto, and, people are trying to establish mining operations in these jurisdictions and capture stranded energy and everything. Would it not be of interest to the network for having small nation states participating in a hash power marketplace and not only individuals?
Absolutely. We're starting to see nation states getting into mining, right? But just because certain parts of the world have access to mining hardware, does that mean other parts of the world that don't have access to that hardware, they can't participate, right? So at fruition, if Bitcoin truly is going to be a free, decentralized ecosystem, we have to decouple where the hardware is versus where the people controlling the hardware is and where the people are mining at. That's really decoupling distributed versus decentralized, and that's the whole premise of decentralization of control, is we want to be able to bring more decision makers in the space. Right now there's 4 pools that mine over 90% of the blocks. Okay, 2 of the pools mine about 65 to 70% of the blocks. Now, why is that the case? Well, because you have 1 to 2 decision makers will have control of 20 to 30 exahashes, and they point it towards one pool. Now, if they put that 20 to 30 exahashes up for sale in an open market, now they might get more profitability because they're selling the hash rate, but now it's going to be hundreds of thousands of users that might purchase that hash rate and point it to different pools. They could point it to the same pool because the economics are better, but it's giving the option of greater democratization. It's giving the option for more decision makers in the space, and that's decentralized.
So as being a miner and having miner colleagues, do you see this desire to move in that direction in the mining industry, or do you see people wanting to hold on to their pool and their hash power?
No, miners are a profit-driven animal at the end of the day, right? We showed that early on with building profit-switching pools, that if a network all of a sudden became more profitable, we would literally just jump from network to network to network just because the economics were better. Now, what's happening right now is because you have more publicly traded miners and you have larger stakes at play with the different governments getting involved and kind of waking up to this, is now we have a compliance issue, and we have regulation, and we have KYC, and we have AML, and we have a lot of compliance concerns in the space. So that's, I would say, the current hurdle is, how do we treat hash power truly as a commodity that can be sold, or do we have to say, oh, hash power needs to be fenced in, and anyone that controls hash power has to go through KYC AML? And then we have to really ask ourselves, is this a system that we really want to partake in? Because is that really the ethos? Is that really the belief that we have in freedom of finance and freedom of currency, that we're going to gatekeep anyone that can actually acquire this currency? I don't believe in that.
Kick the can.
Yeah, well, that's my kid's problem, right? Or their kid's problem. But if I can do something about it now, I will.
Thank you so much for presenting this to us today. Lumerin.io if you want to download the wallet and check it out and get more information. Let me see who our next speaker is. Probably is. Next up, Mr. Igor Baranov. This is really, really unique because Igor does not speak often at all of these things to my knowledge. He's a little bit less visible than he should be, let's put it that way, in my awareness. Very active coder, and with many projects that are well known in the space, and the founder of Block Scout, who's going to be presenting to us today. Thank you, Igor. Yeah, they should check it.
Hello. Hi guys, my name is Igor. I'm a founder of Block Scout. Block Scout is an open source block explorer working for EVM chains, Ethereum compatible chains. Luckily, there is no need to do any KYC and ML to use block explorers, at least for now. Yeah, today we're going to talk about block explorers, which is a bit boring topic, but that's a very important part of any ecosystem, including Ethereum one. So the main questions are why are we building explorers? Who need them? What are main ways to engage with users? Why do we need explorers in the future? And what are new things that we're working on, right? So Block Scout itself is used mostly on EVM chains, and we are all proof of work chains on EVM proof of work chains are using Block Scout, right? But why do we need explorers at all, right? So the main problem which any explorer solve is how to present data to end users, right? And usually the data itself is represented in the form of website where users are getting into it through a link or by browsing, right? So for that, usually we need to have this data available at the same time as the data is produced on a blockchain, and users should be able to search for this data in whenever search request they have. Sometimes it's a search engine, sometimes it's inside the Explorer, but that's kind of important part for user experience is to get the same user experience as they expect from the regular application inside the data, which is not designed to be searched and not designed to be presented in a way that it should be consumed by users. So usually, when we store data on a public blockchain, we have it in the form of data optimized for storage, for consensus purposes. Usually it's some forms of hashes and hex data. Usually it's aggregated data structures, which are not very convenient for end users to consume, but users want to see it in a form of website, right? So that's how most blockchain explorers started around 15 years ago. Through the time, there are some evolution trends. And the main trend, which we see for 6 years working on Block Scout, is improving user experience, right? So sometimes this improving of user experience means just follow the leader, right? In our case, in Ethereum space, is just, let's make everything looks like Etherscan. But also there are some ideas how to stand out from the crowd and make the data available in new forms, right? So, for example, this year the big trend is importance of having large language models available in blockchain explorers. And if you look into all the fundraising of latest blockchain explorers, it's all about let's search data using ChatGPT or some analog, right? Another trend is getting data visualization the way that users don't need to think or read the data. So it's visual representations, for example, bubble maps, some flowcharts, UML diagrams, and so on, right? So this is also going into the trend of simplification when the data which we are browsing or searching should be easy to consume and also to be protected from adversaries, which is in Ethereum space, it's a big problem because there are so many different ways how bad actors can trick users into signing something that they don't want to sign, right? But unfortunately, because they're tricked by bad actors, they do this. And many block explorers or data visualization tools are actually working on the way how to make this less damaging, right? Another big trend in evolution is specialization. In Ethereum space, there are explorers not only for block explorers for analyzing transactions, but also explorers for developers, for example, Tenderly, explorers for people who are analyzing data using queries like Dune Analytics, explorers for security incidents like BlockSec and so on, right? So this is another trend where explorers are becoming specialized solutions for users' needs. So also we see here, like on the screen, you can see examples from Blockchain and Etherscan. They are building tools which are not helpful to analyze data, but basically they're building tools for monetizing attention of users. So they're embedding apps, sometimes they're embedding developer tools, social tools, like connecting users across different blockchains. And the trend here is to make kind of super app from blockchain explorers, right? We can also see it from different areas, for example, from portfolio trackers. If like someone creates a portfolio tracker, then the next step is, okay, maybe we can engage users to buy and sell, earn, swap, bridge, and so on, right? So something similar is happening with blockchain explorers, and they're becoming super apps where companies are usually monetizing users' attention. So BlockScout is an open source blockchain explorer, which is like 6 years on the market. It's supporting all flavors of different EVM chains. That's kind of interesting, but EVM as a concept was introduced on Ethereum, but many other platforms, which are not Ethereum compatible, have EVM on top of them, right? On Solana, there is EVM on top of them. On Polkadot, on Algorand, on Tezos, on Cosmos, you name it, right? Actually, on Bitcoin as well. So there are ways how EVM data can be pegged into underlying layer 1 data availability layer, right? So maybe that's a surprise for some of you, but EVM is growing very rapidly, right? So we have around more than 1,000 chains are launched with on different platforms, and that's only the chains that Chainlist website knows about, right? But if we think about like the whole spectrum of EVM chains on all different like enterprise and government applications, it will be a few thousand chains. And there are few cycles. So one cycle was basically forking of Ethereum and adding POA or early forms of DPoS consensus. Another one was with launching of layer 1s on top of other layer 1s. Basically EVM on top of another layer 1. And now the trend is with rollups and app chains, right? So rollups are usually inheriting security from underlying layer from Ethereum, for example, right? And app chains are usually standalone applications which have EVM inside, but they use something cheaper or less congested comparing to Ethereum mainnet, right? And there is a new trend which is popping up. It's called rollup as a service. So that's a business model from SaaS world where multiple components of the whole solution can be packed together and sold as one thing, usually with one-click deployment. So, and because the rollup is a kind of interesting thesis for like fundraising and making money, so that's why there is a big business around it. Like, okay, let's launch our own rollup for our own use case. And that's remind me a lot of like launching websites on platforms like WordPress, where a new business can launch their own platform. They don't know what they're going to do with the website, but they know that everyone else is using websites and using the same platform, right? So rollup as a service is a kind of new trend why EVM chains are growing. So BlockScout is the leading tool. So we have more than 400 chains and rollups which are using it at the moment. And the secret why it's the most used one, I think that is because of what we think about the distribution model. So because it's like open source, like anyone can take it using permissive license. It's compatible with all different flavors of EVM. Can be modified without any significant knowledge of underlying technology, because the technology itself is modular, so index, front end, and deployment is separated into different modules. And it's relatively easy to install without asking any permission from any third party to do this, right? But the question is, like, why are we building it, and why are we building in the same way? So I think it's resonate a lot with people on this conference. If we think about most other block explorers in Ethereum space, they're closed source, private companies, for-profit companies, which are presumably selling data and following all the regulations, no matter what regulators will ask them. So it's so we think that it's very important for building blocks of any ecosystem to be open source and decentralized. That's kind of obvious, but unfortunately, not that many companies and projects are following this route, right? So for us, it's the most important part of the product, and we see that that's actually getting a lot of interest, and because many chains are using Block Scout as an open source block explorer, right? When we think about this open source and closed source block explorer, actually we have kind of similar problems with, as we think, as with proof of stake and proof of work with the Ethereum space, right? Like the centralized explorers, they usually have a lot of backlinks, and they kind of controlling the like narrative of whatever should be available for all new chains. Because if you have like Etherscan, it means that your chain is respectful. But if you like don't have it, it means that you're awkward. So we think that the barrier to entry is quite high when the software is closed source and very expensive, like with closed source explorers, and same with entry to be a solo staker on proof of stake. And definitely self-hosting of any software is less censorship resistance comparing to having one point of failure. And we see with the increase of staking power in liquid staking providers, the risks are actually very close to be a problem, right? So we think that what is important for data exploration tools is to have easy barrier to entry. So for example, the main competitor on Ethereum mainnet, it costs around like 7 digits to get Explorer up and running. So that's quite expensive and actually stopping innovations, right? Because not that many out of thousands of chains can pay for this. It should be like available to anyone to run for whatever use case they have. And it should not be a central point of failure, no matter how important this instrument is. There should be some alternatives for this, right? So here we are. This is a newly updated version for Ethereum Classic Blockchain Explorer. Thank you very much to ETC cooperative community for supporting Block Scout and using it instead of centralized explorers. So as you can see, like it's a full-featured explorer with all the tools needed to analyze transactions and extend it in case we need any updates. And the one part that like sometimes people think that if Explorer is like free and open source, it means that functionality is not as good as in a paid one. So the in our roadmap for the future of Block Scout, we have a lot of new things coming to ETC instance as well. But I want to stress that like we think that important aspects which we're working on, and we think that it's important, is like AI tools, right? But AI tools not to chat with blocks and transactions as some other explorers are proposing. But I think from my point of view, the most important part is to produce what is known as transaction actions. Basically, explain to end users what transaction does and what it doesn't, because it's very important to help retail users to mitigate security aspects of increased risks, right? And if we think about risks on EVM chains, they're actually quite big, right, in terms of spam, scam attacks, phishing, and so on, right? So we plan to use AI tools to make summary of transactions and present them in a human-readable format, and that's one of the aspects. Another one is social aspect. For now, it's there are several trends in Ethereum. One trend is, tokenize and sell friendship. But I think that's not the way that explorers should move forward. I think it's more important to make a trend where data from different instances across, hundreds and thousands of chains can be somehow interconnected, and the users will be able to message each other by, signing messages across chain. We see this trend in resolving of security incidents when attackers or victims send transactions with sometimes meaningful information about ways to mitigate security incidents, like how to get money back or asking hackers to return something. And sometimes those conversations are pretty useful, right? We believe that social aspect is important, but the social aspect should be made in the way where censorship is not the case, right? So far, that's it.
Well, I don't personally have any questions because it's all pretty clear cut. Anybody out there in the audience with a question for Igor?
Can you ask me a question? Yeah, you asked good questions before, like maybe you can ask a good question. One more time.
Yeah. So I don't really have a good question about block explorers, to be honest.
Because it's boring?
No, I don't think it's boring. I don't think it's boring at all. I guess the only question that would spring to mind is the competition between data sellers and open source decentralized solutions. So I mean we have Dune Analytics on the Ethereum side, right? And there are people that are trying to get in on trying to generate income for providing their services. And then we have the competing open source solution. And I mean, you work with a lot of projects, not just Block Scout. And I think that
now it's my main gig. Yeah. Previous one was Gnosis.
Yeah. So I wanted to kind of name drop Gnosis for people in the space that are not familiar with the solutions that the multi-sig solution that Gnosis is offering, and also a very interoperable project. I really don't have a question for you, Igor, and I feel kind of embarrassed, like I'm cutting you short. Is there anybody out there with a question for Igor?
I beg for a question.
Please, Nick, save us, Nick, with a question.
There's also a lady who's going to speak first before me.
Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm happy.
Thanks. One of my favorite comments ever made about blockchain analytics software was Dina Mainville back when she was still at CipherTrace, who said that blockchain analytics is essentially a sophisticated block explorer. And I'm curious as to your thoughts on other tools that can be built on top of block explorers and where that stands with your particular project.
Oh my gosh, that's a great question. So yeah, in block explorers there is a main thing which is indexer, right? Which is getting data from public blockchain or other blockchains and basically making it in a way when other tools can interact with it. So the main tool usually is just a front end for this data, right? But there are some other applications, right, besides front end itself, like querying engine, right? Like Dune Analytics for Ethereum is a way to query data from blockchain, right? Another query service is GraphQL, right? When you can write in a graph protocol where you can write queries in GraphQL, right? yeah, basically whatever can be done with data is possible to extend Block Explorer. And we see two trends. One trend is specialization, like you have indexer for specific application. And another one is mega app, where you can have lots of tools embedded into one explorer, right? So basically two different trends. So Dune Analytics, they don't have interface for analyzing individual transactions and blocks. So they're specialized on this type of service. But let's say Etherscan or Block Scout, they're like super apps, which are open to any use case.
I got a question. Can you go back one slide?
Which one?
One popped into me. Yeah. So I want to look at social. So if we look at unmasking people's identity and tying their identities to their pseudonymous their pseudonymous wallet addresses, how does providing social inside of Block Scout work inside of that threat model of connecting people with their transactions? I mean, if you have, say, the ability to speak to people to do things for you inside of the network, does that potentially unmask users more? Does this make any sense to you, or am I just?
Well, yeah. So in most Ethereum block explorers, there is something called account, right? Like my account, basically it's like settings for a user when they can subscribe to notifications, and usually they put some addresses, right? And also they can verify smart contracts and submit some metadata about some tags and so on, right? So they're actually building some user-generated content for their individual account, and sometimes those accounts can have some intersections, right? Because they may be interacted with same smart contract. So that's where features of social features can appear naturally, right? So if you subscribe to some smart contract, interactions of this contract, and someone else subscribed, you can see each other and connect with each other somehow, right? And there are actually some block explorers like dbank, which are already doing this, right? So that's one way of connecting.
Nick, your question, and then I think we'll move on.
Hey, I've recently done some forensics on Ethereum and really used BlockScan, which is not your product, but I'm curious about BlockScout eventually having a facility where I could put an address in and it would spit out every other EVM chain that address exists on. Is there a functionality on BlockScout? Will there be future integration with BlockScan, or what can you tell me, Igor?
Yeah, yes and no. So we as a company, right, we host some instances, 20-ish something, right? But there are 450 instances hosted by third parties. Sometimes some of them don't have any open interfaces to their systems. We know that some central banks are using BlockScout, Central Bank of Norway or some Sberbank of Russia, because they all have some CBDC projects, and some CBDC projects have EVM because it's easier to find Solidity developers comparing to, I don't know, Rust developers, right? So this type of data is not available, but there are some interfaces how multiple instances of BlockScout can be queried for the same data, and it's relatively easier to write a wrapper on top of them and query all the data. And this is also a trend. If you can see, on Etherscan, there is a super app on top of Etherscan called BlockScan, which is allowing you to query data across all chains. But making it in-house, querying all BlockScout instances means that we'll need to have access to all instances, right? And for us, ideal situation where people host BlockScout instances themselves, and we don't host it, right? Because if someone hosts an instance, it doesn't matter what anyone thinks about it, right? And besides whoever hosted. And that's a point of having decentralized software, right? That, yeah, it's very hard to shut it down comparing to some other explorers.
Thank you so much, Igor.
Thank you.
Thank everybody for being patient that we take questions and give everybody a chance to talk a little bit more than just do the presentation, which slows us down. So I really appreciate your patience in waiting for our final keynote speaker of today's program. Phil Zimmerman in the room. I'm really going to keep my mouth shut in introducing Mr. Zimmerman because I don't think anything more needs to be said. Okay. Thank you so much for starting this off a long time ago and bringing us a piece of the way to where we are today. Curious to hear your thoughts.
So I think I've been struggling with trying to figure out what topic to cover here today, but I had to get a little bit better view of the audience and talk to people here before I could decide. So I think what I'd like to do is to say something about the history of how we got here, and especially how we got to the 1990s, how we made it through the 1990s, the crypto wars. It used to be illegal to export strong cryptography from the US, and also from a lot of the Western allies, Britain and France. France didn't have export controls, but they had domestic controls, and England had a little bit of both. But the United States had only export controls, but no domestic controls, although they tried to impose domestic controls with the Clipper chip. Have you guys heard of the Clipper chip? Yeah? Some of the people with gray hair have heard of the Clipper chip, right? But that was a chip that the FBI was promoting that they would put in every phone to make secure phone calls. And it had, each chip had a unique key for encrypting the phone calls that the FBI had a copy of that key in a vast government database for wiretap purposes. And oddly enough, much to the surprise of the FBI, the free market did not choose to purchase products with the Clipper chip in it. Can't imagine why. And then the FBI said that if people don't buy products with the Clipper chip in it, then the FBI would have no choice but to seek legislative relief. That means passing laws compelling people to use the Clipper chip. So in the 1990s, it was kind of a hostile environment for strong cryptography. And the reason why the government had this attitude was because, going back to World War II, the outcome of the war was strongly influenced by the ability for the Allies to break the encryption algorithms of their enemies. Bletchley Park had the thousands of people working there, and they broke the Enigma machine. They broke the Enigma cipher. Alan Turing and his team broke that. And they also were able to break the Japanese codes. The Battle of Midway was decisively decided by the fact that the Americans could read the Japanese traffic. And that shortened the war by probably a couple of years. And breaking Enigma and breaking other German ciphers shortened the war by a couple of years, saving millions of lives. So you can see why they developed this attitude, that it was important after World War II. It was important for the US and Britain and I don't know what the French position was, because they didn't have export controls, but they had domestic controls. But it was important for the US and the UK that they be able to continue breaking the encryption algorithms of their enemies in case there was another war. And so they had export controls. So fast forward several decades to the internet age, and now, you know, in order to build the information society that we have come to rely on, the rest of society needed to have access to strong cryptography. And it wasn't easy for the government to let go of their old attitudes. And we had to fight them for it during the whole decade of the 1990s. Part of that battle was PGP. When I published PGP in 1991, the government took the position that that was a violation of the Arms Export Control Act. And so they thought that, that publishing something on the internet was the same as exporting it, which is true. It is the same as exporting it. It goes everywhere, like dandelion seeds blowing in the wind. And so they launched a criminal investigation. I was the target of this criminal investigation for 3 years. And so, from my point of view, the crypto wars of the 1990s was largely about me keeping out of prison. And so, but after the 3 years was, you know, passed and the government finally dropped their case against me without indicting me, we still had several more years to go. We had to fight for changing the laws until the end of the 1990s. It was in 2000 when the government, the US government, finally dropped the export controls on strong cryptography. And the French had already dropped their domestic controls a couple years earlier. And when the US government dropped their export controls, the British did too. And they dropped their domestic controls as well. And so we had to fight for the whole decade. And during that decade, we had broad participation from the whole of society. We had, in this debate, we had the FBI, which never changed their mind. They continued to doggedly insist that we hang on to the export controls. The NSA had kind of dropped out of the debate because they decided that they were going to solve the problem in a different way. Rather than have export controls, they would concentrate on their ability to insert malware in the endpoints. And that became much more apparent when Snowden revealed a lot of things about how the NSA were doing that. But we had broad participation from academia, from journalists, from Congress, from the courts, from human rights activists, from tech companies. Just about everybody got involved. And we had a near consensus that it was time to let go of the export controls. And we kept on putting pressure on the White House, the Clinton White House, to do this. And an election year, 2000 was an election year, and the Democrats felt they had to win California, and they weren't going to win, or it would be harder to win California if they insisted on keeping the export controls. They needed the support of Silicon Valley, and almost the entire roster of companies in Silicon Valley wanted the export controls to be gone. So there was also litigation going on to force the hand, you know, from getting the judiciary to have a say in it. And Congress was considering legislation to drop the export controls. So the executive branch in the US decided that they had to do it because the other two branches of government were putting pressure on them and would do it for them if they didn't do it themselves. So they did in 2000. They dropped the export controls on strong cryptography. Now, since that time, as soon as they dropped the export controls, we saw the proliferation of strong cryptography in all kinds of products. And every web browser had SSL, which we know today as TLS. they started upping the key length and making it stronger. Mail clients also used TLS to connect to mail servers. PGP was exported all over the world. VPNs emerged later, SSH. All kinds of protocols emerged that use strong cryptography. And it was perfectly legal, and it proliferated all over the world. But now, we find that 20 years later, after we thought we won this struggle, some of the important Western democracies are coming back with kind of pushback against end-to-end encryption. In particular, the Five Eyes, plus I think India and Japan, were pushing for re-regulating end-to-end encryption. They didn't care so much about hopwise encryption, that's like going through TLS from a client to a server. They didn't care about that because law enforcement could always go to the server, go to the bank, go to Amazon, go to whatever e-commerce site you're talking to, and demand that they turn over whatever records they have of your conversations with them. But end-to-end encryption, they insisted that we reimpose controls on end-to-end encryption. And that's been going on for the last few years. And so I think that this is a terrible mistake, and it's 20 years too late. You know, we've become thoroughly entrenched. There's strong encryption everywhere with end-to-end encryption in so many products. PGP was end-to-end encryption. The Signal protocol is end-to-end encryption. WhatsApp uses the Signal protocol, so that's another billion or so users, 2 billion users. And so, you know, there's no way to do it. And there shouldn't be a way to do it. You know, they're complaining so much about this that, you know, that they're shut out of end-to-end encryption. And, you know, earlier today, we heard another speaker talk about going dark, that James Comey, FBI director, about, I don't know, in the 2010 or I can't remember what year he said it. He said we're going dark, and you know, we're in the golden age of surveillance. The FBI and other law enforcement peers in other countries are enjoying a period of pervasive surveillance. You know, in the UK, there's tens of millions of cameras all over the UK with facial recognition algorithms behind those cameras. And so the level of surveillance that they have today is enormous. And so to say that we're going dark, it's kind of like, imagine a big flat panel display, you know, 4K display with a couple of missing pixels, dark pixels, and say, oh my goodness, we're going dark. No, there's just a couple of little pixels that they haven't been able to penetrate. And I would like to suggest that we fight for the right to keep those few remaining pixels that are still belong to us. You know, PGP started out as a human rights project. It was not a commercial product at the beginning. It was a human rights project because I wanted to make a tool that could be used to protect human rights workers in countries with autocratic governments that they were operating in a very dangerous, life-threatening environment, and they needed to have some way to secure their communications. And so PGP was that kind of a product. There was other encryption software at the time, but it was weak encryption. And that might have been good enough for commercial use because companies at that time were mainly concerned about their competitors. And they didn't worry too much about their competitors being able to decrypt their communications because their competitors did not have any significant cryptanalytic capabilities. So who cares if it was 56-bit DES? You know, that was good enough for companies to use. But PGP was not designed for that threat model. It was designed for a threat model where the presumed opponent is the intel agencies of the two superpowers and their client states. Their client states could rely on the superpowers to help them penetrate the communications of maybe their own citizens, you know, because they were autocratic regimes. And so PGP had to have strong encryption, and it had to do things in a way that it made it accessible to the average person to use. That means it can't be a top-down architecture with trust dictated from on high, you know. The prevailing wisdom at that time was that public keys could be signed by a certificate authority. And there was really only one certificate authority. That was from RSA Data Security, which later spun off another company called VeriSign. And so you were forced to trust VeriSign to sign your key. And they would collect fees because they had a patent on public key cryptography. So PGP made it possible to do this in a more decentralized way where anybody could sign anyone else's key. And keys would collect signatures from a lot of different people. And as long as one of those signatures was from someone that you trust, then you can assume that that key was legitimate, that the name on the key goes with the key. Because whoever signed it, let's say it was signed by 20 different people. Let's say you don't know who those 20 people are, but one of the people, you know who that is, and you trust them. And so you assume that the name goes with that key because somebody vouched for it, somebody that you know and trust. Now, somebody else might look at the same key with the same 20 signatures, and they would trust it for a different reason because they know someone else who was amongst the 20 signers. And so this was a decentralized grassroots trust model. And I felt that that was important for avoiding the centralized top-down trust model that was the prevailing wisdom at the time. You know, that Tears for Fears song, everybody wants to rule the world, you know. So everybody wanted to be at the top of that pyramid. But PGP allowed a more grassroots approach where, you know, they had groups of people, sometimes they would gather in PGP key signing parties. Now, if you ever want to see a lot of nerds in one room, that's a lot of nerds in one room. It still happens today, yes. And so that decentralized trust model I felt was more democratic, more immune to a single point of failure of somebody at the top being corrupt and signing a key that they shouldn't sign. For example, many years ago, there was a certificate authority in the Netherlands called DigiNotar. They were in the business of charging money for signing keys for websites, TLS keys. And an Iranian hacker broke into their servers and somehow got his hands on the top-level signing key. And he used that to forge certificates for lots and lots of websites. Gmail, Facebook, US government agencies, various social networks, and mail service providers. And then he used those forged credentials. He gave them to the Iranian government, who then used them to conduct man-in-the-middle attacks on all the Iranian dissidents who were communicating, you know, their ideas about freedom. They could then read the traffic and arrest those dissidents and put them in Iranian prisons. And so if you need an example of what's wrong with the centralized trust model, look no further than the absolute catastrophe of the DigiNotar case, where people were put in prison and presumably tortured, maybe sometimes killed, because of a single point of failure of somebody compromising the top-level signing key for a certificate authority. This is why PGP has a decentralized grassroots trust model, because you can say, you can decide for yourself who you trust to sign keys. And, you know, in a world where if they were using the PGP trust model, people could say, well, I no longer trust DigiNotar. And, you know, and then their signatures would be worthless. So the trust model is important. And so that was something that made PGP unique. That wasn't the only thing that we did to end the export controls. We also did something to make it easy to export strong cryptographic software source code by publishing the source code to PGP in a book. First it was MIT Press in 1994, maybe it was 1995, where they published the source code to PGP, and that's because I was planning to use it at trial. If I was indicted and had to go through a trial, then I would point to the source code published by MIT Press and say, see, you know, you don't have export controls on books. This is the source code to PGP published in a book. How can you send me to prison for publishing something that is in a book? And the reason why I thought, does that mean I only have 3 minutes left? It says 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Take your time. Take your time. Just
Okay.
do what you do.
This is the last session?
Yep. Your last session.
Good.
You can talk
'Cause
as long as everybody wants to.
I got a couple of stories to tell.
Until the lights go out, it's fine.
Yeah. So I was at a Computers, Freedom, and Privacy conference in 1994. And I was approached by Bob Pryor, who was the editor-in-chief of the MIT Press, you know, which is a prestigious academic press. I mean, they publish lots of computer science books. And he wanted me to let them publish the PGP user's manual. And I said, sure. But at that moment, I was still under criminal investigation by US Customs for exporting PGP. So I said, however, I'd like to publish 2 books. First, we'll publish the book you just asked for, the PGP User's Guide, that's fine, but I want another book. This book should contain all the source code to PGP. I want that published by MIT Press. And he said, well, that's a strange thing to ask for. Why do you want to do that? Well, the reason why I wanted to do that was because at the same time that was going on, an engineer who worked for Qualcomm in California, a guy named Phil Karn, was suing the government. Why? Because earlier, he went down to the bookstore and bought a copy of Bruce Schneier's book, Applied Cryptography. And in that book, there is some source code for the Federal Data Encryption Standard in an appendix to the book. And so he sent this book to the State Department and applied for permission to export the book. It was called a commodities jurisdiction. And he said, I'd like to export this book. And the State Department looked at it and said, why are you bothering us with a stupid question like this? Of course you can publish it. I mean, of course you can export this book. It's only a book. We don't have any rules against against exporting books. We're not in the business of preventing people from exporting books. So don't bother us with these questions. Of course you can have permission. Don't even ask us for permission, you know? So they granted him permission to export this book, Bruce Schneier's Applied Cryptography. Now, I think at the time, Phil Karn didn't even know Bruce Schneier. You know, he just went and bought a copy of Bruce Schneier's book from, well, it wasn't Amazon at the time. I think it was Borders Bookstore, you know? And so what the State Department didn't know is that Phil Karn had laid a trap for them. Because as soon as Phil Karn got permission to export that book, he sent them a floppy disk and said, I'd like permission to export this floppy disk. And this floppy disk contains source code for the Federal Data Encryption Standard. And the State Department looked at it and said, well, obviously not. We're not going to give you permission to export this floppy disk. This is a floppy disk. You're exporting software. You can't do that. You can't export encryption software. We don't give you any permission for this. And Phil Karn said, wait a second. You just gave me permission to export this book. The source code in the appendix of this book is identical to the contents of this floppy disk. They are one and the same. He took what was in the appendix of the book, he put it on a floppy disk, and they were prohibiting him from exporting the floppy disk. And he said, you've got to give me permission to export this because you already said yes to the book. Well, they said no. They asked the NSA for advice, and NSA said, no, do not give him permission. So he had to appeal it through a couple of layers of administrative appeals, and they kept on saying no. So he sued them in federal court. So at the time that Bob Pryor approached me and asked me to, publish a book, and I said, well, let's publish 2 books, including all the source code to PGP, MIT Press did exactly that. And they applied for a commodities jurisdiction. That's what it's called, that thing that Phil Karn did. They filled out the same forms that Phil Karn filled out, asking permission to export the book from MIT Press, containing all the PGP source code. It wasn't some small subroutine that did the data encryption standard. No, this was like 900 pages of source code. Even the make files were in there. And so suddenly the State Department realized that they were in a real shitstorm of trouble, because they were defendants in civil litigation in federal court. Phil Karn had trapped them with this, and I was taking advantage of this trap along with MIT Press. And by the way, MIT Press did not wait for permission. They started exporting the book immediately to their overseas resellers. And so, the State Department never responded. They never gave him permission, and they didn't deny him permission, MIT Press, I mean, because they asked NSA what to do, and the NSA said, well, whatever you do, don't say yes. They didn't say to say no, because if they said no, then that would have been a big First Amendment case. So they just remained silent, and they never got back to MIT Press, which is too bad, because I was planning on using it at trial if I was indicted. In fact, I didn't really care whether they said yes or not. If they said no, then I was going to use that at trial, because it's obviously a First Amendment case. And if they said yes, well, then I was going to use that at trial, because that means that what I did wasn't so bad if they're going to let... They knew that if they said yes to MIT Press, the very next day they would get a floppy disk in the mail from MIT Press, just like they did with Phil Karn. Only this floppy disk would not be just one DES subroutine. It would be the entire source code of PGP version 2.6.2, which was already widely deployed around the world. And so, so that was part of my strategy to win at trial if I was indicted. Well, later on, the government dropped their case against me in early 1996. And so I started a company after that to commercialize PGP. And the first thing we did was we made a new version of PGP that was more advanced and had a GUI interface for Windows and whatnot. And it was 5,000 pages of source code. And we published it in a book. Only this time, we actually put some effort into making it scannable with OCR. Well, we had some friends in Europe that put a lot of effort into scanning it, and it turns out that it's not easy to scan C source code with OCR. You can do that with English or French or Spanish or any human language, because you can use spelling dictionaries to resolve ambiguities in the scan. But that doesn't work so well for C source code. So we found that it took like 1,000 man-hours for them to hand correct 5,000 pages of C source code. And we realized that we made a terrible mistake by underestimating the difficulty of doing OCR scans of thousands of pages of C source code. So we had 3 engineers, myself included, work hard on making some special tools that we got notes back from Europe about what kind of errors they saw when they were trying to scan it. And then we built tables out of those errors to try to understand the most frequently occurring errors that you'd get from OCR scanning of C source code. and we wrote some custom software that had a heuristic that would correct these errors. And we published that in a book also, in the same format as the rest of the book, of the next edition. And this book was called Tools for Publishing Source Code via OCR. And you could bootstrap the book, because the first page in the book was a Perl script that was smart enough to scan and fix the errors on the second page. And the second page was another Perl script, but much denser than the first page and more complexity. And then that was smart enough to fix the problems of the next 100 pages. There was 100 pages of C source code that had this really highly sophisticated heuristic that could scan in millions of lines of C source code and to automatically fix the errors based on the knowledge that we gained from the failure, well, not real failure, but the inadequate effort we had of publishing the first attempt. And so that fixed the errors so fast that it outran the sheet feeder on the page scanner. And so what took us 1,000 man-hours the first time we tried it without these tools, it took 30 man-hours. And after that, we were able to export arbitrary quantities of C source code without errors. And it was at that, and later I heard from people in the intelligence agencies that they realized that they had lost, that they were no longer able to stop the export of strong cryptography, because now we had tools for exporting arbitrary amounts of C source code, or any source code. And so that's part of our strategy for how we brought an end to the export controls. In 2000, they relaxed the export controls, and the crypto wars were over. I'd like to open it up for questions. I thought I would open it up for questions a bit earlier than this, but I got talking too much. Yeah.
Wait a second, let us get a microphone over there to...
Do you have any advice for folks, and I'm going to say the word dissidents rather than folks.
Wait, say that again, please.
Do you have any advice for folks of a dissident orientation operating today in terms of doing what they're doing and avoiding an orange jumpsuit? Like not going to jail? Because you've successfully done that. Like you fought your fight, you didn't end up behind bars. Advice for people looking to do the same in terms of winning strategies?
Well, it depends on what you're doing. I tried to conduct my legal defense team in such a way that we would prevail. But I guess each struggle has its own limits that it's testing, and so I'd have to know something about each struggle to give advice on that. But I think what I did is that I tried to avoid the appearance of being a fist-shaking libertarian saying, let's stick it to the man. No, I was non-confrontational. I did what I had a good legal defense team, and I followed their advice, but I did insist on speaking in public about it. And most criminal defense lawyers will never let their client do that. But I was convinced that we had a better chance of winning if I could speak in public. So I did about 5 press interviews a week for 3 years. And the result was a good outcome. But I always wore a suit when I spoke in public because I wanted to appear to be a middle-class, responsible citizen who has a job and a mortgage and a family and responsibilities, and that I'm not trying to be confrontational. I would never use the term sovereign citizen or, I wasn't trying to take an anarchy approach or a libertarian approach. I was trying to take a very, sort of conservative, respectable image that I was cultivating carefully, and that seemed to work pretty well. 100% of the press interviews were sympathetic to my cause and critical of the government's position. Not 99%, not 99.9%. I've done about 1,500 press interviews over the years. Every single one of them was sympathetic to my position. And I think that maybe that had some effect on their decision making. They decided at Main Justice not to proceed with the indictment. But it still took years later to get the export controls lifted. And right now, we're facing this again because of the governments of Australia, Canada, New Zealand, the US, and the UK, all pushing back against end-to-end encryption. And so we have to push back against that. And, when I push back against it now, I don't take a confrontational position with them saying that they're stupid or misguided or something. I instead say, look, this is a matter of national security. It used to be they said national security, but no, I'm switching the tables now. I'm saying national security. Because today we find ourselves in an environment where China has deployed lots and lots of 5G infrastructure all over Europe. And I think that European countries are starting to realize that maybe this is a bad idea to buy all this 5G gear from Huawei. And so I think they're trying to pull back on that, but I don't know how long it's going to take for them to clean that up. But there's still a lot of 5G gear from Huawei, and that means that the entirety of society is dependent on this network infrastructure that's under the control of a potential adversary that we could be fighting a war against at some point.
So I'm an American.
And so, this gives the Chinese an ability to do signals intelligence in Europe that's comparable to what the NSA can do. And, you might say, well, it's morally equivalent. There's no difference morally between China and the NSA. Well, I don't think the NSA is a sovereign state of itself. I think it's under the direction of whoever we elect into the White House. And that was the problem with, George W. Bush directing the NSA to spy on Americans and spy on everybody and to violate, enough laws that Edward Snowden decided to blow the whistle. But now I argue in favor of national security by saying that all the European countries that have deployed Huawei gear means that their banking, their national security apparatus, their tech companies, the whole of civil society is using a network under the control of a potential adversary. And that's a bad place to be. I've been to Ukraine about a dozen times because I did some software development there. And when I first visited them about 15 years ago, I talked with some Ukrainian military guys about what would happen if Russia invaded. And they said, well, they would absolutely destroy us because, first of all our battlefield radios are made in Russia. How are we going to fight an enemy where they control the radios that we use to talk about how to defend ourselves? That's the same kind of situation we find ourselves in when we're using Chinese infrastructure for 5G. Well, the one countermeasure that we have against that, first of all, the best countermeasure is to dismantle all that and to buy European vendors' equipment. But I don't know how long that's going to take. But our best countermeasure right now is to use end-to-end encryption. If you're forced to use a communications network controlled by your adversary, you better be using end-to-end encryption. And so if law enforcement is arguing that, we don't want end-to-end encryption because it makes our job too hard, well, I'd like to point out that it's better if the cops have to work a little harder to avoid being owned by the Chinese or the Russians, we need to protect ourselves for national security reasons, and we need end-to-end encryption to do that. So, yeah, I think I took too long to answer that question. All right.
Do we have another question?
Hi again. How do we fight back against the non-blackening of our screens? What suggestions would you have to? What suggestions would you have to keep those black pixels on that 4K TV you talked about earlier?
Well, part of it is to push back hard, and you could try to use the national security argument. Now, I don't know if the European countries have a divergence between the intel agencies and law enforcement, but in the US there was a divergence, because part of the NSA's job was to protect American communications. There used to be part of the NSA called the Information Assurance Directorate. They're the ones that came out with, like, when they recommended everybody get ready for quantum computers. That came from IAD. And so their other job is to do signals intelligence. So these two parts of NSA are not always on the same page. But the NSA, the part of the NSA that's responsible for safeguarding American communication, I mean, they're the ones that they participated in the advanced encryption standard in the late 90s. That was before 9/11. That was before the NSA changed their behavior. But, you know, I don't know how the European intel agencies feel about this. But I think there should be a split in the approach taken by law enforcement versus the intel agencies. I think intel agencies should recognize the need for end-to-end encryption to protect the whole of society against foreign intelligence agencies. And right now, we're fighting a war in Ukraine. And by the way, you know, as much as the NSA was, you know, was creating a lot of problems for me back in the 90s, but when I see what's going on in Ukraine today, I'm glad the NSA is in there doing their job on the battlefield, you know, intercepting Russian communications. That's what we pay them to do. That's what intel agencies should be doing. And it's not just NSA, it's also other Western NATO allies, intel agencies are participating in that. So we haven't, you know, there's a legitimate need for intel agencies, especially if there's a war, like right now. But they were doing the wrong thing when George W. Bush directed them to spy on Americans and to do other things that people who worked at NSA found moral objection to, like Snowden. And he wasn't the only one. There was several, I think it was like half a dozen people before him were blowing the whistle. And I'd like to point out that during World War II, there were thousands of people working at Bletchley Park, breaking the German Enigma and reading the Japanese codes. None of them were blowing the whistle. And why not? Well, because the Luftwaffe was bombing London every night and bombing other parts of the UK. They had the moral certitude that what they were working on was morally important to do. And so, of course, there were no whistleblowers. And so if you don't want whistleblowers, you should have your intel agencies do things that people agree is moral. And that's not what the NSA was doing, morally questionable things, and that's why Snowden and other whistleblowers came forward. So maybe I took too long on that answer as well. Yeah.
Maybe ask it against, yes, so we have it for the live stream.
Start over now that you have the microphone.
Sure. So just a simple kind of clarification question on what you just said, which, because you mentioned when it comes to end-to-end encryption, that you like to make the argument that it's a question of national security.
It's more than that, but I do use national security as one of the different arguments.
So the question was, you know, when it came to PGP, aside from presenting yourself as, you know, a respectable middle-class citizen, did you have a moral narrative that you projected that was so convincing that people, you know, aside from the kind of demographic and the non-threatening nature of your appearance, that they were willing to accept?
At that time in the early 90s, when it started to come down on me, I took the position of protecting human rights workers. It wasn't so much about protecting national security at that time. Today it is. But then, I mean, you know, because of the context we have today, the deployment of 5G gear from China, you know. But in the early 90s, it was to protect human rights. It was to protect grassroots political organizations in the United States who were in opposition to the White House. I mean, when I first had the idea of doing this, it was in the 1980s. Reagan was in the White House, and it was accusing, you know, I was a peace activist at the time. You know, I was working in the nuclear weapons freeze campaign, and Reagan's White House accused us of being Soviet puppets. Well, I knew for sure I was not a Soviet puppet, and none of my friends were either. And so, you know, I felt that grassroots political organizations in the United States needed to protect themselves from the White House and our, you know, that they were spying on us. And I also felt that human rights workers in other countries that were operating under far worse conditions than we were needed protection. And so PGP was, the motivation for PGP was that, and that was the moral argument that I was making at that time in that context. But, you know, now I feel like I can get more mileage out of trying to make the national security argument. But still, there's the, here's another thing, and this is maybe the most important reason of all. Look around you. We see democracies all over the world sliding into autocracies. You know, in 1994, I visited Europe for the first time, and I went to Bucharest, and I saw a horrible society. The 1994 version of Bucharest was pretty dismal. And the society had been ruined by years of Ceausescu's cruel regime. And then I went to Budapest on the same trip. And there I found a positive society where they were on the move to move toward the West, to look toward, and optimistically toward democracy. That was where they wanted to go. And so, you know, I got a much more positive vibe from that. But fast forward to today, Hungary is not like it was in 1994. Instead, it has Viktor Orban running things. And he has seized control of the courts, of the press, of academia, of all kinds of elements of a democracy are now under his control. And, you know, and Hungary's not the only place. I mean, Poland also has moved in that direction. And Italy, you know, and Brazil, you know, fortunately they got rid of that guy. But, you know, it could happen again. And worst of all, imagine what would happen if it happened to the United States. The US would drop out of NATO. It could still happen. I find that terrifying. And so, if we lose democracies through free and fair elections, it happens. I mean, that's typically how these autocrats come to power. They don't do it by, you know, having gunfights in the street. They do it by getting elected, and then they seize control of the elements of a free democracy. If that happens, it's important that that new regime not have a legal environment that makes it illegal to use strong encryption. We need to have infrastructure around us, pervasive deployment of strong encryption, end-to-end encryption, because if we live in a society that in the future starts to collapse into autocracy, that we have the tools to oppose this and to try to win it back for democracy. And we need strong encryption end-to-end to do that. It's happening all over the world. Lots of democracies have either already collapsed into autocracies or are in danger of doing so. the largest democracy in the world, India, is under the rule of someone who has been trying to take more and more power. We need to have these tools to preserve our ability to resist autocracies. And strong encryption, end-to-end encryption, is part of that. And that is the most compelling argument that I think we have to try to insist that they not take away from us the few remaining pixels in our yeah.
I think that's a great way to,
I guess I'm out of time, right?
to end that one. Thank you so much for sharing your experience with us and your pronouncements for how it is that we should move forward. Mr. Phil Zimmerman, thank you so much. So as you all know, we have a sponsor named Jasminer, and we are giving away... Oh, these are from iPolo. Okay, so...
So a little earlier, Mikhail Paleka was a winner, but was not present, and is still not present. No, that was the other dude. This is another guy who wasn't here as well. Well, never mind. I guess somebody else will be a winner of it tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, it's really, you don't want to give, okay, we don't do another name. Great, so that brings us to the end of our first day of the inaugural Proof of Work Summit. And thank you guys all for coming, for the speakers, from the sponsors, the VIP, people who've paid for tickets, the speakers, everybody. It's been very enjoyable for me to participate in this community. Thank you guys all for coming, and we'll see you tomorrow.